Hello, happy Monday, everyone. I hope you guys are having a good day. Sorry I was late, but Hank, can you get back? Can you get back, please? Look what just got here. Literally just got here. Look what just came. Hank, it's not for you. It just came, so that's why I'm a minute late. Because the FedEx guy made me sign for it. Hank, you want to say hi to your friends? Tell them hi. Tell them hi. Hank, no, this way. No, not me. Thank you, sir. Tell your friends hi. They're the ones that like to see you. I see you. Don't touch the computer, Hank.
I'll wait till Wednesday.
God, he's such a pain in the ass.
I'll wait till Wednesday.
Hold on, sis. I'm live. Oh, he's tattling because Coop took off with his pig. So he's up my ass right now. That bastard, right? He's always a pain in the ass. But this is what I'll be spending my evening doing. I'm not even going to attempt it right now because the whole transfer process. If you know, on iPhone, sometimes it works and sometimes you end up banging your freaking head against a wall and nothing transfers. And that better not be the case because let me just say, so I will be back in business, fingers crossed, tomorrow. And then I can respond because you know how hard it is on me to feel like I'm ignoring people that I genuinely care about and don't typically ignore. I'm kind of bad at messaging, but I usually will get around to it sooner or later. I hate this, but I'm so excited. Oh, and now Hank's got his pig back. Can you tell? And he's sitting right here. Oh my gosh. What a day. What a day. Hank's a loser. Coop's like, well, I'm just going to sit on you then. If you're not going to let me play with the pig, then I'm just going to sit right here on top of you. Oh my goodness. I hope all of you guys have had a great Monday. We're going to discuss a few things going on, but we got some interesting shit going down. It's going down for real. All right, let's go. All right. So I know a lot of people are kind of up in the air. I know. That's true, Bree. Thank you for the support. But this time it wasn't even my fault. Normally I don't ignore you for a week and a half. This time the universe had shut me up. It's probably a good thing right now. I know a lot of shit kicked off yesterday, so let me kind of touch on that and explain where I'm at right now. Please hear me out before you have a knee-jerk reaction like a lot of you seem to like to do when I talk. Please listen all the way through because I'm not giving excuses in any way, shape, or form. What we saw last night that happened by OPP, Oklahoma Predator Protection, whatever, was mind-blowing. I had no clue. I knew Arctic because I met Arctic Fox through Duchess. I've been around him for a couple years, but he's kind of been MIA for the last year. So he had a lot of family stuff going on, is all I knew. He was getting divorced and remarried, and his mom, and there was always something. He had just popped up 2 weeks ago, I think, for the first time in forever. Like, I haven't seen him in months. Granted, he doesn't like a lot of the people I associate with, so he doesn't come around. Cool, I don't give a shit. If you're petty like that, save your time. But I was noticing some odd things, but I didn't take it. I didn't care to look any further or think anything of it. I don't know him like that. Yesterday, when that came out, I am dumbfounded. Not shocked, but I'm dumbfounded. And I want you to hear me here. I'm really afraid that charges potentially won't come. Now, let me tell you why I say that. And it's not that I don't believe that charges should be. There's a couple of things here that make me feel that way. And I'm just kind of trying to prepare some of you for the potential outcome I think could come from this. This is the world I came from Facebook. The predator hunters groups were huge on Facebook about 9-10 years ago. In fact, I think I'm going to do a segment on this week and show you guys some of the history. I know some people have reached out to some of the OG predator hunter exposers, because that whole world is a whole different thing here. And I know people are praising this group, highly praising this group, and oh my gosh, they're amazing. Pause, stop, wait, There's a lot more that goes along with this stuff. So OPP came around on the heels of Shane Coyle. For any of you that don't know who Shane Coyle is, he was a part of MTV's G's to Gents back in the day. I mean, way back, but that's his claim to fame. He kind of started this movement in the United States. This has been a thing in the UK for quite some time. But in the United States, it started with Shane Coyle, people like Tony Bloss, Anthony Green, Jesse Weeks, Josh, I can't remember his last name. He was from Minnesota. Then you had people like Chad Gredig, Dirty South Justice, Lucian, McLeod. And that became very problematic. It's extremely problematic. And let me explain to you, there are differences within these groups. There's a bunch of different groups. Most of them independently do not work with law enforcement. Law enforcement has a tendency to push these groups away because they oftentimes consider it entrapment with what happens. And most of these people do not get charged when it comes to these groups. Some of these people have had successful charges and convictions, but it's very few and far between. There is a group, if you haven't seen the show, Undercover Underage, it's a group ran by, her name's Rue. It goes by Sosa, S-O-S-A. There's actually a really good documentary, I think it's multiple series on it. And they walk through how extensive, and the only reason they had any success, but you'll even see that they didn't really have much success, was because they found law enforcement who was willing to work hand in hand with them. So everything they did was facilitated directly with law enforcement. But a lot of these groups do not do that. In fact, OPP, multiple of their people were just charged with felonies 4 months ago in Texas because the quote unquote predator that they had confronted ended up falling. And now they've got charges criminally, the people who run OPP, and there's lawsuits. This is common, and I need you to hear me. If you are a creator or even a sub, please be careful with what you say, because this shit opens up defamation lawsuits majorly. We had watched that so many times. In fact, one of my first interactions, the first time I remember OPP coming on the scene years ago, we're talking 8-9 years ago, Chad Gredig from Dirty South Justice was being sued by one of the people that they had busted, and for $250,000. I don't recall whatever happened with that lawsuit. A lot of them are handled. But if there are not charges and he is not convicted, although we see this, although we hear this, you can still open yourself up to a lot of problems. So please be careful with what you're saying publicly, how you're phrasing this. I've just seen it too many times where people say so many things and then come to find out there will be no charges and they get sued. It's a whole different world, but we are trying to get some of the original predator hunter exposee people from Facebook to come. I'm going to try to get some of them to come give a history lesson because there's a lot more to this than what you see. And I'm not one for vigilante justice. Period, point blank, end of story. You can take that however you want. Yes, law enforcement does not have the money, the funding, the tools to catch up with where we are, especially when we have people like Kash Patel cutting the budget for direct things like this with the FBI. When they cut the funding and the budgets for things like catching predators, we have issues that are just going to continue to grow. I believe that Arctic, based on what we saw, should potentially get charged. However, another caveat to that is he was talking to a decoy the entire time. He was speaking to a decoy, not an actual child. There has been a lot of misinformation spread about that because of the whole conversation about, well, the mom contacted us. I'm going to tell you a few things that really stood out to me beyond the mind-blowing shit that Arctic said that I can't even explain how angry I am about the shit with that. Yeah, but the UK guys, Petty, have a lot better hand-in-hand work with law enforcement, and they end up getting more convictions than anything in the United States ever has. But there was no kid involved. I'm not saying that it changes anything. Please hear me all the way through. The intent was still there. That's obviously clear. But with it being a decoy, these situations get very sticky when it comes to legalities of them. And it's a very major problem. I'm going to give you an example of one thing we watched, because this is, like I said, this is the world I came from. A lot of us did. A lot of people over here come from that world with me from Facebook. We've been around these guys when they first started getting big. Shane Coyle used to call me on the phone and ask me for money all the time. Fucking con. That man's a fucking con. But the same thing, he thought he sounded like a little girl. He never sounded like a little girl. He sounded like a fucking creep. Okay, let's just be honest. But a lot of these predator hunters often have very shady past and different intent than what people believe about them. So be careful, because I've also known some of these groups. Tony Bloss, for instance, went into one of these apps, started communicating with an elderly gentleman as an underage kid, went to meet up with this person. And instead of contacting law enforcement at all, he took this motherfucker who thought he was talking to a child to a fucking ATM, had him withdraw funds, and never contacted law enforcement, pocketed the cash and walked off. There was one that he did have charges eventually come. It was a teacher in New York, I think, New York or New Jersey. But just be careful with how much you praise this stuff. And there's a lot more to this than people realize. And will charges happen? I don't know. I really don't know. But I'm going to tell you my own personal opinion. This is where my personal opinion comes into play. When they were talking to him and Arctic was disclosing stuff to them, oof. There's so many things I could say. I'm not going to play the video, though. I'm just not. Like, you guys have all seen it. Plus, I'm not putting that on YouTube, period. But when the guy said the kid's in trouble, again, there is no child. However, he was really comfortable saying, well, the kid's probably being beaten with a extension cord. He was way too comfortable even suggesting that a 14-year-old would have any fault in a situation such as this. And to even hear that come out of his mouth made me feel some sort of way. And then the use of the slurs because he's a gay man, it tells you a lot about the ego behind a lot of this. And I'm sorry, but that's not advocation. That's not advocacy. That's vigilante. That was gross. I mean, just fucking gross. So please be careful. Once again, I'm seeing so many people praise this whole situation. And here's where I stand. The predators need to be behind bars. They need to be registered. They need to be kept away from children. But if it is not done correctly, all they're doing is essentially teaching them how to get away with it, how to be slicker. They're giving them a warning. They're teaching them more. And then people end up getting sued. This is why our justice system, one of the things and one of the reasons why our justice system is broken. Law enforcement has a hard time making these cases, but there are agencies, there are groups that are trained to work alongside law enforcement. This is what they do to prevent things like this happening. We've got to start funding the right things instead of praising things that are not protecting our children ultimately. And absolutely, Joe, abso-fucking-lutely. Yep, that's exactly right, Lori girl. Yep. And if I'm trying to decide if I want to do a segment just on some of the history of some of the guys I know from Facebook. That shit was crazy to me. I was never one of I was on the side of exposing the predators though, or the predator hunters, Shane Coyle, Tony Bloss, Anthony Green. And I'm talking, these guys they were just as problematic, if not worse, than the people that they were busting. And it becomes a very slippery slope, extremely slippery. Here's another thing. I have seen some people, and I don't know if these people are in here, say some of the grossest shit about, oh, I hope he just takes his life. If that was an actual kid, how does that give the victim justice? People are so selfish when it comes to this type of shit. And people were wishing that he would take his life because of his sexual orientation and his political beliefs. I've seen comments about that. What is wrong with some of you? It's bad enough him even talking to a child. Like, that's bad in itself. That other shit and watching people just say horrific shit like that. Mm-mm. And then it was brought to my attention that while this was going on, when the cop pulled up, so I went and looked. When the cops got there and the cop gave this guy some attitude, the cops know what these groups are doing. They're aware. Okay. That's why they have an attitude, because the ego's on these guys. And I said it this morning when we were talking in Clues today. They should have, in my opinion, contacted law enforcement before they ever set foot in town and said, look, this is what we're working on. This is what we intend to do. If they had so much proof already, why not hand it over to law enforcement at that point to guarantee that something could be charged? Why not? Because they knew they didn't have that. So this is content for them. This is content. Don't forget that this is a job. Hey, Coop and Hank, this is a job. Sorry, I'm getting interrupted by the little one. The little devil. Go inside. This is content for them. This is how they make money. That motherfucker even said, and again, sorry, this is just my opinion, but when you say all the things that you did, I have no fucking respect. None. Some of these groups do it right. Some of them I have respect for. Nah, not with this. Not at all. The phrase, I'm famous, tells you all you need to know. And when they're impacting actual justice for victims, I can't praise it. Once again, here's me. I look at justice in a totally different way, though. Because here's another thing we have seen, and I think Chris Hansen even might have had, I'd have to fact check that. But I know some of these independent groups have had people take their lives during these exposures. And like I said, it becomes a very sticky slope to go down. Slippery, sticky, whatever the fuck you want to call it. So be careful what you praise. Oh, back to, I went and looked at the chat because it was brought to my attention that when the cop pulled up, sorry, I got off track with the dog. The chat started saying things about the cop's wife. Sure did. Yeah, Revival, I know. I'm going to speak on that in a minute. I saw that today earlier. Go look. Go look. I'm glad we know. Yeah, the cop's wife. Go look at the live stream and look at the chat and look at the comments about what people in the chat were being allowed to say about the cop who was not being so kind. He was doing his job. And shit like this, when you actually have a predator that needs to be charged, is probably really frustrating for law enforcement, because if it would have been brought to them, they could have probably helped facilitate an actual arrest. But if you go look at those comments and see what people were suggesting should be done to this cop's wife just because of the way he appeared on scene and his attitude towards these guys, unfucking believable. Yeah, oh yeah, it's all about them. They've been doing this for 8+ years. I think they started closer to 9 years ago, and they get banned off of every fucking platform. They do, because it's considered entrapment. There's lawsuits, there's legal issues, there's a ton of different shit. A lot of them used to be on Periscope. We used to follow them on Periscope. Freedom Beard was a big Periscope person. Shane used Periscope. Like, all of them use Periscope. They've been banned on so many different platforms. So just do yourself a favor and do more research before praising a group like this or throwing fucking money at them. Now, you're going to do whatever you want to. That's your choice. But there's more to these stories. And a lot of times they actually impact real justice. Petty, my love and thoughts to Duchess. I stand with you. Thank you, Petty. Chris Hansen, Dateline, were sued for $100 million for a DA's. Oh, there you go. Self-end. You'd think that would be a hint that the only professionals should be doing it. Bree, am I incorrect to think that Chris Hansen, I know he did. In fact, I don't know when it was. Chris Hansen did a show about these groups and how dangerous it is and how much it's kind of backwards. I'll have to go find that. I'm sure the episode is somewhere out there. But if you want a good glimpse of kind of outside the Chris Hansen stuff and you want to see one of these independent organizations work with law enforcement, look at Undercover Underage SOSA. It's a show. I think you should be able to get it on Discovery, Amazon Prime, stuff like that. Just look up Undercover Underage and then SOSA. And you will see how extensive they have to facilitate through law enforcement to successfully get anywhere. And thank you, Bree. There's a lot of stories of things like that, though. And Shauna, thank you so much for being a member for 18 months. Now, on to people blaming Duchess or others. Lady Freedom Raw narratives. You know, I've been overly kind of not speaking about you, Lady Freedom Raw narrative. But I think you should probably keep your mouth shut since you have child What is it? What kind of charges do you have? Yeah, you shouldn't probably be talking about anything because you have your own record around children. So I think this is probably a time where you shut the entire fuck up. Nobody over here had any idea of what the fuck was going on. No clue. And if you think for 1 second anybody would have been okay with this, let alone condone this, but this is who you are. You're just like Bullhorn Betty. You're like I couldn't say mini because you're about 2 times her size. Speaking of which, bitch, fix your fucking eyebrows. I can't with you. Some of you people, ugh, they're simple little fixes and you just, ugh. Oh, yeah, she is, Carl. She sure is. And it's their knee-jerk reaction. Blame somebody else. No, you know who's to blame? Arctic Fox. Tom. Tom's to blame for this behavior. Tom is the one who did this. Tom was the one comfortable talking to a 14-year-old like this. And all I can hope is that if there are other victims that he has done this with in the past, that they go to law enforcement. Law enforcement. Not one of these organizations. Law enforcement. Yeah, no one would have an idea. But here's the other thing. I think I've always said this. There's a certain type of personality with some of these people. Not all. It's definitely not across the board. But there is a fetish almost with some people around true crime. And it brings out some really interesting people that have some very shady situations. Look at Sebastian's case. Brothers Underwater Recovery. Registered sex offender. Out there searching for missing children as he had exploited previous families before. There is a certain, and it's like I said, it's not across the board. It's not all of these, but there are people that hide amongst us. We're on the internet. It brings out some crazy situations. So I don't think so either, Hockey Girl. He was way too comfortable. Way too comfortable. Well, Stephanie, the one thing I will say is I'm thankful that this came to light. So I'm thankful for that portion of it that people are aware now. However, I'm also concerned that he's not going to get criminally charged. And if there are victims of his that aren't decoys, that they're not going to get justice. And he potentially will have lawsuits against people. So please be careful of how you speak about this. If you choose to speak about this, what videos you play, just know that that's a possibility. And I only give that warning because we've watched it for years and years and years. It is so fucking frustrating watching people like this. Jesse Weeks, he lived in the exact same town I did in Idaho. And he was running around, driving to meet up with these predators, supposedly. Fucked up as all hell on any type of substance. He ended up going to prison in the middle of it. Completely fucked up on drugs. I mean, just blitzed out of his fucking mind. Same with Shane Coyle. Pump 7. In fact, Shane Coyle's probably still sitting at a fucking gas pump, Pump 7, looking for his fucking next big break. When that fucker called me and asked me for over $10,000, I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. That was 2017. And I was like, what the fuck? But just protect your mental space and your frustration because unfortunately that's where a lot of these end up is nothing comes of it. And then people get sued. So I haven't caffeinated Duchess. I have not. She'll be okay. They weren't like they knew each other in the internet space. I don't think her and him had ever met in person. In fact, I'm pretty sure they had never met in person. And they only met through cases. I think potentially Summer Wells' case, he'd been around for a long fucking time. He was working, here's another thing that's really sad to know. He was working with or alongside a victim's family what he was saying was to create a 501c3. So like I said, there is the piece of this that I'm really glad that this is came to light now because it will keep him out of those spaces and potentially hurting future victims or having more. But at the same time, I'm worried of where this is going to go because of how it was done. It hits me in the gut and I truly hate it. Yeah. One of the other things I really want to point out too is, yeah, which is weird to me, Casual Art, because I have his number. He gave me his phone number. I only texted him like twice ever, and that was a year and a half ago or something. He had that petition too for the Amber Alerts. Yes, absolutely, Joe. And a lot of people are definitely having feelings, strong emotions, rightfully so. These are really shitty situations. He had contact with a lot of people. A lot of us thought he was something totally different. So people really take this type of stuff hard. I get it. But one thing that really fucking pissed me off yesterday, and this is where it's not advocacy with what they're doing, because when they were talking to him and asking him if he was a previous victim, just even going down that road, that's not the way it was all spoken of, almost gave them, it was like they were giving him a pass because he was a previous victim, and they weren't. But the way it was phrased and how, this is why trained professionals need to be doing this, because that was disgusting too. And he, of course, instantly went with it, like, oh yeah, I was a victim at 12, I don't know. Yeah, for sure. Hartley, I shut it off. I had taken a nap. I actually took a nap yesterday. So I had popped back into Queens. Okay, let me explain that too, because I heard I got trashed for that. I got a message that Queen had made a joke about send all your complaints to nonsense during her live stream. I guess she was being freaking funny. Queen, I'm going to have your ass. You just wait. She had made a joke about send all your complaints to nonsense from now on. So I had gotten notification that she had said that. So I'm like, okay, fuck it. So this was in her earlier live stream. So I'm like, oh, I got you, bitch. So I was going to go up there, and I did. I popped up. I didn't even pop into the stream and like listen before. My problem, my fault. I didn't have a clue of like the depth of anything going on at the time. And I hit that fucking StreamYard link and I just went up there. Well, in the middle of everything going on, I'm realizing, oh, this is a way different situation here right now. Yeah, that's you. You're the one that did that. I'm just joking. I don't care. It was funny. But I went up to like tell Queen she better be careful sending people to me, because I had already bought out all the Groupons for $1,100. That's what I was going to like fuck around with them about, because I knew she didn't know that either. But in the middle of it, like her and Emily were going at it majorly over shit that I didn't even know who the fuck they were talking about, let alone arguing over brain surgery. Wrong time, wrong place. So I just typed in the back chat really quick and bounced. I bumped myself right out of there and just went about my business. So I had left the chat, worked on a few shorts, went back in, and then I fell asleep. So when I woke up, I had already been redirected, because Queen, I think, must have ended that and redirected to her next one. So I was there, but I couldn't text Duchess to check on her. And when everything, like my email was blowed, like people were emailing me, people were texting me, people were trying to call me to like tell me, hey, this is going down. So by the time I got my bearings about me, Duchess is on Queen's panel already. And I was like, oh, fuck. I can't even get a hold of her. So I just hit the link and went up and like told Duchess, hey, I'm here if you need anything, just to try and support my friend. But it was a mess. But the first time I popped up, it was the wrong time for me to be a jokester or tell anybody about an $1,100 Groupon, because there was a lot of shit going on that I didn't fucking have a clue about. And not my business, not going to get involved in it. Don't fucking know. Have no idea who, like now I know who they were arguing about. But in the middle of that, I had no fucking clue. But I was just going to go up there and tell her she better be careful, or I was going to use one of the Groupons I had purchased in bulk, Lindsay, for $1,100. Did you see it made the thumbnail? It sure did. Nothing happened to her SS. She had just learned about it. Arctic and her had worked hand in hand. He was part of her team for a few years of doing stuff with missing and making flyers. And he was on, like, they were close. And it was weird because he had left her Discord earlier that day and sent a message. So she had reached out to him and basically asked him what the hell is going on. And he gave her some half ass excuse, like his mom was sick. And that's what it was. And then come to find out this is what truly was going on. So, and she, being Duchess, she was taken, she was in shock. I actually did call her right after between the live streams though. And I said, you need to stop taking this on. You do not, this is not your situation to take on at all. Yeah. Cramby, I was like, oh, hell no, you ain't doing that. You ain't bringing me your complaints. Okay. No, caffeinated Duchess, it's a joke. You The Groupon situation is Lindsay Lee's fault. But it's perfect. I'll explain why that is in a minute. A lot of you don't understand that whole joke yet still. But we'll get into it. We'll talk about some of that. Okay. So switching gears, is there anything else? Fuck yeah, in this economy, $1,100 for a hitman would be a fucking bargain. Are you kidding me? I would have bought the whole fucking Groupon book. Kenna, thank you for being a member for 16 months. And Petty, we were both backstage, and man, I know, Petty, I could tell you felt the same way. I was like, ugh. We were both in the backstage, and man, I was so in the wrong place at the wrong time. I also had dropped as it wasn't the time. Awkward, poor queen. I know. I was like, yeah, a lot of you guys reached out to me to make sure and show support. And of course, I couldn't respond to any of you or anything, but this isn't Duchess's fault. This has nothing to do with her. The people he was close to, Duchess and some of her other friends were close to him. They worked alongside him on missing cases, missing children, and bringing awareness for years. They were in Discords with him, developed a relationship, a friendship with him. So some of them are taking it pretty hard, rightfully so. Not shocking. That's all she does. Audacity. She should spend some time and energy into fixing those fucking brows. And I always find it really funny when somebody has such a fucking extensive record themselves that they have so much to tell everybody else about themselves. But let her keep talking and blaming Duchess, because that's actually defamation. You know how all these people like to say things. Well, situations like that, if she continues to go down the road she is, and I wouldn't want to fucking do that with Duchess and her other half. But let her talk. Let her fucking talk. Let her talk. Yeah, she's fucking the bitch with the... I'm not. Have you seen those things, Revival? They are like... Have you seen hers? I mean, God, Smiley's missing brow looks better than those ones do. I am a brow snob. When we have to look at your face, fix it. Fix your face. No, we're talking furry. Hold on. Now you guys, I'm going to have to go. Let me find a picture. Let me find a picture so you guys can understand the level of why I say what I do about her bras. Let me see. Oh, she made herself really tiny. Oh shit. Okay, I'll find you guys a picture and I'll make a little short about it because they're bad. They are extremely bad. And she's the one. She was heavily involved in the blob photo situation. So it's really interesting to me that she just looks for anything, though, to be relevant at all. All right. Revival, they probably would. They probably would. But if they don't, I'm going to tell you to fix them. I might just send you a pack of razors. Is she? Cougar, I don't know anything about her to that capacity. I don't watch her enough. I stay away from that group as much as possible. And Petty, I don't know. I think I said thank you, but thank you. If you ever saw my crazy, unplucked, unruly, some on my forehead, unwaxed brows as they are daily, you would disown me. No, I would just take you to the fucking waxer and have her fix them. That's all I would do. I would just take you in and let's go fix these things. I fix Kyle's. Okay. It's a thing. I have brow fucking shame for people, and mine aren't even the best. But this is why I shame people's brows, because I ran around out here until I was like 34 fucking years old with white blonde brows. Like, you can't even tell they exist without shit on them or before I had them microbladed. You can even tell. And I looked like a goddamn fool. I never took care of them. I didn't shave my face either. Once you start doing that shit, it's a whole new world. Brows are us. Oh, see, I was an overplucker too. You pluck a chicken, you tweeze your brows. My stepsister went to beauty school and she used to say that all the time. Used to drive me nuts. You pluck a chicken, you tweeze your brows. What the fuck ever? I plucked them. I overplucked too. So my middle part was way too divided. And then I had mine microbladed. I need to get a touch up. But without that, I have nothing. It's just blonde hair. That's the reason you have bangs, body? Oh my gosh. Okay. You guys are too much. You have white brows too? Yeah. Just for men. Kenzie's trick. Just for men. Hair dye, the little beard dye works great. Your brows, you have nice brows? I love that. You never plucked? Okay, now we're all on like the brow stuff. I got sent her entire background, Cougar. That's the only reason why I know she's got this type of charges, because somebody mass emailed us like 8-9 months ago her entire record, news articles about her, everything, like every single thing. And Bullhorn Betty was responding to it. Yeah, I'm heavily Norwegian. Yes. So, my beautiful friends, allegedly speculating, got some information today. Please make sure, I'm going to share the link to this so you can go make sure you like this video and sub up if you are not. Allegedly speculating provided this. Let's take a look at it and then we're going to talk.
Hey y'all, this video won't be long. I'm not coming on camera because it is early. I've not done my makeup, but I just got this. Probably
she's so cute. She's a cute as a button. Please make sure you go sub up over there. And I'm going to let this play through. I know she won't hit me with it so you can get the full, and then we will break it down after. It's only like almost 4 minutes.
Like 15, 20 minutes ago. And this document is titled Certification in Support of Probable Cause. Now, this document was filed by YouTuber Julie against YouTuber Brittany. I will pull this document up. It will be watermarked. If you want this document without the watermark, you can find it on my Patreon, which will be linked below. We are going to go through this document. So as you can see, I'm going to zoom in. It is a certification in support of probable cause in the county of Passaic. Date of incident, 3 incidents in December of 2025, December 4th, December 10th, and December 25th. Municipality is going to be North Hazelton. I offer the following facts and information to establish probable cause in this complaint against, and it looks like Craig's name is marked out, but originally it said Craig Black and Brittany N. Jackson. Craig Black has been marked out, and now it just says Brittany N. Jackson. And then it reads, whom I would like to charge with, and then we got NJSA 2C33-41, criminal cyber harassment. Over here on the side, there is a note that says, I have typed in detailed more on 2 pages, my police reports. That's what this square thing says right here. The first question says, how do you know the identity of the person you are charging? And Julie wrote, via YouTube, became aware of them when they included me in an exhibit in a lawsuit in PA against 2 other YouTube creators. And then it says, describe the incident in detail. Under that, it reads, there has been an escalation in December of 2025 of cyber harassment, repeated threatening statements, and alarming, menacing conduct targeting me. Communicated electronically over social media and documented in 3 police reports filed with the North Hadelson PD, Craig Black and Brittany Jackson over their YouTube channel with over 20,000 subscribers, made explicit threats of violence, suggesting bodily harm and death, causing me fear and significant emotional distress. Also, Brittany Jackson obtained and knowingly displayed content of my autistic, recognized disabled by the state of New Jersey, son that I had deleted years ago because he does not want to appear on social media. Both myself and my autistic son were taunted, and although Miss Jackson blurred his face, she revealed identifying his public school at the time of the video. The conduct of Craig Black and Brittany Jackson caused fear and emotional distress to me and my autistic son. And then it is signed by Julie, and the date is January 8th of 2026. So yeah, there's that. Thank you for watching this video. If you don't mind, please hit the thumbs up and give me a subscribe if you haven't. I'm not coming on camera because it is early.
Oh, you're muted. Haha. Hello. I'm muted. Whoops. Okay, so what I assume this is this what she's claiming will go along with this private citizen's complaint. This is only for the private citizen's complaint. This has nothing to do with the RO in Superior Court for Craig. This is just that private citizen's complaint and the certification of support of probable cause. So my opinion is she likely filled out that form that we looked at the other day for the private citizen's complaint, because in New Jersey, yes, a private citizen can go in and try to file for criminal charges, a petty disorderly persons charge to be exact. But this is what she wrote and provides exactly what she intends on using. So I think everybody can get with it now that this is exactly what Julie is claiming for her evidence. She details it right here. She does have a little thing over here that says something about she has more pages, but this is all that was sent. So I don't know if the other pages weren't attached. I'm not really sure on that. Allegedly speculating, was this all was there anything else? Yeah, we're going to break it down. I'm assuming this is the only page they sent. This is the only page they sent, obviously, because that's what allegedly speculating put out. So let's hear it, and I'm going to pause and we're going to talk about some of these.
Document. So as you can see, I'm going to zoom in. It is a certification in support of probable cause.
Okay.
In the county of Passaic. Date of incident.
And can I ask you, how many reports altogether? Were there just 4, or are there more than 4? This is... Oh, you haven't gotten them yet. Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you. I can't wait till I can actually text you and ask you the question. I get so sick of this shit. Oh, I'm so reliant on being able to text my friends. Hey.
Incident, 3 incidents in December of 2025, December 4th, December 10th, and December 25th.
Okay, which we have detailed December 4th, December 10th, and December 25th. We sure have.
Municipality is going to be North Hazelton. I offer the following facts and information to establish probable cause in this complaint against, and it looks like Craig's name is marked out, but originally it said Craig Black. And
Okay, first question. Does it make sense to anybody why Craig is marked out on this one? Private citizen's complaint. Craig is supposedly the one who has made these threats. Craig is the one, in my opinion, if he's the source of these threats, why is he removed? Granted, initially I thought maybe he was just removed because she filed separately and submitted one just in regards to him. But nope, it looks like she is just putting Brittany, because it did initially say and. Yep, it did. Roger Craig Black and Brittany and Jackson, but he's crossed out. And then you notice right here, the charge is NJSA 2C33-41, criminal cyber harassment. Interesting.
And Brittany and Jackson. Craig Black has been marked out, and now it just says Brittany and Jackson. And then it reads, whom I would like to charge with, and then we got NJSA 2C33-41, criminal cyber harassment. Over here on the side, there's a note that says, I have typed and detailed more on 2 pages my police reports. That's what this square thing says right here. The first question says,
oh, I wonder if those will come with the police reports. I wonder if she had typed up things and submitted them when she went to file the police report. Yeah, a lot of people did. I was doing that too. I was trying to say, well, there's probably something, she's got to have something more. And then the further we've watched and listened, and this kind of puts a cap on all of that and says, nope, this is what we're dealing with here.
How do you know the identity of the person you are charging? And Julie wrote, via YouTube, became aware of them when they included me in an exhibit.
No, we don't have any indication, Aisha, on anything with the RO. That is in Superior Court with Craig. This is just in particular to the criminal private citizen's complaint that BJ has on her from Julie. That's it. That's all.
In a lawsuit.
Oh, hold on. I want to back that up so I'm not interrupting that, because this right off the bat is a lie.
Became aware of them when they included me in an exhibit in a lawsuit in PA against 2 other YouTube creators.
So YouTube became aware of them when Brittany and Craig didn't include, or Brittany did not include Julie in the suit in Pennsylvania. So that's a lie right off the jump. When they included me, she should have put when an agency, and she should have typed this all out in a secondary form so she could have explained, because this is not true. Brittany did not include her. Yes, she is a plaintiff, but the attorney and at night are the ones who were changing things up and getting all that together. So that's not true either. Okay, carry on.
And then it says, describe the incident in detail. Under that, it reads, there has been an escalation in December of 2025 of cyber harassment, repeated threatening statements, and alarming, menacing conduct targeting me.
Those are really impressive words that she used. Speaking of which, since Julie likes to give definitions, we'll talk about that coming up too. There has been an escalation in December 2025 of cyber harassment, repeated threatening statements, and alarming, menacing conduct targeting me. I disagree personally. That is my opinion based on the dates that she listed above. December 4th, December 10th, December 25th. We have heard the statements. They are not direct to her. in any capacity.
Communicated electronically over social media and documented in 3 police reports filed with the North Hadelton PD, Craig Black and Brittany Jackson over their YouTube channel.
And that is misleading because now we're adding Craig back into the narrative, but he's crossed out as a person.
With over 20,000 subscribers.
That's not true. She does not have 20 on one channel, over 20 combined, but she's got 2 YouTube channels and neither one of them have 20,000 subs.
Made explicit threats of violence, suggesting bodily harm and death, causing me fear and significant emotional distress. Also, Brittany Jackson obtained and knowingly displayed content of my autistic, recognized disabled by the state of New Jersey, son that I had deleted years ago. Because
and why is it still on your fucking Facebook, Julie? Why is it still on your Facebook? Why is it still on people's channels that scrolled to it when they exposed you and talked about you a year ago? Why is that being used in this when you know as well as the rest of us do that it's still publicly available? Why? Yeah, BJ did not threaten death on her. And this is against BJ. Craig's crossed out. Yep. As of a year ago, White Boy Lockdown went to her Facebook page, scrolled right to the post, played a portion of it. His video is still publicly available. TikTok, she had it publicly available, and her YouTube. But again, I remind you, in my opinion, what she is doing here is also using her child's. Same thing Brittany did.
As he does not want to appear on social media. Both myself and my autistic son were taunted, and although Miss Jackson blurred his face, she revealed identifying his public school at the time of the video.
His public school. She identified his public school because he was wearing a t-shirt that said senior on it. Bree says, you know my opinion. I think most people do. But here it is. If you do something I stand against and you think I'll support you just because you're doing it, someone I dislike, you don't know me. Right, Bree? Thank you. Taunted. She said taunted. Yep. Taunted. Yeah, exactly. There's so many questions here. So many questions.
The conduct of...
And she's being intentionally misleading here again because that was originally posted by War Eagle, and then Brittany reshared it. Yes, she shared it, but as far as taunting, we watched it.
Of Craig Black and Brittany Jackson caused fear and emotional distress.
And now we're adding Craig back in the narrative.
Stress to me and my autistic son.
Emotional stress. I think emotional distress.
And then it is signed by Julie, and the date is January 8th of 2026. So, yeah.
I feel some sort of way after seeing this. Well, I felt some sort of way before, but now I really feel some sort of way. So I want to take you to the fear. What do you guys think about that? What do you think? That takes away the whole theory that so many people have been running with, that there's this huge bombshell that Julie has. This is what she filed that private citizen's complaint off of, and this is her supporting evidence. And we have seen those videos. We've walked through them. We've listened to the statements. Was Julie still poking after that? Steph, I got the perfect video for you. Again, huge thank you to Allegedly Speculating for putting that out and being so short and concise to the point. This video we are going to go to is from January 13th, 2026. 5 days. 5 days after she filed that private citizen's complaint, or filled out that to supplement her private citizen's complaint. Buckle in, friends. This is going to be a bumpy ride. I know, Steph. Yeah, allegedly speculating. Wait, in my honest opinion, BJ filed the ROs because she was in fear, and people said, including BJ, don't judge others' fear. Yeah, I'm going to judge the facts. I'm not concerned about the emotion of fear because that's a whole different ballgame here. What I'm going to judge all of this based on is the facts and misuse of our resources, court time, police time, and what is actually stated to her directly versus her emotional status. I don't care about, and I'm not trying to be mean about that, but the same thing with BJ. That was blatant lies. Like anybody can say anything. Oh, I'm in fear. I don't think either one of them are in fear, period, at all. She intended both. His writing is unintelligent. Her writing is unintelligent. Her son knew zero about anything on YouTube. It's like BJ telling her kids that mean people hate them. Yeah, and I think that will be really interesting to see what she filed in the police report on the 26th, the 25th. If she actually filed that Christmas Day, as it's stated in there, that's even more problematic. So on Christmas Day, she filed that. Yuck. I hope your ribs are feeling better. Casual art, by the way. Again, 5 days after she filled this out, January 13th. Hey, y'all, Nana's Natural. Hey, everybody on Kick.
Sorry,
Thanks
I'm
for hanging out
late.
with me.
I should get someone to prop this up on.
Oh, I'm so irritated with this shit.
I'm in my bed. Hang on.
And I'm so irritated with the fact that people like this are misusing our courts.
Okay. All right.
Oh yeah. She's gonna cry. Oh, Joe.
Hello.
Oh,
Sorry.
by the way, if you saw my community post in the upcoming thumbnail for one of my videos, I'll give you a major. Well, I'll just tell you what I'm working on. So if you notice who those cows are, it's BJ, Julie, BHB. You should probably notice her from her gray hair and her little microphone there with JLR on the side of it. And Lauren Matthias has the really bad bob and the overinflated lips. I couldn't get it to do face filler in the cow. But Lauren's had a lot of work. And again, to each their own. Baby, did you get my email? I emailed you yesterday and I tried calling you. But my phone just got here, so I'll be setting it up after I get off of here. And then I will call you tomorrow once my phone's set up. But my phone just got here.
I'm late. So
I emailed you back yesterday and called.
You know,
Hear about it.
hi Kenna, thank you for being here and postcards, as
Oh.
always, my friend. I gotta tell you, I haven't been feeling too happy lately with some of the things. Kenna, thank you for being such a good mod and welcoming people in.
I'm speeding her up.
I haven't been feeling too good lately about all this stuff going on. I think there's been a lot of strange things happening, and some of it I'll address at the end. But
I have a whole side of a head going gray.
I want to say, I think the first thing that really hit me out of the blue.
Oh my God. The Tyrone thing. Okay, hold up. Hold. We'll start this in a second. But let me get these things out of the way so people catch up to where we are on Tyrone and how this all came about. Because it's pretty fucking fabulous if you ask me. So Tyrone and the hitman come from, well, Tyrone comes from this one. So here is the Tyrone situation and how this came to be. Now, this whole live stream right here is from February 9th, but she was trying to really do a performance in regards to Queen Bee and UA. She was supposedly defending UA to Queen Bee, but it became all about her. But this is where the Tyrone situation comes into effect.
Okay, hold on. It's fucking fire. I'm going to play that part again real quick because I'm standing up. I got to move around a little bit. All right. He says, this world, there's a lot of young people out here who thinks this is as good as the world can be. And you and I know that the world can be way better than this, basically, is what he's saying. And it's he uses the word, it is our responsibility.
Hey, Tracy.
To do something about it. You see, this is who I am. These are my friends. These are the people I grew up with. That's my dad. This is my friend. This is my beliefs. I don't pretend at all. And Queen, whatever you got, bring it on. Bring it on. Whatever you want to drop on me, it will only reflect on you. If you do fuck shit to me because I said something, I'm sorry. It's not okay. It's not all right by me.
It's not all right by her. It's not all right. Rowena, thank you so much for your hard work. I thought I was alone in my feelings. You are definitely not alone, and thank you for the support. I think more and more people are starting to come around to what I'm talking about and why this is problematic. People who choose to like her, choose to like her. Just don't feed me a line of bullshit that Julie's doing this for any other reason besides content and for Julie to be a martyr, because it is what it is. Here we go.
Going back.
Issues with, make some noise so you can let me know that you feel what I'm feeling. No, literally, it is our job because there are a lot of young people in this world.
It's our job.
People feel like maybe this is as good as this world gets. And you and I know that this is not as good as it gets. This is not even close to as good as what we can be. It is our responsibility. This song is called Not All Right by Me.
I love this song. It's not all right by me. Listen to his voice. He's got the most amazing voice. He writes all the songs and lyrics for the
February 9th, 2026.
whole band.
Something hit me deep on my sunset walk through the streets.
There he is.
Well, I could see and hear, but I couldn't feel or breathe. From tuning out the static world, I've lost the sense of peace. And that's not all right by me.
Thank you, Up to Good. Go rest. Take care of you.
He's lost a sense of peace.
The LA Times and Channel 5 and New York Magazine. They stain my soul, and I know you know what I mean. They tear apart the hopeful heart till it doesn't bleed or dream. And that's not all right by me. On the road that lifts the sun back to the sky.
We're on the road that lifts the sun back to the sky.
The hand cry on the shoulder. Whistle in the wind and open up
Your eyes and feel again.
I just checked. They shouldn't be terrible, Kim, but I have no control over what YouTube dumps them as. Sorry.
feel again. where the roads cross and time stands still. I'm frozen in my tracks against my will. The street light is dimming and it won't shine again until I see it's not alright. I mean,
Now remember, this entire live stream was because Queen hopped on my panel and said something to UA that Julie didn't like. Hey, you little shit. That Julie didn't like. So Julie did this whole live stream. Well, actually, she did a short, and then the comments on it, she went through all of the comments on it. She started off this live stream by quoting things such as Martin Luther King and all these heavy things, and then talks about trauma and drama.
The beginning lyrics are the best in this song.
it's not alright for me. It's not alright for me.
Tyrone, I'm reaching out to you. Alright.
Tyrone! God, I hope nobody in my neighborhood's named Tyrone and they don't holler back. Tyrone! I'm reaching out to you. Tyrone, run. Run. I hope your inbox is closed. Oh, we're not
I
done.
need your help, Tyrone, again, I think.
I know we are strong. Come on, sing.
I got some bullies.
Strong.
Tyrone,
Come on.
I'm gonna send this to you. You saved me before. I might need your help again one day. Protect me from the bullies. Protect this community from the bullies. It's fucked up.
It's all you. It's all you and the drums. I need it. Yes.
Instead of Better Call Saul, Julie's calling Tyrone. Oh, Julie. Okay, that's the Tyrone piece. This is Julie's response. Now, Julie, I don't know if anybody hasn't told you yet. My channel is named Nonsense on the Web because I cover nonsense on the internet. My channel is named appropriately because of the people I cover. You being the nonsense. People just started calling me Nonsense for short because I was anonymous with the voice changer. So they didn't know my name. So they just started referencing me as Nonsense. But what my channel name references is you and the people I cover, the nonsense on the web, the internet. You know, the things you put out here publicly, kind of like this one you thought was a banger.
Hey, Al, you want to do that Yiddish vocabulary game?
Yeah, sure.
A pots.
Pots?
Yeah, like
Schmuck?
pot.
Oh, she brought Al into this? Oh, Lord, I haven't even watched this yet.
No, it's like a pots on the tuchus, like a slap on the tuchus. Pots. Okay, next one. A cholera ardif.
An artichoke?
No, it means I hope you get cholera. All right, last one. Nonsense.
Isn't that an English word?
English word, nonsense. Yeah, it could be an English word, but in Yiddish it would mean like, you know, your average ragged whore.
Julie, did you just call me your average ragged whore? No, she didn't. Oh, nonsense does not. That's not what it means in Yiddish. Oh my God, I love this for her. Oh, Julie, so the average ragged whore that I'm covering is you. Oh, Julie.
Or a person who's a hypocrite, like somebody who would.
Probably just torture
Good Lord.
drag somebody like me for days on
Oh.
end. One.
Harass Julie. Julie.
Like somebody who would drag somebody like me for days on end on 8, 10, 9-hour live streams
Oh, she said drag, not harass.
trying to protect my family.
Trying to protect my family, Julie. Oh my
But
God.
would
Did she just call herself an average ragged whore? Because she's the nonsense that I cover. Goodness, Julie, you walked right into that, didn't you?
not ever speak on their friend, a woman named Jay, who uses the N.
My friend. Oh, Julie, why are you shaking in this one? Why are you shaking? Jay is not my friend. I'm sorry that you're really upset about your fallout with Jay. That has nothing to do with me, though. You and Jay's relationship is oh, Julie.
word in writing. They have evidence in writing and in
Oh,
recording, speaking about somebody else's child
ugh.
and talking about them using the N-word, the one that they used, as a slur during slave times and afterwards.
Someone who has low integrity.
You had to apologize for your other half using a slur towards the LGBTQ. So I don't know why you want to keep bringing attention to stuff you both have said and had things said in your backgrounds that I disagree with and I don't say. Again, how is this? Julie.
Yes.
Julie, I hope you did fucking stretch and breathe for these reaches.
Low integrity. That's nonsense.
And just an all-around asshole.
Right.
Absolutely. 100% Al, all around asshole. Oh, Julie. Okay, one more performance from Julie right quick. So the other thing that people were confused by is the hitman comment. So let me show you that real quick. This would be this live stream from February 1st. So she is going over these threats that were made from her or made to her overnight. Overnight, she had these threats that were made to her, she claimed, January 31st into February 1st. So she did this entire performance. We detailed this. I'm not going to go through much of it. I'm just going to show you this.
That's such a good question. Right? Ooh, look, I pinned a comment. But who even is she? And what the hell does she want? I have no idea. I don't know even the story that they're talking about. I don't know the people involved. I know who B. Tim is. I don't know why they're upset with him. I don't know this other person. Okay? This woman. I believe her name is Tiffany. I don't want to talk about the situation. I don't know about it. My first thought was to pay a hitman. I don't know. Plane fare, bus ride.
Did you catch that? So she's losing her ever-loving fucking mind over a comment in BJ's chat from somebody by the name of Torchy Blaine. Somebody sent her these comments, and she tries to take a few different comments and then things that reality was saying at the time that these comments were made and tries to make it into people were threatening her. Again, just doesn't land how she wants it to be. It's actually really fucking confusing how she even attempted this, and who helped her come to these conclusions is doing her no favors. But the comment actually says, she better keep my name out of her vile mouth. Defamation my ass. I have the 1100 it would cost me in North Jersey, so shut up. Doesn't say anything about them going to North Jersey, nothing of the sort. But somebody was trolling her and makes this comment.
I don't know. But who even is she? Salty Mama asked, and what does she want? That's such a good question.
Such a good question. I'm going to freak out.
Right? Ooh, look, I pinned a comment. But who even is she? And what the hell does she want? I have no idea. I don't know even the story that they're talking about. I don't know the people.
How did you determine it was a threat?
People involved. I know who B. Tim is. I don't know why they're upset with him. I don't know this other person. Okay? This woman. I believe her name is Tiffany. I don't want to talk about the situation. I don't know about it. My first thought was to pay a hitman. I don't know.
So she reads a comment from somebody named MJ my first thought was to pay a hitman. In this economy, $1,100 for a hitman, I mean, that's pretty fucking impressive. Pretty impressive. But that's where that came from, and we lost our minds laughing. So then it was suggested it might be a Groupon, and I think that's appropriate, so we've ran with it.
I don't know. Plane fare, bus ride, gas, bail
It doesn't say anything about going to Jersey.
money, $1,000, 10% to use as bail bonds, because it's such a weird number. It's not $1,000. It's
She goes on and on and on. You can watch that if you would like to, that whole live stream, and how ridiculous all of our comments were and how much fun we had with that the other night. That was fun. But those are the sources of that. And somebody else just told me that she has more shorts going on that we need to look at. Hold on.
You were in high school. You wrestle. You gotta.
Oh, yes,
This is the rug I got. That's
decorating.
My husband Al and I have been asked to be interviewed tomorrow on a New York TV news station. The subject of our interview is going to be about autism awareness and acceptance.
Oh, Lord bless it. No, thanks. I'm not watching that. Nope. No. I wish them well. But this would not be who I would suggest having on a show for autism awareness or education. But that's my personal opinion based on knowing quite a bit. January 13th. Back to that. Let's go.
Was the stuff that came from Lolly at the end of November.
Okay, so for anybody that's coming in and out, this is 5 days after that complaint she filled out that we watched from Allegedly Speculating. This is 5 days later.
When Lolly she basically stated as fact she defamed my husband, saying that he abused Spencer. She said it's straight up abuse. And it wasn't about Spencer, because she claimed that she was sending it out to people, and then she wasn't, and then she backtracked, and then she said she was, and then she said that if I say her name, then she will send it. So clearly it wasn't about Spencer, it was about controlling me. And
I think it's very, how do I put this the nicest way? It's very fishy that a news agency is reaching out to them for them to be on an interview, considering Julie is continuing to do content on other parents with children on the spectrum, but then cries foul or the victim when people tell her they don't agree with what she's doing.
I hadn't been talking about Lolly at all, and it just came out of nowhere. And the live stream that she was talking about was one that had been done like weeks before that 1,700 people saw, and like nobody thought anything bad except for Lolly weeks later. Like, it was bizarre, and it made me feel like it was there's more people behind that. And I just want to remind.
I disagree. Lolly is Lolly. Lolly always has been Lolly. Lolly does crazy shit, lies all the time. I don't think there's necessarily anybody besides Lolly and her little group that did this. I think saying that other people are behind what Lolly did is probably wrong.
Lolly and Brittany. Hi, Green IP. I thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. Really, I do.
And here she starts to attach Brittany to that.
And for being my friend. I want to remind Lolly and Brittany and anybody else who would defame me or my husband. Hi, Sunset Gazing. Thank you for being here. Accusing us of abusing our children and stating it as fact and defaming us. Lolly is not off the hook for that. It happened at the end of November. It was just after Thanksgiving, I think, or around Thanksgiving. And then we had the Christmas holidays coming up. I had a lot going on. So I wasn't about to file a lawsuit over Christmas. But that is still my intention. And it is the intention of my husband to file a defamation lawsuit against her.
Did you guys just hear that? So it is Julie and Al's intention to file a defamation lawsuit against Lolly. You guys caught that, right? So she's saying on January 13th, 5 days after she filed that private citizen's complaint on Brittany, that it is their intention to file a defamation lawsuit on Lolly.
Lolly is not off the hook for that. It happened at the end of November. It was just after Thanksgiving, I think, or around.
Lolly made a post and said that if Julie continued to speak her name or talk about her, she was going to report her to APS because they had a clip. I don't know what video it was, what clip it is, of Al saying something problematic in the background to the child that she uses in her content.
Around Thanksgiving,
Young man.
and then we had the Christmas holidays coming up. I had a lot going on. So I wasn't about to file a lawsuit over Christmas. But that is still my intention. And it is the intention of my husband to file a defamation lawsuit against her. And
I find that extremely interesting considering she was calling for charges on Chris and Katie. She was calling agencies. She was calling the police. She was calling everybody under the sun. She did a petition. She went after Sheriff Craddock because he didn't charge them with abuse. So I don't agree with what Lolly said at all. Lolly is shit. Lolly is complete shit. Lies all the time. Sorry, it is what it is. But I find that really interesting that people can't say things about her, but she can say all the things about others.
we have plenty of time. The statute of limitations are more than 6 months, but at minimum 6 months. Usually it's a year, but at minimum 6 months. And
as soon as I saw that posted, I screenshot it, texted it to Queen, and I was like, because Queen was live, and I was like, this is fucking disgusting. And I think Queen addressed it right then and there at that live stream too. We all collectively stood against what Lolly had threatened Julie with.
given that it was the holidays, people understand why neither of us were so quick to, go ahead and jump into a lawsuit.
Well, if she's so concerned about Christmas, why was she filing police reports on Christmas and doing live streams screaming and hollering into her phone, talking about calling the cops? Because War Eagle had made a post, blurred out the other young man's face and name, but was telling Julie, look, you posted this publicly. It's still available. And yeah.
But that's still coming. Because I don't take this lightly. Al and I have dedicated hi, Cynthia. Thank you for being here. Al and I have dedicated our entire lives, since we've been together. He has dedicated his entire life. But since I've been with Al, together we've dedicated our lives to.
She was one of the ones begging for people to send everything to Mob Crew, yes. And as far as the Brandon Carter thing, you'd have to be more specific, Bree, but Smiley did a lot with Brandon Carter too, so I'm not really sure.
To our boys.
Oh yeah, she's gonna cry this whole time.
And I am firmly against hitting, hurting, abusing autistic children.
I'm going to speed it back up.
I have talked about it. I have written about it. I have advocated for it. I have made videos about it. I am part of state level committees in New Jersey.
Careful, you're going to get a resume again.
On matters pertaining to families of people specifically with high support needs, autism, and getting them more resources. There's been so many weird things happening lately, but I did a members only live stream. And also I heard, I did a members only live stream about the threats made against me in December. And the taunting of me based on my religion by Brittany and her chat, and also the doxing of Spencer's twin brother by Brittany, putting him on her screen.
That is a blatant lie. He was not doxxed. Sorry. It's just the facts. As much as I can't stand BJ, this is no different than the BJ situation. Lies and uses her children. January 13th, body 5 days after she filled out that complaint form. This is January 13th. She filled out and signed that complaint form January 8th.
with identifiable stuff on him, telling people where they could find a video that had been deleted 3 years before that, even though I still don't know where they got it, how they could find it to this day.
Again, I'm going to tell you. Hey, Coop, sorry. Hold on, guys. Hank took his pig back and Coop's pissed. You can go to White Boy Lockdown. You can go back 11 months to a year ago. I would have to go look at the exact date of this live stream. And you can watch how White Boy is talking about Julie, goes to her Facebook, scrolls her Facebook, pulls up the video, and it's within the last year. So that's a blatant lie.
So, and then Craig made threats on 2 occasions in December against me.
Why am I doing this to Julie? Let's talk about that for a second. Why are we doing this to Julie? Julie did this to herself. Let's put blame where it belongs. Julie is weaponizing our court systems on, in my opinion, false allegations. Julie is doing no different than BJ. So if it's okay for BJ, if we're going to okay what Julie is doing with intentionally misrepresenting what is said, intentionally misrepresenting facts, so she can play the victim, just like BJ, we're going to put them in a pasture together where they belong. This isn't about personal like or dislike. This is called weaponization of our court systems and waste of resources for fucking martyrhood. Julie did this to herself. Julie brought this publicly. You can thank Julie.
Threats of violence and harm towards me, which I'll play for you. And so, you know, it's basically...
If you want to start okaying and condoning what Julie's doing, then I'm sure you're probably in the same group who okayed and condoned all the shit and the lies that BJ said when she got those ROs or attempted to get those ROs on Clue and Cletus, all of the other frivolous shit. It's one and the same, and people got to start looking at it the same. Julie is trying to be a victim. She is performing like a mofo.
You know, these things, the threats on more than one occasion that I'll play that Craig made towards me specifically. They were talking about me. I was on the screen. They used my name multiple times as the threats were being made, in both occasions when Craig made it on different dates. Brittany called her sheriff's office and talked to the sheriff's daughter, supposedly, to tell them that, you know, I could be calling. I can't remember what maybe that was about the doxing of Spencer's twin. I stated at that time, you know, that I wouldn't contact her police department. I was contacting my own police department, which I have done.
Thank you.
And the police reports.
Thank you, Choo Choo's mommy. I was sent it, and I can go look at it. But it's there. Like, Julie's lying, completely lying about when this video was available.
Have been filed. And more than one. And so I wanted to talk about what can happen from here potentially, and what the laws in New Jersey are as far as jurisdiction. I contacted an attorney and also the police department and the clerk of courts where I live, all advised me that it was appropriate for me to file police reports.
And some of you got to get out of this whole, why do we hate Julie? I don't hate anybody. She's a fucking stranger on the internet that's once again telling all the story herself and then cries a victim when people call her out for the bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm going to stand against this, whether I like the person or don't like the person. This is misuse of our courts, and people should be concerned that it takes time away from real victims who deserve justice. This is bullshit.
And
no, I don't like Julie. For me, it's a nope. I don't hate her, but I don't like her because she threatened to sue me and did a bunch of performative shit. Julie's no different than BJ, Lauren Matthias, Bullhorn Betty. Insert name.
In our location here in New Jersey, because as the victims of threats and doxing of not doxing, but harassment of an autistic young man, and also the taunting of me based on my religion, as my stepson and I both live here in New Jersey, and we are the victims of this, that as the victims, the crimes, it's who is affected by it is where it should be filed, not based on where somebody else lives, right? It's the impact of it is where the jurisdiction is. And New Jersey has, luckily, very up to date and modernized laws pertaining to a number of potential crimes and misdemeanors.
Again, the title of this is called Potential Crimes and Misdemeanors of Brittany J. and Her Partner. 5 days after she filed this bullshit. Do I need to remind you here? She proudly filed this bullshit on the 8th of January. Here, I'll get to where it shows the date. There you go. January 8th, 2026. This was 5 days after.
Regarding threats, cyber harassment, disorderly persons, and so forth. Okay, there's a bunch of different potential charges, and I'll tell you why that is. You guys are so nice to each other, and I really appreciate this community. It's not really been easy. And, I have goals, and I have reasons to stay on the internet and not let people who are bullies or who threaten the lives of other people push me off the platform. Hi, Island High. So, because otherwise the bullies win, right? And that's not right. So I'm just going to play a little bit of the, I want to remind people the threats that were made, because if action should be taken in the future, I want to remind people what happened. So nobody says, I don't even remember Julie was threatened, because so many things happen every day on the internet. We tend to forget things, but because things, every day there's something else, right?
She doesn't want people to forget she was threatened. Julie.
But
the reach is incredible here.
The wheels of justice often move slower than we'd like them to. So, if something goes on, just yesterday, by the way, Brittany and her chat were taunting me and alluding to me doing something terrible, but that's not out of the ordinary. Okay. So we're going to keep going, and I'm going to show you what, what I'm working with here. Okay. So quickly, I'm going to show you, let me share my screen and I'll play a little bit, if I can, of my live stream that I did privately in December. Or no, it was in January. It's January 1st. I made that live stream, January 1st. So.
Baby Boop, what's really sad about that situation is Julie herself says that Spencer cannot consent. I used his name because you asked directly. Julie admits he cannot give consent, but the state gave them guardianship over him. So she has the right to consent on his behalf, is what she basically claims. I've got a stream where she says that. She admits that he cannot consent. Yeah, pretty fucking sad, isn't it?
12 days ago, I made this live stream. It seems like years ago, but it was 12 days ago. And so this is public so other people can see it. Got 13. Okay. So I'm going to tell you how. I'm going to show you the live stream and the threat. But first, I'm going to show you, like, I was watching Illuminati's review of that live stream. Wait, let me speed this. I didn't watch, Brittany's channel directly. I didn't watch her live stream directly. And she deleted that live stream immediately after the live stream. And so I'm going to show you part of where it is in Illuminati's live stream first, so you could see how it is that I missed it. You know what I mean? That it was about me, kind of. I mean, I guess. And also, I don't know what, there's times, I'm sure like you, where you're listening to live streams and you're doing things and you're not looking at the screen. And so here I'm just going through why it was.
And look, you can be mad at me all day long. I'm going to continue to expose people who weaponize and misuse our court, our police, and continue to scream about real victims deserving better in the courts, and people like this being the disgusting pieces of shit they are. You can like her all day long, but what you're not going to do is blow smoke up my ass and tell me that what she's doing is just or seeking justice. Her intent is to remove BJ's channel, to be the martyr, and that's what it is.
That
those are the facts, whether you accept them or not.
There was a couple different threats that were made to me from Craig on Brittany's live stream, where that she allowed and I think participated in, because as I go through this, I say just the day prior to the first threat.
And I want to remind you again, so she's got her members only, but she's in the corner down here. But right there, she once again states that Craig is the one who made these threats. The private citizen's complaint that she filed to take out criminal charges in New Jersey are solely against Brittany. She filed for an RO on Craig with Superior Court. But with Brittany, she had Craig on there, crossed him out.
In December from Craig, he had seen me on the screen. I think it was the day or two prior. He had seen me on the screen and said, "Who's that?" And then only a day or two after, knew who I was, said, and was making threats against me, referred to my kids, said they know my address. So he, in my opinion, received all of that information from Brittany. And I do believe Brittany weaponizes him when she wants to. She unmutes him and allows him to go on threatening people when it serves her purpose.
No shit, but stop lying. You stated in your copyright strike, and I'm going to pull it right now, that they would get your address and your phone number even potentially because of the copyright strike that you filed against her, that you did an entire fucking multiple shows on your copyright, going to take her to copyright court. We've heard Julie flat out say that all she needs is to get this done, this done. Once this goes through, she can send it to YouTube and take her channel. That's exactly Julie's intent. Don't tell me it's not, because it's exactly what she's doing. She even went as far as months ago, said that she wishes she had Granny's ace card to play. And she was frustrated that Granny wasn't playing that ace card. Granny's in litigation and has been in litigation. For you to even attempt, you just make me sick. Really.
And it is her channel. And if she is living with somebody and talking to them and allowing them to make threats, sitting beside her where she has control of that mute button, she is also responsible for the threats that are being made.
Which part are you guys saying what to? Which piece of that? Tell me which piece you're saying what to, because I'll go pull the clip. These are all things we've heard her say reviewing these live streams. And yeah, they're long because there's so much. She hasn't shut the fuck up about her intent and what she's attempting to do.
In my opinion. But she's certainly definitely responsible for the doxing of and showing of my autistic son who gets alone. So there are certain things that are Craig alone. And there's nothing that's Craig alone. Everything is Craig and Brittany together.
And that's a lie, because we just saw the form that about the ace card. I'll grab it. I'll grab it for you guys. Yep. I'll grab it really quick though. I figured that's the part you guys were saying what about, but I just wanted to make sure because there are so many different things. So this was December 12th, 2025. Pay attention to what she says here.
I believe she now has my, unfortunately, I filled that out about with my name and address, which I think Craig now someone said that he said, and
Someone said that he said.
I have to go back and find it, where he says, we know your address.
Because she struck them. She's admitting that she gave that information.
2 nights ago on Wednesday, because you have to share that when you fill out the forms for YouTube Legal. So I had already filled out those forms before he threatened me Wednesday, saying on the same live stream where he threatened me twice. One at the 1 hour, 40 something minutes. I can't remember, 45 minutes, 43, 49, whatever. And then the second one at the 2 hour, 58 or 59 minute mark.
That's a lie. That's a blatant lie. Sorry, but it is. And because she said it, I'm going to prove it. So 1 hour, 42 minutes. Here you go.
You just proved you only struck for malicious reasons on a live and encouraged others to do so. Hold on, y'all. Jesus. You just proved you only struck for malicious reasons on a live and encouraged others to do so. That wouldn't look good on you, Julie, if it's since YouTube Legal. I think your headband is on too tight, Toots. Also, several of your so-called parody videos are against community guidelines, probably enough to get you in trouble. And then
she's one of those people that needs bangs. You need to, get your bangs cut out and cover that fucking forehead, lady.
all right.
Don't you agree?
All right, give me 1 minute, you guys. Reality, can you talk for a second? I need to run to the potty real quick. Right, exactly. No Mad Wheels. Exactly. No, you can't do stuff like that. That's first of all, she just admitted that she struck my channel for malicious reasons, and then on top of that, other people to strike. Like, that's not
malicious.
Yeah.
We were not.
I think you need to get a copyright lawyer. That's what I think.
No, she
every time they strike or infringe upon your rights, fucking take them to court.
She admitted.
Well, I get what you're saying.
No, I know, but reality doesn't. She admitted on her live reality that what she's doing is for malicious reasons. That it wasn't legitimately her concerned about copyright. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so she admits that it's inaudible about the die part that she tried to twist into something. And then here is where Craig states, "You might not wake up tomorrow, bitch." And she's using that. But there is absolutely zero indication that it's towards Julie.
These people are fucking creepy. She says, "You're."
BJ is reviewing me, or Sinner reviewing me. That's what's going on in this moment right here.
You guys did. You don't allow her to make anything.
All right. Sorry, sick.
You freaking. you say to people that I'm going to set up a cop call or I'm going to fake a CPS call so that I can get people to feel sorry for me. And then in turn, I can do a fundraiser Christmas. You laid the foundation before
It's too late to do it now.
anything even happened. You laid the foundation to where I couldn't even ask for help because you would take that shit and run with it and try to make it something malicious.
And they still.
Dude, that's what they're jealous of. Your fame and your fortune. They're losers.
Yeah, and
metal glasses come with opening
Crazy.
audio.
Crazy.
it's crazy. It's insane.
You gotta be grateful that's what you are. Crazy great. Might not wake up tomorrow, bitch.
And this is crazy.
He says something to the effect of greasy, I think, greasy grannies. And then he says, you might not wake up tomorrow, bitch. None of that is in reference to directly to Julie at all. But she's actually stated in previous live streams that was directed to me, words out of her own mouth. Let me go here really quick. So this live stream about the ACE card that I talked about is from September 1st, 2025. Here you go for that portion.
I wish to God, I want to say this. There's been some debate. Yesterday, I watched part of Granny's Watching's live stream, right? And there's been debate about how the rules of engagement, what you should do, what you shouldn't do, right? About people who cause others.
He could have been talking about anybody. Craig just rambles, honestly. But Julie put that in her police report, and she has absolutely, we've heard her add on to those threats and combine statements that weren't towards her.
There's harm. And everyone has the right to decide, how they handle different situations. They do. Nobody asked me to take a vote on what should be the rules of engagement or non-engagement. I follow my own moral compass. I wish to God that I had that ACE card that Granny's Watching is holding right now, that for whatever reason, she's not playing this ACE card that could take down Brittany J's channel. Because she doesn't want to, I don't want to hurt somebody from making their living. But if their living includes harming people and children and victimizing people and promoting hate, that person, in my opinion, does not deserve to be employed by the company that they are employed by, which is YouTube.
Yeah, Granny's got such an ACE card. She's been in litigation for how long now? Unfucking believable. But yeah, she is all but said over and over again, goal, take her channel. That's exactly right. Her sole purpose is to take Brittany's channel. Doesn't care who else it affects. Doesn't care that some of us are thinking, well, if they don't have anything to attach these damages to and the court awards, the attorney's fees and the court filings, where are these girls going to even recoup from? Because yes, there are 9 other plaintiffs outside of BJ, but you still got to have something to attach some sort of income, and that's her only income. So yeah, kind of frustrating, huh?
Except for the stuff about Spencer's twin brother, which is Brittany alone, in terms of potential crimes and misdemeanors against them.
I'm going to play that. I think that's valid to play. Don't you, Audacity? Don't you think it's valid to play that portion again to show what BJ actually shared? Because I think people are actually thinking, well, no, I don't even have to. Never mind. War Eagle's post is still up. War Eagle's post is up. You can go look at it. That's what BJ showed. But she couldn't even stay awake. She actually ended that stream because she could not stay awake and admitted she couldn't stay awake. She didn't do anything to taunt and harass the young man at all. And I don't like BJ, but that's just a factual statement. There was nothing crazy said. His name, she claims his high school. He had a shirt on that said senior. That, okay, sorry, but it is what it is.
So, in other words, there's actually less against Craig. There's one extra for Brittany. In terms of, participation in the threats against me. And
you guys asked for it. Here you go. Okay. These are courtesy of somebody else. And I'm not going to take it off the screen because, like I said, it is covered. He is covered.
Y'all saw it already? Probably.
This is what she says. His name is covered and his face is covered. So, but this is what happened. This is what is actually.
Let me see.
Yep,
Hold on.
It is.
I just want to show this. I mean, I think most of y'all saw it already, probably, but I want to show it for my,
You're going to see, Steph. I'm going to let you guys just see it because it's covered up and it's not doxing. That, Michelle, it really is.
All right. Can you guys see that? Hold on. Let me show you.
Here's War Eagle's post.
Right here. Okay. Gonna go right here. All right. So it says, all right, let me make sure you guys can see this because, okay.
Hey, Pet My Pee.
I know way too soon. The February weather we have been lucky to put in the past couple of years.
Oh my gosh. Hold on, you guys. I'm being dumb. Judge, case dismissed. Joe, thank you for the support. Rubber, tip to nonsense. The hostess, do not report me to the law enforcement. Non-refundable. Rico and racketeering, Rubber. Thank you, Rico. And racketeering charges coming soon. I'm just joking. Thank you, Rubber.
All right.
What, Kenzie?
Okay. This is where Julie is threatening, or she threatened to call my law enforcement. She's probably already called, truth be told. I would not be surprised.
Kenzie hollers. Dogs knocked boxes over.
All right. So it says, it's hilarious how someone has both kids all over Facebook right now and other platforms like TikTok and YouTube. Yet she wants to blame me and allegedly with Brittany J for doxing her kids.
She can't stay.
So it's hilarious how someone has both kids all over Facebook right now and other platforms like TikTok and YouTube. Yet she wants to blame me and Brittany for doxing her kids. Are you kidding me? She has doxed her own kids over and over again for years, apparently.
Again, BJ cannot stay awake. She's nodding out. Hey, Crispy. Hey, Sunshine.
Look. Like, this is so gross, y'all. I'm sleepy. I'm going to have to go in a minute, but I'm falling asleep. But look, it says it's hilarious how someone has both kids all over Facebook right now and other platforms like TikTok and YouTube. Yet she wants to blame me and Brittany for doxing her kids. Are you kidding me? She has doxed her own kids over and over again for years, apparently. But now, suddenly it's some big secret. Julie, you are calling the police on Brittany for allegedly viewing a video that you yourself uploaded, bro. Okay? You're threatening to call the police on me.
And you know what makes me fucking mad? Is BJ and Craig have said reckless shit and done reckless shit to people. Actual shit. Like, actual people that could hold. Julie's not one of them. Not at all. But she's trying to make herself be the top. Poor victimized.
Probably already did, truth be told, honestly, for viewing a video that you uploaded and posted online. Get the F out of here. You are an absolute loon. Look, hashtag profound autism, hashtag autism, and easily, I'm not sure exactly what that is, but
his shirt says senior across it. That's it. That's all. So where's this? The high school.
I mean, look, interview with blank, Spencer's twin, his brother, on August the 12th, 2022, you guys.
Sure does. Yeah, this is from the video. This is from the interview that Julie had on her Facebook. This is a still screenshot out of that. And BJ's harassing and causing so much distress.
I mean, what can you say about all this, y'all?
No,
this is messed up. This is so messed up. And then she's saying that like, what are you going to say to my police, Julie? Like, I don't even, And listen, I don't sit there and hold pictures of kids, like, or videos. Well, I don't even know how old he is. I think they're considered adults now. I don't know. I don't care. Probably because I'm sleepy. I've dived, honestly. I've drifted off. I'm sleepy, so I ain't gonna be on here but a second. I just wanted to run that by.
Yeah, I can't tell anybody else how to feel about it. I just stand firmly against the courts being weaponized for shit like this. And I think it takes valid concern of what she has done to people like Clue Cletus Granny and others. It takes valid concern and places it with people that it doesn't belong to, like her. So for me, it's a no, but everybody's going to feel differently about it.
I agree, Sally. I don't understand how Al behaves. I mean, Al allows this behavior. In my opinion, she needs help. Well, and she's using her I think he's an adult, right? But I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't care to follow her kids around. You know what I mean? I'm not doing that. I'm not in some possession of a video. Julie, that's your video. What do you like? How are you going to try to call my cops on a video that you posted? You posted it.
It's kind of ironic hearing BJ say that, though, when she cries victim and blames everybody else for videos that have been uploaded to her channel with her children in it. Isn't the irony in all of this quite astounding?
Buzzball Factory, thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate it. She's friends with her police chief. Her husband knew him since childhood. Well, she needs to talk to him and let him tell her that she ain't right what she's doing.
That's her fucking straw.
I believe they're around 21 years old. I mean, this is ridiculous. You can't upload a video of a person, your child.
Right, Kitty Coo? If she gets this, I'm just going to tell you right now, she's not going to stop. Julie's going to continue to do fuck shit. She's gotten away with it this far.
It's infuriating, guys. I'm not going to lie.
Craig's not in the background. BJ's not saying anything crazy over the top. Definitely not, in my opinion, harassing this young man. You tell me, is she harassing this young man?
I'm tired of being a scapegoat. I'm not a scapegoat. I'm not a punching bag. I'm not something that somebody can go after to try to. In Julie's case, she's going after me to try to make friends with other people. And she's using me as this.
Because she doesn't care about War Eagle's channel. She has sole intent of taking BJ's channel down. She don't care about War Eagle. She wants to be the martyr of taking Brittany down.
Punching bag to do it. And I'm not, no.
Yeah, no, I think what Julie is doing right now is completely reckless, dangerous, and it takes away from the people that have actually gone through shit.
Fuzzball Factory, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the Gummy Squad. I
What
appreciate
is
it.
this sped up to?
Welcome to the Gummy Squad.
This is sped up 1.5, 1.5. So you can only imagine how bad it is in real time of how she can't even stay awake to harass somebody.
All right, I'm gonna stand up for a minute, try to wake up because I want to talk to y'all for a minute, but I am tired. I'm sorry, it's been a long day. I know I'm saying
Hunky, I can't say that because to me that would be selfish. I don't have the right to say I hope her channel gets taken. I think she's violated terms of service, but I am more concerned about people that have money owed to them in the end of this because of crazy litigation that they pulled into, being able to attach. So for me, I don't wish that in the hopes that they can attach for recouping funds, but that's just my stance. It would be selfish of me to try to take her channel while other people are owed substantial amounts of money for the litigation costs they've been in.
up, Sally, so I don't fall asleep. Because I don't want to go to bed. I mean, I am going to go to bed in a minute. I know I can't stay on because I got to take my ass is going to keep falling asleep. But I do want to talk to y'all for just a minute because this just makes me mad because
how crazy. It's actually a video where she admits she's fallen asleep too.
She knows what she's doing. Look, this woman's either losing her mind, she's cuckoo, and she's off her rocker. And in that case, Al needs to get her. Or she's just like this and Al needs to get her. Like, I don't know. But, I mean, you got her coming online in the same damn clothes she had on yesterday, acting a fool, you know, and
oh, absolutely. That's such a frustrating part. Resources for actual victims. Mm-hmm. She hadn't admitted.
I'm getting some sleep, soul child. All right. So y'all see that.
She wasn't admitting it publicly at this point that she was pregnant.
You think she'll apologize? No, not at all. She's not going to apologize.
I hope so. That should be.
Not in the least damn bit. Look, War Eagle and allegedly Brittany J are racist. What? Now we're racist? What?
You can make your
Allegedly with Brittany J, newest mod, War Damn Eagle, said the following in a post on October 28th.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah, War Eagle is problematic as fuck. Carry on.
She needs help, y'all. She really needs help. I'm not even. Newest mod. You're mad that I'm.
Well, walk over to her and moo. You're in the same pasture, so fucking gallop on over and lick her ass.
Made War Eagle a mod. You can't call anybody else a racist but yourself, or a racist sympathizer, but yourself. You support someone who is
right.
I can't not. While she's over there supporting Clue.
There's her whataboutism. Hey, Bosco.
You can't make this up. She's squirrely. She's what? Squirrely? What is that? What is that, Carolina Moon? They can't take it. Oh, no, 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 Molly Lollipops. No, no, no. Never that. Never that. Not today.
Listen, there isn't anybody that I know of over here that's okay with what Brittany has done. Brittany opened this door for people to think that this is acceptable. But if we want to start condoning what Julie's doing, like I said, and I'll continue to say it, then you better start lacing the shoe up and condoning what Brittany excused she did to Granny and Clue and Lauren Matthias did to people and BHB has done to Queen and BHB has done to Granny and Barbecue. Like, you need to start realizing that this is all one and the same. This isn't about who has personal like or dislike. They are all the fucking same when they waste resources like this for bullshit. It's fucking gross. Oh, yeah. I forget about that. They are the exact same. I've got a 4x4 coming in hot.
Hold on, guys.
Look at all four
They're
of them.
crazy like a squirrel. I was like, what is that, Carolina Moon?
We're going to look at BHB condoning her litigation and how she lied about it being federal, the RICO and stuff. BJ's excuses for her joining that in the frivolous litigation she did there, and the ROs. Lauren Mathias's bullshit excuses for why she did the frivolous litigation, and Julie's. You'll be shocked
Hold on a second. Hold on, guys.
how
Hold
similar
on, wait
they
a
are.
minute. I had never heard of that. Just a minute. Hold, please. You know, Skull Snatch likes to do parodies and stuff, right? Well, I'm going to start doing them too. If she likes parodies,
She can't even complete a sentence to harass somebody in this little section. Sorry. And there is another video where she played or did the same thing, but it's no different. There's no harassment against the young man. Yeah, good question, Steph. Or why not both of them? Why only one? I think Julie's more manipulative than she is smart, though. People really have given her a big head about her advocacy and her good nature. I think she's just a little bit more polished than Betty and BJ. That's it. She's like Lauren Mathias. She can. Who else wrote a book? Lauren Mathias. Think about that. I'm surprised Betty hasn't yet. Probably working on one. Hey, Wolf Rider. And she goes to sleep for the rest of it. And that's being used as harassing this young man. And she claims she filed. Yeah, Miss Bonnie. And that's not how karma works. Karma isn't a forced lies to court. That's not what karma is.
The laws are different state to state. Some states have very strict laws.
You guys tell me. Yes or no? Was that harassing that young man? Because to me, that's the same. Your Honor, as a mother, my children are afraid. My children, your children are only aware of what you put them in. And you both have made videos publicly available of your children and then turned around and used in litigation against people.
And some states have very outdated laws. They haven't really caught up, like in terms of cyber harassment.
We must have,
as it's known here in New Jersey, as the way things happen now on the internet, and that it's not just you know, the person. It's not only the person who's making the threat. You know, it's also the potential of harm that comes from the threats. From their followers who follow suit and
welcome to the Cabana Midwest,
causing me harm. But
thank you.
That's not the basis of this. The basis of this is what Brittany and Craig did.
It's extremely dangerous because a lot of those people are also the ones that are against cancel culture. I am completely against the channels being taken off YouTube and shit like that. Burnt Toast got yeeted. There's been many channels that I just, what? But it's not, yeah, for me, it's a no. For me, it's a nope, I'm not going to condone it.
And that's what the police reports are about.
Thank you. I thought so, but I wasn't.
So here I'm talking about the second,
It'll tell me in like 5 minutes, Midwest, how long you've been here. I hate that delay. Thank you, Midwest.
No. This was actually the first threat, but I didn't realize there was that threat until
Aries. But here's the problem. This isn't about BJ or Julie. This is about misuse of our courts. People need to lay their dislike of people aside. They are one and the same. We can prove that until we're blue in the face. They are exactly identical with their behaviors, their mannerisms, their manipulation, their tears, the emotional manipulation, the faith manipulation, all of it. But this isn't about who likes or dislikes somebody. This is called filing police reports and completely twisting what was said to fit a narrative to support your bullshit. And then finding a law in New Jersey that you can file a criminal complaint as a private citizen.
Till I
Good luck.
had already known about the second threat. I know it's confusing, but basically there was a threat made against me, and then how many days later, not even a week later or less, another threat was made against me. But I knew about the second threat before I had heard the first threat, which was made about, I think, 6 days prior, approximately. So here I am talking about it. It was the second one that I had heard of, but it was actually the first one that was made. And, you know, you're not, you're only half paying attention sometimes, especially on very long live streams. They're like 3 hours or 4 hours long. Happy New Year, Ninja Mod. So I'm gonna show you like why I think I missed it. And then I'll show you where I saw it.
Aries, does that betrayal lead you to condone criminal charges against her when she's telling you one thing? Julie is saying Craig is the one who made these horrific threats, but she's using them to file against Brittany. Do you understand what I'm saying here? I'm hopeful that people will start putting down some of their personal matters here and think of the facts and the actual injustice to actual victims instead of their personal like or dislike or attachments, because that's where we get into a dangerous territory.
Hi, Stardust. Happy New Year. Extra pickles. Yay. Extra pickles. I don't know if I got to tell you that. I think, yeah. I do want to say thank you for the smiles and everything. And I don't have to go through and tell why I missed it. I'm just going to go ahead and fast forward to the part of the threat.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, she has absolutely scammed people. There's no disagreements on she needs accountability held by the appropriate people for the appropriate things. Julie just doesn't happen to be one of those people.
Here we go. Okay. This was from,
I thank you, Midwest, for your continued support and being a member for 11 months.
First saw it on, I'm going to share my screen. All credit to, this is a 10.5-minute video. I'm not playing you the whole video because she does, sorry. I'm not playing you the whole video because she does go, you know, like to other topics in this. You know, a 10-minute video clearly isn't an entire live stream. She's playing portions of that live stream that she found. You know, her channel is Should Be Ashamed. This is from Should Be Ashamed is where I first saw it. And then I went back to confirm it because it actually had been played and on a live stream that I was listening to, although I wasn't paying attention the whole time, on Cluminati's. And then I got a clean version of the whole thing because Cluminati stops and comments in between. But I did get a clean version of that live stream, you know, beginning to end from the Chroma Reels. And I'm grateful to the Chroma Reels.
Lee Michelle, are you talking about allegedly speculating's video? If you are, we just played it. If you're talking about that. that's possibly what you're talking about, or did you find something else? Allegedly speculating did an amazing job. I told you guys. I don't know, Miss Bonnie. I really don't know. I know that Julie had no problem demanding $1,500 from BJ already when her copyright shit, she was doing that. So Julie don't care. Julie is so self-serving, it's unreal. She don't care about the judgment with Granny and barbecue at all. And that's the part that really fucking frustrates me. She don't care.
Based on what BJ potentially could violate New Jersey laws, correct? And I'm going to go over what those laws are, but let me play the threat first because I want.
Well, that's probably what Clue's been told, Simplify. And if Clue has actually seen what Julie wrote in that, then yeah, no, there aren't credible threats or legit threats. Everything Julie has provided, that little probable cause affidavit, says exactly what we have been seeing. Those were the live streams that she's using, and that's what she's using as supporting documentation. So I think Julie has just, a lot of people have believed Julie off of her words. A lot of people have said she had credible threats. In fact, there was ones quoted to me because they have heard Julie state it, and people who follow Julie state those things. Then when you go back and look, they are not what people think.
I'm going to remind people what the threats were. Should action need to be taken? Into like the parts people should be ashamed of, right? That's basically the thing. So I'm going to play you. I think I'm starting a couple minutes ahead, so you pay attention to this. Pickle I'm so glad this stuff is coming out. I knew there was more, and yeah, and oops, I knew there was more, and no, there's more that we don't know. There's extra pickles, yeah, and you know what? Like, I'm glad too, actually, that Cletus did that live stream because you know when you talk about I stand with you, freedom, and gladly defend you from red hatters because we can, and chalk it up to age, exactly,
and rightfully so, But Julie is absolutely using that emotional situation with them to tell them, look, I have all this evidence of these threats, and they've actually been on the receiving end and cost thousands of dollars. So it wouldn't be a far stretch that these things would have happened to somebody else because we've watched it. But then you put the facts where they belong and they don't add up. And I also, I can't say in their position, I blame them for giving a fuck. They don't need to give a fuck about this situation, but the facts are the facts. And I think all of them have said, if the facts don't back up what she's claiming, then they're not going to be. Yeah, no, Joe, I'm with you. I think if the facts do not back up what Julie is claiming and has said to people, there will be a difference, but we will see.
Oh, that's so kind of you. Thank you for the super chat. That's so nice of you.
Honestly, and I hate to say this, with all due respect, this is not about Clue, Cletus, or Granny. And I'm not trying to be insensitive, but I don't necessarily need their approval to point out the facts. I don't need their approval at all. Like, let me just say that. I don't care ultimately how they feel towards BJ. They have every right to be pissed at BJ. I'm never going to take that. I've said that so many times. But with this Julie situation, we're looking for the facts. And that's no disrespect to any of them at all. They have the right to be pissed. But I have the right to treat Julie just as I did to BJ. And what's wrong is wrong. All the way across the board. This is not an emotional driven, poor Julie, poor BJ. This is factual. BJ and Julie are the same. Misusing our court systems and wasting resources for fucking bullshit and ultimately content. And it's gross. And I'm in the position where this is what I've always done. I've always stood against, and I will continue. They don't do type of content like this. That's why I broke down the RICO. I was interested in it. Same thing here. It's not to do, and that I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Clue, Cletus, or Granny, but I don't. I don't need them to see what we're seeing. These are the facts.
Not necessary, but I appreciate it very much. I always remember what I say. The internet is for
I don't
grasshoppers.
know.
Yeah. Well, as I found out, 3 years too late when I deleted the video of Spencer's twin, that somehow that would be recorded and posted somewhere that or someone's able to. I have no idea how they got that video. I still don't know because I deleted it 3 years ago. My son's wearing his senior's t-shirt in the video. He was a senior in high school when we did that.
And there she goes again. Once again, intentionally lying. She's intentionally lying. Go fact check me. I'm not going to pull it up, but go fact check me. Go look at White Boy's page. It's all about optics for her and how she's seen within the community, not whether or not something is right or wrong. Absolutely caffeinated, Duchess. And BJ plays that public optics card too. They all do. Thank you for the support. And Debbie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Headphone warning or volume warning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games.
I wonder I was talking about this the other day, Lucid Jess. I wonder how much it costs for a case like this. The police time. So we know that she's gone into the police station 3 times, she claimed, and then once had him dispatched to her residence, Julie. And now we've got stuff in Superior Court and in Municipal Court. I wonder how much overall this is going to cost the county for these things. And I wonder how much BJ has cost her county with all the frivolous bullshit. And BJ, let's talk about it. She used, according to Craig, a DV advocate to fill out her ROs. Do you see the wasted time and resources and the money that they are taking for this bullshit that they both have willingly engaged in?
Conversation. Happy New Year, Angelina, my love. Santani.
I'm trying not to.
So putting on the screen.
Very masculine.
What is on Brittany's screen?
Over the top with her approach. And
you can hear Craig in the background.
Nope, Lindsay, it's not redacted. What White Boy shared was not redacted. He legit scrolls down Julie's page, stumbles upon that video, plays it. It's not redacted. His face isn't blurred out. Nothing. And his video is still up. And again, I'm not saying White Boy did anything wrong. It's a publicly available video that Julie made publicly available. We know how this space works. It is not doxing and it is not illegal. No, you're good. You're good, Joe. You didn't open a can of worms. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to them in any way, shape, or form. They know that. They all know that. You guys, I talk to these people. They know. I just come from they're all the ones that will tell you nonsense is going to do what nonsense is going to do. I follow the facts and will walk it back. The facts don't have feelings in this for me. So that's where we come from. And they know me well enough to know that this is what I do for content. This isn't what they do for content as is. This is my wheelhouse.
Talking shit out
I don't know what else. Great. My whole point of playing this video is it could very well be YouTube, and YouTube caught up with her. The reason they're getting hit is because her language is foul.
This was her talk. This is from should be a thing. When you see wow.
And here's another point that I can reference. Anybody can tell you this is what I do. I did this with Clue and Cletus and the allegation she made in the court. We walked that back just like we're walking this back. Same with the RICO. Same with every single thing. This is what we've always done over here and will continue to do. I don't care who it is. You do shit like this, I'm going to fucking do content on it.
Her language.
That's when he starts to talk about
and
me.
the sexual talk,
but I'll show you a cleaner version.
Trail, that kind of stuff.
Listen closely here. Here.
This is why we have an island.
Look at
this. They have no shame anymore.
What screen is me?
They put it on display. They walk down the street doing something in front of children. Shit. I think that's cool too.
I know it's hard to see because it's small, but
so she's in the corner talking. She's playing her members only stream. So when this is being discussed, it went from Truth, Clue, and Cletus. They walk down the street doing sodomy. That is not a direct statement towards Julie. Yes, BJ has Julie on the screen, but we have no indication that Craig even knows that she's not talking about Truth, Clue, or Cletus at this time.
Brittany's screen here that she's showing. This is from Should Be Ashamed, but she's showing Brittany's live stream, and she wrote the word Should Be Ashamed, wrote the words wow across it. And on Brittany's screen, as they're saying the stuff about doing sodomy on the street, this is Craig's words.
I do too, Bobby. I've always thought that he was talking about truth.
In front of children. It's me they're talking about at this point, and that's my page.
And that's a complete misrepresentation, in my opinion, of the facts. Let me show you the actual. Hold on, please. This is why we're always here for fucking 9 hours. I continue to apologize to you guys how these end up getting so long, but I'm not really apologizing at the same time because we learn together. So thanks, but we end up in some rabbit holes.
Oh, I'd like to know what the fuck.
This is from December 4th, 2025.
This has to do with like, how does Julie not see that this is some real life evil shit?
Becca, you don't need to go. I'm already partner on Kick. I've already hit partner status on Kick. Thanks to all of you guys. Kick, okay. I appreciate your support over on Kick and stuff, but I kind of have some issues. We can't change the price of the memberships. We can't turn them on and off. We can't turn monetization. Like, I have no control over any of that. There is one flat fee. If you do it on a mobile, you're charged $6.99. If you do it in a browser, it's $4.99. I don't like having no ability to change that stuff. I do appreciate being a partner in things, but it's just not as friendly with controlling it to be reasonable for you guys. So I'm going to keep streaming over there because a lot of you have moved to Kick and have asked to, but just don't feel that you need to do all of that because I know there's not much ability to maneuver things over there.
Normally, I'm like, let's not give this weird lady attention, but my God, she's crossing the lines big time.
It's like I just said earlier, like they have no shame anymore, and they're proud of their evil. You know, they put it on display. They walk down the street doing sodomy in front of children and shit. And I think that's cool too.
I'm flabbergasted again.
Right.
What is she thinking?
Soulless team.
Well, you tell me. I don't know.
Soulless. Everything was they.
Come around here, I got a big one for you.
Come around here. I got a big one for you.
Send you to your fucking destination.
Send you to your fucking destination.
This is crazy. This dude's he's holding game hostage.
And then he says, this is crazy. He's holding game hostage. So again, that's not a legal threat. Come around here, protecting his property. As much as we don't like comments like that, the legality of that and being a direct threat to Julie, I don't know. But Julie has represented it as it was directly to her.
Those are my videos.
I think I'm going to use Facebook. I already have a huge page on Facebook. I know Facebook saves stuff, but people said Rumble is a good option for backing up to. I already have like a page with over 8,000 subs on it that I never use, or followers on it that I never use on Facebook, where a lot of these true crime creators actually kind of come from to begin with. So I might do that. I might load them to Rumble and just keep them hidden and then put them on Facebook too. I don't know.
On the page, she's looking for a particular video and they're talking about me and they're referring to me in the chat as well. So the sodomy remark was when they were talking about me, as well as the threat that comes after that.
I disagree here. Does it really? Yeah. I don't have that many. I only have 8,000, but I haven't done anything with it forever, ever and ever. But do you see how she quickly manipulates that? BJ had scrolled to her page and was saying a few things, but Craig's still rambling about what I believe is to be truth.
From should be ashamed, but she's showing Brittany's live stream, and she wrote the word should be ashamed, wrote the words wow across it. And on Brittany's screen, as they're saying the stuff about doing sodomy on the street, this is Craig's words, in front of children. It's me they're talking about at this point, and that's my page. Those are my videos on the page. She's looking for a particular video, and they're talking about me, and they're referring to me in the chat as well.
No.
So the sodomy remark was when they were talking about me, as well as the threat that comes after that.
Craig's not even really paying attention to what BJ is doing, and it doesn't sound like he's in the vicinity of looking at her screen either. He's playing his video game.
Flabbergasted again.
Right.
What is she thinking?
Well, you tell me. I don't know.
You come around here, I got a big one for you.
This week.
Send you to your fucking destination.
It's this week.
Yeah,
That's why I fucking apologize to you, Dave.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to play it again. Julie, I shared my babies on the spectrum when I was working with. Okay, so if you didn't hear it, he says, as they're showing me on the screen, he says, Craig says.
No, he doesn't.
He lumps me in here.
He doesn't. Lee Michelle, he does not say Julie. Craig never uses the term Julie.
With anybody, they were talking about Illuminati, and now they were talking about me. But they're talking about me specifically when he says the sodomy comment, but he says they instead of my name, they. So he's lumping me in with this group of people who would potentially be doing sodomy on the street in front of children.
Yeah.
And the next thing he said was, if you heard it,
nope.
Come around here. I got a big one for you. I'll send you to your fucking destination, or fucking final destination.
Julie is not mentioned.
We'll hear it again.
Lying. She's lying.
That's a threat.
In one of my first streams where I started piecing this again apart again, when I started piecing this apart, we went over this entire live stream, the December 4th one. You can go back and watch the entire thing, see everything in context, exactly who's talked about, when they're talked about, because there's also the Swiss cheese comment towards Chris Proudfoot, or implied to Chris Proudfoot. There is conversation about Clue and Cletus and truth.
I got a big one for you. I'll send you to your fucking destination.
Yep.
Was Craig's threat to me. This was at the beginning of December.
He could be too.
Sunset says, a lot more bolder, that's for sure. I'm not really understanding where their attitudes originate. She's become very cocky. Yeah. And yeah, they're agreeing. Some have said she was like this before, but she only pretended to be sweet. So possibly been pretending for years. What the hell, says Green Eyed. Yeah, Green Eyed. It's bad. There was more than one threat made against me by Craig in December, and threat of violence, and the and I'll also explain New Jersey law, because it's very good.
Great. We're going to get another fucking legal explanation for the 500th rewrite. For anybody that continues to say we shouldn't be talking about this, you should have told Julie to shut the fuck up a long time ago. Sorry. Those of you that want to say, oh my God, why talk about it now? Because it became publicly available on the court doc. Before that, it was just gibberish being passed around. But here's Julie, for months on end, been saying all the things. And unfortunately, my ass never went and looked, because I avoid her like the fucking plague. I don't know, Lee Michelle. We can look at it if we need to. But Julie is never addressed by Craig. They're one of them. This is the December 4th. So she includes in that little probable cause affidavit December 4th, December 10th, and December 25th. We've looked at the 10th. This is the 4th, and we've already looked at the 25th or the 26th.
But New Jersey law is very good for victims because what you have to prove is different. Good point, Kenna. What did Kenna say? BJ has always been like this. She got way worse after she signed on the RICO. Yeah, I agree with that. And
yeah, I agree with that. As she's gotten fucking significantly worse. The Caffeinated Duchess. Hooray for Chad EBT Legal Department. Thank you, Caffeinated Duchess.
for whatever reason, I don't know what it's connected to specifically. I know that Brittany, sent out C&Ds to certain creators, one of them not being Every Day with JJ for Justice, even though she was the one who was screen sniping her every single night.
And here she goes once again, proving that she cannot let go of this Jay shit. I'm sorry Jay crushed her. I don't know how this happened, but this breakup, Julie cannot get over it. Even in the nonsense Yiddish definition, she brings up Jay. Like, this is so fucking ridiculous.
And then
Looney.
Of late, Georgia Dog has been in Brittany's chats, and Brittany and her pals have been, hi Hildy, nice to see you.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Wish them well together. Off your hands if they're so terrible. Who cares? Bye. Like, what is wrong with you people? Keep it moving. It's the internet. These are strangers after all.
Nice to see you as always.
What the fuck, dude?
And Georgia Dog has been in her chats, and of late, you've heard Brittany and her regular chatters make comments about Jay, Every Day with Jay, that seem to be supportive, which makes me wildly suspicious. Jay, stopped talking to me. She tried to get everybody upset with me, and wanted people to block me.
It's so
and
funny.
It was a month after that she was found out for having alts and stuff like that. And I think she's, I don't know.
It's so cringe considering she tries to call me like a whore or whatever, when in reality, the name of my channel is directed at the people I cover, like the nonsense on the internet. And Julie she thinks I named myself Nonsense. I mean, so she basically, in essence, called herself a fucking whore. Julie, this isn't working out well for you at all. Put a cow costume on and do that, okay? Match my energy there, because this other shit's failing.
Thank you for gifting a membership, and Bama G got it. I can't think of a better person to get it. Lady Bama G. But anyway, I don't know what the uptick is exactly. I mean, I also think it's not just an uptick in threats against me. It's an uptick, and talk about me. It's an uptick in threats against Cletus and Clue and
absolutely happy time.
Other people. B. Tim is the latest person. They're talking about having him doxxed and stuff like that. I think some of it, I mean, I'm not an analysis. I don't do analysis of this stuff. Why crazy people do crazy things, and as the victim of threats, it is not my obligation to
what? Bitch, what? Julie, I've really been fucking nice to you through this too. Like, I have been really, compared to how I can get, I have been gentle with Julie. I have been extremely gentle with Julie comparatively to what I am with like Molly, Betty, BJ, Silvers, fucking Steve. Fuck you, Steve. Still. And now you want to say, as somebody, the victim of threats, bitch, get fucked.
Of this stuff.
You ain't a victim of anything but your own fucking delusions.
Why crazy people do crazy things, you know? And as the victim of some of threats, it is not my obligation to prove why people do the things that they do.
Leo.
Because some people just do, you know,
Pack walkers
stuff
too.
that some of us would never dream of doing, like threatening somebody over the internet and saying, I have a big one for you, to a woman, come around here, I'll send you to your fucking destination. And saying, you are part of the group of theys that do sodomy on the street in front of children.
Oh my God, that is complete. Please, somebody shoot lightning at my computer right now, because this is bullshit. Where was she included in they? They could mean anybody. And here she, Julie.
That's a lewd accusation. It's intended to cause alarm and distress.
Oh, you are
distressed. And in New Jersey, the law is not cyber stalking, it is cyber harassment.
And here we go with misrepresenting what this even is. Nobody has been charged with cyber harassment. Julie filed a private citizen's complaint for a petty disorderly conduct person.
And
petty disorderly conduct.
I'll get into it a little bit more specifically what that means in New Jersey and what
Tyrone
you have to show.
Right.
I am too, Kenna. I love Bama G.
To be fair, he could be talking about anything. Anything.
You are in, and Hildy, thank you for sending that. Okay, I'll play it again. It plays again.
It's counterproductive to the actual victims, in my opinion.
Version I have from Krama Reels, it's much more distinct, the transition, because she says Skolnick, right? And why is she talking about me? She's bringing up to the screen. At first, she brings up to the screen. It's not on here.
You think that's what, or do you think it was just a form body that they have everybody fill out? I was thinking this is just a form that they have everybody fill out. You could be right on that one. Let me look at this again. Certification in support of probable cause. Does it say? It doesn't give anything specific about which court. It gives the county. I figured this was just a form. Yeah, she puts the code in there. Okay, her code. Okay, that's what. Okay, you're talking about the code she put in here. Yeah, the NJSA 2C33-41. Yeah, okay. I was thinking about the form. Okay, gotcha. I see what you're talking about now.
The live stream I did about something I had no awareness of, none, until Brittany talked about it. I had never looked at anybody, like any siblings of her parents and stuff like that, like aunts, uncles, and cousins and stuff. Yeah, and she mentioned that her mom's brother had murdered somebody. And then Brittany said that she said, yeah, and it's a true crime, that maybe I'll cover it. And I was like, when I heard her say, maybe I'll cover the true crime of my uncle murdering somebody, and knowing how disrespectful she is to victims of crime, like murder, and this was somebody in her own family, so she's not exactly unbiased. I was like, oh, hell no. I was like, I'm doing a live stream and finding out what this murder is about and doing them, so she.
Oh, whatever. Your fucking justification for your own real life on BJ. Whatever. Because she's disrespectful to true crime. Julie, so are you. You just used that opportunity to go real life on BJ. Stop the fucking performance. We all know that that's not what you did. Unreal.
And is disrespectful to the victim. And I was proud of the way that I did that live stream, where I made the victim where they should be, the center of the story. because ultimately it's about the victim, not the criminal. And it was an absolutely horrific murder. And I spent the first half of that live stream, it was over an hour. I spent the first half of it talking about the victim, who he was, what kind of person he was. His
I don't
family.
think Brittany watched.
He was an
my
Italian
live
man
stream.
who served in the military, was in Vietnam.
Not mad
Was a World War
about
II
me
veteran.
doing it.
He was a
even
good
though
person.
she
He
was
owned a
going to
business.
cover it herself.
Until he came across this disgusting hustler who took advantage of him because he was gay and ended up murdering him the same night he met him.
She would have
and-
heard me say that
but-
she was a child and was
Anyway,
not responsible.
It was
for
because
that.
I'm sure Brittany didn't even watch the video. She said, "Are you proud of yourself?" As a matter of fact, Brittany, yes, I am. I am proud that I did it that way because one, I kept you, who disrespects victims of crimes, by having your drunk baby daddy talking about God knows what all the time over disrespecting victims. You guys stopping while you're talking about victims of murder to talk about what you're going to eat for dinner. I mean, it's just gross. It's just
Oh
horrible.
yeah, you did it too. This is such a fucking crock of shit. I'm sorry. This was just another way for her to poke at BJ.
Horrible the way you do it. And
That's
I
bullshit.
found out the story and I was able to tell the story of the victim in a very respectful way. As a matter of fact, Brittany, you should watch that live stream. So you find out not only what your uncle did, but you can be compassionate towards his victim. And take a lesson on how to report about a true crime case in a respectful manner where you censor it on the victim. So I am proud of that. So it was after that live stream. That's why she brings me up. And she brings that up to the screen. That part where she says, "My name's Skolnick. Are you proud of this? What does my uncle have to do with anything? Blah, blah, blah." And then she switches to the other, she clicks off that. She only shows the thumbnail of it. And then she shows my whole page. And she's talking about me and she's yelling about me. And Craig, who had been playing the game, and now hearing Brittany yell about me, joins the conversation saying, "Yeah, what's that got to do with you? Blah, blah, blah. They're all the same, blah, blah, blah. They're all evil." And then he says, whatever he says, they're evil.
This is so manipulative. So manipulative versus what was actually done on that game. She's saying that he was playing the game, but then when Julie is being discussed, he stops the game and starts paying attention. Bullshit, lady. This is a crock of shit, Julie.
They do sodomy in front of children. Do sodomy on the street in front of children. That is the quote. Something like that. You'll hear it again. They do sodomy on the street in front of children. He says that while she's already said, "Hey, Skolnick," and talked about me for a few minutes, had me on the screen already for a few minutes. Her chat is talking about me, and she's switched the screen from the picture of the thumbnail with the uncle to my entire page with videos and pictures of all of me.
That's the context when the threat
he says
was
that
made.
first, and then he says that's followed by. I'm trying to remember exactly the order. He says that about doing sodomy on the street in front of children. Then he says, "Come around here. I got a big one for you." And then he says, "I'll send you to your final." I'll send you to your fucking destination. That's the quote. "I'll send you to your fucking destination." The wow across the screen is from Should Be Ashamed.
And the sexual
Here it
thoughts,
is again.
we're talking about
Listen,
snail trails,
this is
that
her-
kind of stuff. No, big time.
Listen, now, this is me on the screen.
They're proud of their, they put it on display. They walk down the street doing something in front of children. Shit. I think that's cool too.
I'm flabbergasted again.
I think that's cool too.
Right.
What you thinking?
Stolen Steve.
Well, you tell me. I don't know.
Come out here, I got a big one for you.
Come around here, I got a big one for you, he said.
Send you to your fucking destination.
Send you to your fucking destination.
That's what I fucking apologize to
In
you.
the chat, they're talking about me, and she had on the screen me when he said it. Now,
They had this girl the other day, she's like, whatever. She's like, "Porn star, you want to?"
Yeah.
She was trying to
Just
say,
sorry. I'm part of the they that is evil, that doesn't care, and does sodomy on the street in front of children. That he is being treated in any way for his substance abuse or his mental health. So when you take into context, and then when Cleta showed all those calls this year, and say, who is?
So my point here in this part of the live stream was saying, Cletus had just done a live stream showing all the calls that were made in 2025 to that address where they live. And so when you're dealing with,
Hey, Casper.
feeling threatened or
Okay, I'm really fucking irritated. I'm really fucking irritated over this. How are you guys feeling? Are you feeling frustrated and irritated, coupled with what we know she put in that probable cause affidavit that it's not even a it's a certification in support of probable cause statement. This is what I'm talking about. How are you guys feeling when you hear her try to once again manipulate. And those of you that have been watching this shit with me day after day, we have heard her misrepresent and misquote and add and twist these quotes so many fucking times. I'm feeling incredibly frustrated.
Potential for continued harassment. You have to look, you can't look at it in a vacuum. You look at it in the context of, is this a one-time thing, or is this a person who potentially could continue to harass you? And have they harassed you before? And are they harassing you now? And did they harass you after that? And how did that go? You know, and all these things. And who is this person? And do they have a pattern? Do they have a history? Do they have a criminal record? Is there violence? Is there substance abuse going on? It all lends to the volatility of a situation.
I don't know, casual art. I don't know.
And so, you know, in my opinion, both Brittany and Craig have a pattern of harming, harassing, threatening, doxing.
Hey, T.
And not lying and not caring about who they hurt. And they won't stop. Who is it? Who's making this threat? Have they ever threatened anybody else? Have they ever actually carried out an act of violence? I mean, one of the things that was kind of stunning to me was the shooting guns outside of the house. That was one of the calls that
exactly right.
Talked about.
Exactly right, Freedom. And you want to know what else?
Hey,
and so what
Harley.
Cool said the other night when he was making what sounded like to me more threatening comments, although he's already made threats, direct threats to Cletus. So, you know, it's just adding on to that. Everything shouldn't be looked at in a silo, in a vacuum. You know, you have to take it in its totality. That's what the courts will do. The courts won't say, well, him saying, he didn't say, I'd like to beat up Cletus, by the way. He said, I think he said, I'd like to beat his ass and split him in two. I think he said something about splitting him in two. That's a little bit more than beating someone up, you know, considering he's talked about making someone look like Swiss cheese. To me, what he said about Cletus, in looking at it comprehensively, which is what the courts would do. They would look at it comprehensively. They wouldn't look at everything in its own silo. Oh, was this a threat? Was this a threat? And was this a threat? You know, it's like you already said you want to shoot a cap in his ass. Now you're saying you wish you could beat him up and split him in two, right? After saying you want to shoot a cap in his ass, the courts would say, yeah, that second thing after the first thing is a threat. And the courts look at your own criminal history.
The Swiss cheese comment was towards Chris Proudfoot. And this is normal speed. She's got herself sped up.
History to say, does the person being threatened have a reasonable, have reason to have fear about someone? Well, if somebody has a violent criminal history, and in Craig's case, a good deal of the violence has been directed at women in his life, right? Or in his proximity, directed at women.
I'm sad. Just like you claimed women are protected status, right?
Like the actual violence, not the threats, the actual violence. On the street in front of children triggered Cletus. You clearly.
All right.
When I first went on
body. Yes.
TikTok. Okay.
Yes.
Stressed about. You know, like unable to work a regular job.
Yes, the other day we heard her say that women are a protected class.
He has learning processing issues. He is very smart, but there's gaps. You know what I mean? He has problems with spatial awareness. He has difficulty.
This next part is about Brittany putting on the screen a picture with Spencer's twin's face blocked out, but other identifiable information about him on her screen, talking about seeing the video of him that I deleted more than 3 years ago, talking with her chat about who's seen it, and telling people where she found it. The intention behind that, also saying that even though everybody knows that my intention is not to say his name and is not to show him. What video, BB? Want to clarify a little more?
It's double torture. It's called Double Jeopardy. Yeah. I found this one and I was like, holy fuck, we got to do this one, but this is going to be hard. Double Julie. Yeah. Quite the end. It's bad enough when I do double nonsense on you guys. Double Julie. Yeah. Welcome to torture.
Which one?
Julie.
Which video?
We've got Julie gaslighting Julie. Julie lying in 2 times, which she never lies, by the way. She said the other day she doesn't lie.
Which video? Because I'm talking about incidents that happened on multiple occasions. Can you be more specific about which potential?
Hey, Trisha. Bog, did you see what Allegedly Speculating posted today? That might be a good part for you guys to catch up on, because I know you've been here for a lot of this, but did you see the video of what we know she filed in support, the certification in support of probable cause? Did you see that, Bog? If you didn't, I'll play it for you or anybody coming in.
Actually, criminal
Your answer. Okay.
activity on a live stream.
I'll play that right quick so you guys can catch up and understand what we're looking at. So this is Allegedly Speculating's video.
Oh, this video won't be long. I'm not coming on camera because it is early. I've not done my makeup, but I just got this probably like 15, 20 minutes ago. And this document is titled Certification in Support of Probable Cause. Now, this document was filed by YouTuber Julie against YouTuber Brittany. I will pull this document up. It will be watermarked. If you want this document without the watermark, you can find it on my Patreon, which will be linked below. We are going to go through this document. So as you can see, I'm going to zoom in. It is a certification in support of probable cause in the county of Passaic. Date of incident, 3 incidents in December of 2025, December 4th, December 10th, and December 25th. Municipality is going to be North Haven.
For anybody just coming in, we've already gone over the 26th, the 4th, and the 10th, which are the dates mentioned in this stream if you need to rewind.
Middleton. I offer the following facts and information to establish probable cause in this complaint against, and it looks like Craig's name is marked out, but originally it said Craig Black and Brittany N. Jackson. Craig Black has been marked out and now it just says Brittany N. Jackson. And then it reads, whom I would like to charge with, and then we got NJSA 2C.
Stephanie, I would like to know that, and also why she didn't file a private citizen's complaint against Craig and only BJ, and only Craig in Superior Court with the RO and not one against BJ. I have those same questions.
33-41, criminal cyber harassment. Over here on the side, there's a note that says, I have typed and detailed more on 2 pages my police reports. That's what this square thing says right here. The first question says, how do you know the identity of the person you are charging? And Julie wrote, via YouTube, became aware of them when they included me in an exhibit in a lawsuit in PA against 2 other YouTube creators. And then it says, describe the incident in detail. Under that, it reads, there has been an escalation in December of 2025 of cyber harassment, repeated threatening statements, and alarming, menacing conduct targeting me. Communicated electronically over social media and documented in 3 police reports filed with the North Hadelton PD, Craig Black and Brittany Jackson over their YouTube channel with over 20,000 subscribers, made explicit threats of violence, suggesting bodily harm and death, causing me fear and significant emotional distress. Also, Brittany Jackson obtained and knowingly displayed content of my autistic, recognized disabled by the state of New Jersey, son that I had deleted years ago because he does not want to appear on social media. Both Myself and my autistic son were taunted, and although Miss Jackson blurred his face, she revealed identifying his public school at the time of the video. The conduct of Craig Black and Brittany Jackson caused fear and emotional distress to me and my autistic son. And then
Earlier on, I broke this down, but we have since viewed the video in its full entirety of where she pulled up War Eagle's post. Just so you know, the only identifying information is senior written across his t-shirt. And we know for a fact that that video was publicly available as of even a year ago.
it is signed by Julie, and the date is January 8th of 2026. So yeah, there's that. Thank you for watching this video. If you don't mind, please hit the thumbs up and give me a subscribe if you haven't. Have a good day.
So that is the beautiful, amazing, allegedly speculating. And that is the form, one of them that Julie filed. Craig was on it. She crossed him out. And then it just became about Brittany.
You're talking about which one?
And this video that we are watching here is 5 days after that. So she filled that out on January 8th, or it's signed on January 8th. And this is January 13th, when she explains once again what she's doing or attempting to do. And she, once again, has misrepresented the statements that were actually made on the 4th, the 10th, and the 26th about her child, who they were made by. Direct. Yeah, the whole thing is, it's way worse than I ever anticipated, you guys. Way fucking worse.
Are you talking about the one where Craig threatens somebody else, making them into Swiss cheese? Are you talking about where he threatens Cletus? Are you talking about where he threatens me? Are you talking about where Brittany shows?
I mean, you guys tell me. I'll pull it back up. Hold on. Sorry, toggling. I've got too many tabs open right now. Let me find the right tab. I can't tell that. All I can tell on the shirt, you would have to scroll in to see. But to my knowledge, no. Here you go. This is what is shown. So there does look to be potentially letters. It says senior, but it is not mentioned, and I can't tell if there's letters under here or what they are, or a year. It could be seniors and then the year potentially, but I don't know where the public school. Yeah, no, we've all looked at it. School colors, maybe. Yeah, but how many schools have the same colors? How many schools have the same colors? A lot.
My autistic stepson, who I don't say his name, and she says that she's heard me before walk past his room and say his name. Well, you know, he does live here in this house, and it's possible that I made a mistake and said his name one time. I don't know, but it's weird that she's watching that close, and everybody knows the intention is not to have him on the screen. So which video of Craig making threats to somebody are you talking about? Or Brittany?
Actually, when Brittany reads the post, because she's scrolling over War Eagle's post, his name in the post is marked out and she says blank. BJ said blank. She didn't say his name, and it's crossed out. His name's crossed out. His face is crossed out.
Putting up the picture of my stepson, are you speaking of? Because there's not just one police report. And let me be clear. So here I'm talking about her doing that. And there's also discussions of the taunting of me in her chat, talking about my nose, saying Brittany isn't anti-Semitic. And then they say, no, Brittany isn't antiseptic. And then they all laugh. And Brittany.
Listen, here's the fucking shocker. How many times have you heard Julie promote her book that she already read? In fact, in this very video we're watching, she says that she has written a book. She says it over and over again that she's written a book to help with autism awareness. You know what's listed in the book? Both boys' full names. You can't have it both ways. You just can't. You don't get to do this.
He reads it out loud and she laughs. And someone else writes antiseptic, antisepsis, anti-Semitic. And again, Brittany reads it out and they laugh.
%, serious. I have no reason to lie. It's in the book.
Get out of there.
They're both listed. That's the only time people sent me that to prove, Beck, it's public. And sure as shit, it's there.
He's wearing, my stepson is wearing his high school t-shirt when he was a senior in high school. Yeah, I know it was kind of, I'm just trying to make the point. They said the video is still up. And my point is to that person is there's multiple videos and multiple police reports. There's threats against me and there's threats against other people. I don't know what they're referring to because he has a history, not a right. We've heard her user.
Do you guys want me to redact the page and show you guys from the book? I can redact. Hey, stop. I can redact it and show you guys.
Children's names, but we are respectful enough not to speak their names. And she put it up and he was a high school and it was up on my TikTok. When I first went on TikTok, I had 0 followers. And, you know, I had a video where I was interviewing him about what it's like to grow up as a sibling of an autistic sibling. I mean, he's autistic and his brother's autistic, although Spencer is profoundly autistic. He was totally nonverbal for the first 6 years of his life. You know, what that was like, you know, to have a twin brother who couldn't speak. Right. They're not talking about Spence. They aren't talking about BJ and Craig. They're talking about Spencer's twins video. Yeah. So, and it's one I deleted over 3 years ago. And he was in high school and he's wearing this high school shirt. And he asked me weeks after I put that video up and I started to get more followers on TikTok. Again, when I went on TikTok, I had 0 followers. I didn't know I was going to get so many followers as fast as I got them. And he said he didn't want to be on my social media anymore. And I told him I would take that video down. I deleted it. And I said I wouldn't say his name. I would refer to him as Spencer's twin or Spencer's brother. And I've abided by that, as has Al. We've respected that for 3 years, over 3 years now. So Brittany putting his face across her screen, talking about the video, taunting me, taunting a child with autism. Thank you, Hildy. She says, remember, you have a lot of support, Julie. Sometimes it doesn't feel that way, Hildy. I gotta tell you. It doesn't always feel that way, but thank you. So let me just cut this off for a second and tell you right straight out.
I'm grabbing it. Hold
Not
on.
cut this off, but stop sharing for a second and tell you straight out that the stuff about Spencer's twin, came Christmas Day. Do you know that? Do you know the day? What day Brittany put Spencer's twin's picture from when he was in high school? The video I deleted 3 years before and taunted me with it was on December 25th.
All right. I'm going to show you guys this off my phone because it's being stupid. Per usual, but this is where I have it. So bear with me here. Let me take this off the screen. Again, this is from the book that she promotes herself. Sorry, I'm sitting right here. So right there, you can see. This is from her book. I'll read it to you. But you see at the very bottom, it says Spencer and I blacked out the name. Spencer and I'll read it to you. Hank, get away. Oh, yeah, it's all over online by Julie. Yep. So what that says is, I'm just going to read you that last paragraph. Then in 2010, I was a divorced mother with a typical tween of my own when I met Al, the man who became the love of my life. Al was a single father with full-time custody of identical twin boys, Spencer and blank. So, yep, there you go.
Thank you, Green-eyed. Was Christmas Day. She did that one. And I know because I went to the police.
It came minutes before I started this live, Belinda, so I haven't set it up yet, but I'm going to after this live stream.
On December 26th. And they viewed the video. They viewed all the videos and audios, listened to the audios, watched the videos, whatever there was to watch. They listened to the one where Craig said to me on, I can't remember now, December 10th, I believe. So this was later in the month. He called me an old bitch, an old witch.
What is she talking about? That's not illegal, Julie. I hate to break it to you, but calling you an old bitch or an old witch, you called me a fucking ragged whore, or tried to, but you ended up calling yourself that because you don't understand where the name of my channel came from. But you can't, Julie.
An old granny.
Who cares?
Just a straight up bitch, he called me. They referred to me by name or new nickname, Skull Snatch. But obviously addressing me 14 times in that live stream.
Blah, blah, fucking blah.
It's everywhere.
Stargazer, did you see what I just showed with the book where it's written? I made sure I pulled it up for you because you said, yes, you would like to see it. So if you need to, I can get it to load, I'm sure.
You have played a part in this too. Tell me what your point is, Tiff. Do you not understand that I made I made a video of my child more than 3 years ago that I deleted at his request. And everybody understands that. Using that to dox him and taunt him and me is called harassment. That's harassment, Tiff. Do you think?
Okay, now she's claiming it was a video on the 25th, not the 26th. Let me go pull that video and see what I can find. Because I want to look at the 25th now that she continues to say the date of the 25th, because that's the 26th. Let me look. I think the 25th is, but I still, let me go pull it.
My son deserves on Christmas Day to have an image from a video he asked to be deleted, which I followed that 3 years before, that somebody that was not on YouTube. It was on TikTok. It was deleted off of TikTok. It was never on YouTube. It was brought to YouTube by Brittany and Company. That was not on YouTube. Do you understand, Tiff, that Tiff from Texas? Do you understand, Tiff from Texas, that when I went on TikTok and made that video, I didn't even have 1,000 followers at that time. I now have over 70,000 followers on TikTok. I deleted it when I didn't even have 1,000 followers. So therefore, that it's okay for Brittany and Company to put his name out there to show his image with his face blurred, but his high school shirt on it, after it's been deleted for over 3 years. And I don't know how they got it when I deleted it. And I've had friends try to look for it and been unable to locate it. The reason people have seen it is because someone got it. Right, Della. And even though he is an adult now, because both of my sons, both boys are.
And I 100% can confirm within the last year it was publicly available, because it was scrolled to on her Facebook during a live stream and they played the video.
Registered with the Department of Developmental Disability, AKA they are recognized by the state of New Jersey, who runs the Department of Developmental Disabilities. And they are registered with them. It's not like I say you have to register them. No, there's a process. They have to decide if they can be registered, if they are eligible to be considered disabled, have developmental disabilities. So even as an adult, they are both recognized by the state of New Jersey as having a disability, both boys. Spencer is more severe, clearly.
Okay, what I think she's doing, because what I'm looking at right here is this must have been a live stream that started on the 25th of December, so December 25th, and it went into the 26th, because I'm checking multiple people's screen recordings and copies of it, including my own. Mine says the 25th, another person says the 25th, and this one. So this probably started on the 25th of December and went into the 26th. And that could be the discrepancy of our dates. So factually, that live stream probably started the 25th and went into the 26th. Does that make sense, Audacity? This is the only one I'm finding. But that's the only discrepancy I'm seeing, is we all have the same stream. We just have it dated. 2 of us have it dated the 25th and 1 has it dated the 26th. So that's likely an overnight stream. If you're still here, Audacity.
But they are both disabled. And his brother,
time zones too. Yeah, between time zones. Yeah, because we're over here 3 hours different. Yeah, that's exactly what we're dealing with, because it's all the same stream. Huh?
Don't see, so you don't know how disabled he is, No, you weren't respectful at all, Tiff from Texas. You were very disrespectful, and you were coming here to blame the victim. You're coming here to blame the victim. So that's not respectful at all. The and the victim in this case, I'm talking about Spencer's twin brother. In this instance, the other threat from Craig I was talking about before I was disrupted was on that one from, I think it was around.
And if anybody else wants to or know what we're talking about a live stream from December 25th into the 26th called H-U-H. That's the title of the stream.
The 10th. I'm sorry, I don't have my paperwork in front of me. He said, "You're gonna die, Anna," and it becomes inaudible. "You're gonna die, Anna." After he called me, "You old bitch, you old witch," "You're gonna die, Anna," and it's inaudible. You can't hear what he said. "I'm gonna die on A." The police listened to that repeatedly to try to see if they could decipher what he said I was gonna die on, and none of us could. But they were able to understand the first part of the sentence. And then later on, he says, many minutes pass, and then he says, "You may not wake up tomorrow, bitch." This is, a conversation that's going on for a half hour at least. And my name is used 14 times. 14 times they're addressing me by name.
Well, mine and the other person's download that I'm looking to, who's I'm looking through. You know who we could have had it wrong too. Anyway, it's all the same live stream, so we know which one we're looking at.
Either my first name, my last name, or Brittany's taunting names for me. Skull snatch. Inflicted emotional abuse against Spencer.
Well, Linda, you know what makes me fucking sick? Is that she's wasting the court time and money for this. And you know how BJ is going to puff her fucking chest when this does get thrown. And then you know how many people are going to scream at me? Well, nonsense is the reason she got it thrown. No. Julie's the reason it got thrown because Julie's fucking lying. Julie's lying. Becky, I'm 30 minutes back. Rest up because your future is busy. What you do on YouTube is so necessary and so important. Social media needs your intellect, discretion, tact, and lulls for real. I appreciate you guys, but if I'm doing this when I'm 50, my brain power might be diminished, Kay. Thank you, Kay.
Just twin.
I need you guys to keep me sane. I need my sane islanders to keep me sane because I was losing my mind the other day when people were telling me that she was justified in this. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Right. And I also made a plea about that because...
I got it. Look at us.
Among other things, he has seizure disorder.
Oh.
And one thing you don't want to do... Thank you, Green-Eyed. One thing you don't want to do is...
Okay. Let's take a collective woosah because those of you that have been here with me for the last 30 plus hours of streams we've done on Julie and looking at this, how many different live streams have we seen her do this about the comorbid? I can't even talk. Comorbidities. How many have we heard her do this exact same thing? That young man only knows about this because of what Julie has told him. And then you got to couple that with what we actually saw was shared in that video by BJ on social media and how she is intentionally misleading. If she is doing this to this young man, if he knows and she's lying to him, saying that they're taunting him, that they're harassing him, that they are mocking him or making fun of him, that is so unfair to him. And the only person causing him significant harm is you. Once again, you. I swear, you guys, we have heard her say this exact same thing about comorbidities, seizure disorders, and trying to put it off, just like BJ. Who else says that if something bad happens, it's the internet's fault? BJ. Julie is pulling a BJ right here. This is a BJ thing if I've ever seen.
Stress out a person with seizure disorder. And let me remind you again, Christmas Day.
Trust and believe, Stephanie. Trust and believe. The other day, somebody said, Petty was saying she was worried about what if Julie tries to take me to court. Let her, because I will literally littering and smoking the reefer. I will let that judge know all sorts of shit. Trust me.
That's what Brittany did on Christmas Day. She showed a video. She showed a screenshot from a video that was in doxed out. Disabled young man who specifically asked, and we have respected for years. Okay. So let me talk to you quickly about the laws and what potentially this could mean. Potentially.
Here we go.
Depending on.
You guys know what show I'm talking about. That's all every time, literally for me, I will never be able to say it correct because every time I hear it, I think of littering and smoking the reefer.
A police report is just a police report, okay? It's only when you take action. And then actually, I could describe what the process would be, potentially. So there's also mention in the reports of the and documentation of the anti-Semitic comments on that Brittany.
Am I famous like Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie?
Said and her chat wrote, but then the ones she pinned to her page and read out and left at. And none of the other anti-Semitic comments in that live stream, not one, were deleted. And why would they be? The mods were some of them who were making them.
Oh, you guys, trust me. If I get called into court, we're going together. You know that. You know that if I get called into court for anything, we're going together. My islanders are coming as witnesses. I'm subpoenaing my entire island. Just joking. But I'm not afraid of her legal threats. I don't have a cousin, brother, uncle Diddy, Mabel, that's a judge who's an attorney in a private practice and a municipal judge in another county over. I don't have any of those fucking connections, but I know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody. Probably not in Jersey though. But I know we can get a Groupon for $1,100. Let me shut up before I do get myself in trouble. I know.
So it was targeting me for, the taunting of me had to do based on me being in a protected class of people, Jewish people.
God.
By the way, I want to mention that, the oldest synagogue in Mississippi that was built in 1860 and withstood a bombing in the early 60s by the Ku Klux Klan was burned to the ground this week.
Okay, that's sad. But what does that have to do with this?
Was burned to the ground by a man who went in the building and took a can of gasoline and burned it to the ground and, spilled the gasoline on sofas and things, lit it. And they actually found the man because he
Wait, what? What did I do now? I mean, come on, Julie, stop your shit. Seriously. We going on a Greyhound. We're all going. You guys, can you imagine though, filling the courtroom for some fucking bullshit like this? The Islanders are all here. The judge would be like, who are all these people? These are my friends. They're called the Islanders. They're my witnesses. Julie, don't take that seriously. I'm not trying to intimidate a legal proceeding. I'm not coming to New Jersey, especially on a bus.
Had some burns himself when he set it on fire and was they found him at a hospital and arrested him there.
Oh, she's done? Wait, she's freaking out? No. She yelled at me again? Good God.
Don't think for a second that anti-Semitism is not real and is not dangerous. today. It is.
Oh, for fuck's sake, you guys are not. Oh my God, she did. Oh my God, Julie. Julie. This is from just, oh God, we're getting the side eye, not the fucking half face side eye. Oh, Julie. Julie. I might owe her a box of Kleenexes from Costco at this point. Let's watch her cry. I think that's all we're going to do. Oh, Clemson girl. And trust me, I don't want to be taken to court by anybody. That's not my intent here. But
Okay.
This is important.
I'm live right now just to say that nonsense is live. This woman has zero
Thank you, Kay.
decency. She has not a shred of decency left.
What? And you're the one that called me a raggedy whore. But I don't got a shred of decency left? Okay, well, I mean, call someone.
She ever had one in her body. She's right now.
Oh my God. How you even combed your hair?
Showing pictures of Spencer's twin.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Julie, what I am showing is what you have publicly stated over and over again is your evidence to support them taunting and harassing the twin. Unfucking believable. Funsicle. I'm not shocked even remotely because the short she did the other day was a lie too, which we knew. Same thing she did to Burnt Toast. Burnt Toast did a stream. She came out and instantly lied and said that Burnt Toast was showing pictures of her children. Now, I did show you Brittany's stream of what she showed, so people know publicly, but he is completely redacted. There is no identifying information in that. That's why I felt comfortable to show you. And she's not going to use this as a fucking gotcha. Sorry.
When he taking the thing that Granny's watching pointed out to her that if you take a video, let's say from my private Facebook and bring it to another platform like YouTube, right?
Right. That's not what Granny pointed out. Granny was pointing out the possibility that we didn't know what was said or done with that video. This was what was said or done. That is what I am proving. Again, don't try to use Granny in this shit because that's not what Granny was pointing out to me. I even said, depending on what was said or done, it could be illegal. However, the facts matter, Julie, and you are again lying.
For the purposes to dissect that video in order to cause harm to somebody else, in this case, Spencer's twin, who never desired to be on my social media.
Julie, look, I hope you're hearing this, and I hope one of your friends tells you this, because this is going to be my one and only statement to you. I could take them to a live stream where it's actually played, where they go to your Facebook within the last year and show it, play the video. I'm not doing that. I don't need to do that. What I am doing is showing what you are claiming publicly is your evidence, and also in these court filings. This is what you're claiming was done to you and your adult young man. I also proved and showed that you put his name in your book, which has also been promoted by you. I don't have to go show White Boy's video to show that it was publicly available on your Facebook, and that's how he got it and played the video. I don't need to do that. I'm showing exactly what you claimed in your court filings. Don't try to twist it because it's not going to work. The thing is, Julie, I have integrity. You have none.
That wasn't my private social media.
Hi, Julie.
She is showing the picture of him with his face blotted out. She is focusing in on his t-shirt.
Focusing in. I said if you scroll in. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
When he was a senior in high school, he's wearing a t-shirt.
What happened to this Julie that doesn't lie? What happened to the Julie that doesn't lie? Julie, what happened to you not lying? And you know what, Julie? This behavior right here is forcing people to come and see what is actually being done. Thank you.
Points out in the video what the t-shirt says. She's looking for a logo on his t-shirt for his school logo.
Because that's what you claimed. And I said, in my opinion, there is nothing of that. It says senior and potentially a year underneath. Oof, Danae defeated Julie. Yikes. You just keep digging yourself deeper and deeper, don't you?
She's asking if people can identify that logo.
It's not a logo. It says senior, and I can't tell if it's a year or 3 letters.
She's showing,
Hmm.
identifying information about him on her live stream.
I'm showing identifying information about him. She is so full of shit. Yeah, Stephanie. Yep, once again. Delusional by choice. 100%.
She's dissecting other parts of not only that video, but things
Hey, big girl.
having to do with my life prior to ever coming to YouTube.
Huh? Wait, what did she just say? Did you guys just catch that?
Having to do with my life prior to ever coming to YouTube, prior to even being on TikTok.
What? Is she talking about the book? Is she talking about her including the name in her book and what that last paragraph in her book says? Is that what she's talking about here that I showed this? Julie, is this what you're talking about? That last paragraph in your book that I blocked the name out, Spencer, and the 2010 part that I read? Is that what she's talking about?
Pointing out
Oof,
the first names and last names of my children.
Yeah.
And who are both
I don't either.
autistic. And it is
And
absolutely
once again, classifying them as a diagnosis because you're a disgusting bitch.
abhorrent. It is disgusting. She's everything that she claims to be against.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything at all, Aunt Maddie. I'm not doing anything to her. This is all, she's promoted that book. And lo and behold, that's why I said, like, she cannot claim that any of this was doxing when she's promoted the very things. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Julie.
I have no words. I literally have no words for this woman. She is not a victim's advocate. She is not for women. She.
Oh, Julie. Oh, good Lord. Now I'm anti-woman. Hear me roar. Do. How dare you promote this writer's writing that she sells to complete strangers on Amazon? Thank you, Bree. Right. Oh, yeah.
Is not for people who are harmed. She is not for people who have the right to say no when they themselves were filmed.
What? Hold up. Sorry, one more fucking moment of my jaw on the floor. I'm not for people who can say no. You filmed him, Julie. You filmed him and put him on social media, Julie. How? If he said no to you. What are you doing? This is.
She is not for people who have the right to say no when they themselves were filmed, to be brought to an entire new platform, and say no to that. Would she be okay with this being done to any other creator's child? Would she be okay this being done to her own children who live with her?
Yeah, my daughter has made it into thumbnails and all sorts of stuff. She's a young adult. And once again, I'm not using them in legal bullshit like you are. So if I was blaming somebody for doing something to my children in legal filings, absolutely. If I put it out here publicly, they have the right to say whatever they want. I talk about my kids all the time. Absolutely do. And if it made it into legal filings and I lied about the context of it, people have every right to do this. Yep. 100%. Clip that, save it, because I'll never do what you do.
I don't understand what she attempts to gain from this. Is now the second time in a matter of only a couple days that she has shown his picture that was filmed when he was a senior in high school, focusing in, trying to identify the high school, the mascot.
What? Okay, please tell me did I fucking hallucinate? Did somebody slip me something and I did something out of body here? Did I? Autumn, you were on the fence and waiting for the facts. Did I just hallucinate and do a bunch of stuff and ask you guys to find the mascot, the high school, any of this stuff? Did any of this just happen? Did any of this happen?
And bringing him to a platform that he never wanted to be a part of, and that Al and I have worked very hard for 3 years, not saying his name, not showing his picture, not making videos of him.
Of course.
And I'm absolutely disgusted. I don't know what else to do.
Oh my God, you should stop lying. You should really stop lying. Bog, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. You should really stop lying, Julie. Yeah, I would have never shown him if he wasn't redacted or his name was there. Ever. But because of the lies and how she has used this, because I don't think Crime Junkie, I don't think they know what Julie has used. I think they were misled. Julie has been manipulating people. I could be wrong, but I think that she has told people what she wanted them to know. Fucking call Tyrone. This tone, yeah. This is unreal. Nonsense. I just wanted to thank you for when you played that part of her belittling me when I asked her a genuine question about her copyright suit. I also want to add that I tried to answer her question. Captain, you didn't even get a choice to, did you? You got booted and ridiculed and mocked, and you were making a valid point. Yeah, I think we all need to call Tyrone. Julie, call Tyrone, please. I think that's the best. This is what this is. She was cheering her on today. Okay, I stand corrected.
I don't know what else to do.
I mean, they're going to do what they're going to do. This is some serious conniving shit.
She's let her own personal hatred, vendetta, vindictive feelings about me, her friendship with Jay, or...
I don't have a friendship with Jay, Julie. And here we go again with Jay. I don't know who you're trying to convince that I have a friendship with Jay. Yourself? You think you didn't get picked and I did? Like, what is this? And even if I did, let's say I had a friendship with Jay. What is that any of your business? What if Jay and I were best friends? That has nothing to do with you. That's not the truth. But even if we did.
Whatever it is she's trying to prove.
I don't know.
Milking the last bits of her.
Whatever it is I'm trying to prove, Julie, all I'm doing is using your words to prove that you are misusing and misrepresenting facts to the court. to try and be the martyr and be the one to have praise for taking BJ's channel down because you're a selfish bitch.
Cash cow.
You're not a cash cow. Oh my God.
To make money doing 8-hour, 10-hour, 9-hour, 11-hour live streams about me.
15 if you want me to next time.
For what purpose?
The truth, Julie.
In the process, you're harming not just me.
I'm sick and tired of you being a victim here of your own self-made fucking bullshit, Julie.
You are harming.
Let me guess, autistic children.
My son, who never wanted to be part of this platform. Are you proud of yourself, nonsense?
Man, these people are sly. Sly.
Is it worth it? Is it worth it to put a child, young man, on your screen, looking at his picture, showing everybody his picture, discussing him?
We weren't even, oh my God. I'm actually kind of speechless. This is BJ and Lauren Matthias and Betty, and might even tap. Ugh. This is wild, Bog.
Talking about things that were part of my life prior to ever coming to YouTube, prior to ever.
We showed the end of BJ's live stream. Crispy, I showed the end of BJ's live stream. He's completely redacted. You can't see anything of him. There is no name mentioned, and he is completely blurred out on the screen. I'm honestly speechless about the extent of this, of how, if she can lie like this is scary. Julie, I'm not one to advise people to log off and seek help, but there's concern for your well-being, genuine concern for your well-being. If you can lie to this degree, there's something. I mean, this is taken BJ up a notch, and that's pathetic.
Going on TikTok.
Yeah.
In order to prove a point. You are no victim's advocate. You are no advocate, period. Yeah, you are a destroyer. Not just a destroyer of me and my family, but a destroyer of a vulnerable adult.
Yeah, Julie, you're not going to do that. See, the thing about this is you claim, yeah, I'm going to let you walk yourself into this one and continue to walk yourself through this. You think you are the only one. You met your match here because you think you're the only one that has children on the spectrum or children with disabilities. Well, there's a chat full of people over here, including myself. I don't need to pretend to advocate on the internet and get ass pats and accolades from people. But you sure do.
You are no advocate, period. You are a destroyer. Not just a destroyer of me and my family.
I'm a destroyer of her and her family because we're reviewing commentary, public videos that she proudly has on her channel. I am destroying Julie's life because of public content that she has chosen to put up and leave up on her channel.
But a destroyer of a vulnerable adult, okay? He is recognized by the state of New Jersey as being
and here we go
protected
again
person because he has a disability, which is recognized by the Department of Developmental Disabilities.
She did.
He's between level 1 and level 2, autistic with comorbidities, including
I'm pissed, Belinda. I'm
including seizure disorder.
Honestly, I'm not. I'm pissed because of the way she's lying, completely lying. I'm not shocked, but I actually am speechless because this is. I'm looking at my comments. This is slick. This is slick. Yep. Dehumanized to his diagnosis. And she's claiming I'm destroying her family. Yeah, I did too, Bree. The first couple times I reviewed her, we said that there was a possibility. Whew. Yeah, misbehaving. If you rewind, you'll see exactly what we talked about. Yep, this is just from a few minutes ago. Yeah, what she's hoping I'll do is be reckless, and so then she can go file something on me too. Yeah, that's all she dehumanizes them to is a diagnosis. Without them having a diagnosis, they would be of no use to Julie because she couldn't claim the victim. Julie uses those children for a diagnosis so she can claim a victimhood. Hey, SS. Belinda, I told you it was way worse than I ever predicted.
And why
She does.
you continually?
She deserves all the attention she's getting, respectfully, Thibaut Michelle. You don't get to weaponize our courts and lie. You don't get to sit on this app and completely lie about what I did. Just like Brittany J, Julie's not going to get a pass doing it either. Whether this brings her attention, I hope it brings her all the attention she so wants. But the facts matter, and you're not going to do this. I'm not going to play this game with her. I'm just going to continue to keep my head down and do what I do.
Need to show that over and over. This is not the first time you showed it. This is.
No, I showed it the other day for a matter of seconds so I could show people that his face was blocked out and so was his name. Yep, I sure did. Seconds. To prove that once again you were lying.
At least the third time you showed it.
Nope, second.
In only a matter of days.
Second. Don't lie.
Please stop.
Nope. Kiss my ass.
Now.
Go try crying some more. Stick your lip out there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look at that. Look at that conniving look right there too. At the beginning. I'm speechless, you guys. Hillbilly Belinda, she said we were looking for his mascot. And anybody, rewind and look at exactly what I showed and why we showed it. There was no discussion. Like, no, I don't even think anybody in the comment section mentioned a mascot. What I said was it says senior across his shirt. And I said, we were talking about, because she's trying to put it off in this live stream that his school was mentioned or put out there. And so I said, the shirt says senior. And then there's a little tiny piece under the shirt, like where it says senior. I can't tell if it's a date or like PHS, something like that. You can't tell. I can't see. So that's what I was mentioning, but no mention of a mascot. Somebody said maybe it's the school colors or something of that nature, but there was nothing even mentioned about a mascot. Like, not at all. This is, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take her video and then clip this when I'm done and inlay exactly what I showed and make it a short standalone video. So it's like under 15 minutes. And people, because this is what she's hoping for, people aren't going to go back and watch it an entire live and they're just going to believe what she says. You fucking conniving bitch. Kenneth, you're still in here because I saw you in here earlier. You're a member over here. If you're still here and you're still a mod of Julie's, you might want to tell her to stop the lies. I don't expect you to have any control over her, But this is not a road she wants to go down, because she's going to bring herself more attention off of shit like this and blatantly lying than just me. She's been lucky it's just been me reviewing her. But she's going to open up Pandora's box of people reviewing her with slick lies like this, because this is straight fucking bullshit.
So here's the possibilities in New Jersey, and here's the process. And I have to say that I was actually not bolstered, but like I don't know if you guys heard about Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy has had a lot of cases against him. He's a creator on TikTok, not TikTok, on YouTube, maybe on other platforms as well. I don't know, but he's had a bunch of cases about harassment and things like that against him.
I know.
Interestingly, one of his cases.
These people are slick.
Was just this past year in northern New Jersey, where I am. Right where I am. And it was
Coco, we called that she would do that. And within the first video that I was doing, she came out and said, I was threatening to use videos of Spencer in the very same live stream. Very same live stream. This is, I'm sorry, but I'm kind of too stunned to speak at the moment. Oh no, she is not walking down. She went ahead of them, Pet My Peeves. She's ahead of them at this point. She expected your support. She's getting your morality, and she doesn't like it. Bree, good point. Thank you for the support. I've never liked Julie, but if Julie was actually being threatened, I would fully support her doing something about it. However, I will never support somebody lying in the courts. Yep, she's proving that she's a dangerous liar, Stella. She's proving exactly what I'm detailing here. She is absolutely proving why I'm doing content like this. Oh, Hillbilly Belinda. Burnt Toast did content on her May of 25. And her response to Burnt Toast doing content was to lie and say that Burnt Toast showed her children. Same thing. Yep, we knew this was going to happen. Nothing. Not a single thing. Yeah. Puck says it's amazing. I've never seen a locale like admit that they're a locale in so many different ways so fast.
Let me read it to you. Oh, Spenny's home already? He's good? Do you need me?
No.
Huh? Not yet? I'll be off in just a minute, okay?
But seriously, that's some BJ level manipulation right there to say that you guys recall, like, this isn't my first rodeo with this. And you guys know I'm pretty unfazed by this shit. It's shocking when they do it. But BJ incited her audience to believe that I was just solely clipping her children. And I use the word incitement just to irritate Bree. But she did. She lied to her audience and said that I was clipping her children and timestamping and saving videos just of the kids speaking. And we were just playing jackass roulette. But BJ tried that. And then off of that, Penny Monroe encouraged people to call the police and report me to YouTube. And I was a child predator. That's why I called BJ's police to give him my phone number and say, hey, if this happens, here's my information. Julie is doing the exact same fucking thing. Like, I'm stunned. Stunned, I say.
He's been coming home. Yesterday, he didn't get home till 4 o'clock. I just heard him. Hang on. Let me read this to you. So.
It's because I didn't, Julie. You know I wouldn't do that.
It was.
I did absolutely show the video that she is claiming she used, and that the young man was tormented and taunted and harassed and all of the things. But I never once did the things she's accusing me of doing, like looking for a mascot or a school or pointing out identifying information or anything of that nature. Never once. And again, why does she got this energy for all of us? But yet there's a video. I mean, makes you wonder, huh? And I'm did you know I'm anti-woman?
What the hell happened to my couch?
The boys. Did you know I'm anti-woman?
Hey,
Why?
Julie's
here, I'll just pull it up here.
I don't know. Julie's having a fit today.
Oh, you fucking.
Here, let me share my screen here.
I know he loves the rain. Leave him be. He looks like a little drowned rat, and he's playing in the mud too.
Okay. As announced today during
you know what I'm gonna do? I've got this all played out in my head already. See, this is what they don't want to do because it's already laid out in my head. I have a clip of Julie saying that she doesn't lie. We've listened to that. She does not lie. Julie doesn't lie. I'm going to follow that up with Julie lying, inserting my own video from this, what I did show. You should probably stick to the I don't lie and probably should have found that.
Time Daddy's live stream. The Passaic County, New Jersey prosecutor has rejected the cyber harassment complaint. This was written by Turtle Boy himself on
and I'm
YouTube. I'm not on YouTube, on X. This was October 25th, 2025 cyber harassment complaint. This is in New Jersey, Northern New Jersey, by Donna Bisbal against me. It stems from an article I wrote in August about a woman who claimed to be donating half of her profits from FKR and Turtle Boy merged to Karen Reed and Turtle Boy's legal defense fund, but refused to provide receipts providing this. The complaint is now being referred to the municipal court in Wayne, where the prosecutor there could file municipal charges, but not the felony charges I would have faced in Superior Court.
This is wild.
And he's saying that a new virtual date has been scheduled in Wayne, New Jersey. So, hang on one second.
You're not sitting with me. But
sharing for a second. So, the reason you have to go, okay. Thank you, Hildy. Thank you. Thank you, Jana and Fiona, for being here. The reason I found this, even though the prosecutor didn't pursue the cyber harassment charges against him, because it was about an article, it was stemming from an article that he wrote about somebody who was supposed to give money, but didn't give the money, didn't show receipts for it, whatever. That to me doesn't sound, and I'll show you the actual law.
And there are people over there in her comments believing her. Y'all, I just went and looked. There are people that come over here that are over there believing her bullshit. Are you people okay? Seriously, like, what the fuck are you doing? And you wonder why people like her get away with this shit, because it's all about emotional manipulation. Cooper is driving Dad nuts already.
Trying to eat shit.
It doesn't really sound like it should fit for cyber harassment. So I think the prosecutor was right not to pursue cyber harassment charges. However, it
unreal
made me a little more confident in things because although it wasn't, he didn't get the felony charges of cyber harassment from the prosecutor. They did not dismiss the case altogether. Just that article harassment case, whatever, against him got sent to the municipal court, and there he was charged with it's like a 2-in-1 law. It's a law for harassment / disorderly persons at the municipal level. So he didn't get the felony charge, but he did get the misdemeanor at the municipal level. So basically, with the cyber harassment, generally speaking, could either be at the superior level, at the county level, or at the municipal level, but more often it's at the county level.
Beth, we just watched it, and it's a complete shit show. Lies. It's all lies. This is all lies. Oh, I didn't know that, Joe. Yeah, see, I can't sit that long in these live streams while I'm trying to pull content. Yeah, SS, it doesn't surprise me. No, they aren't. We've traded quality for quantity. That's for sure. Hate bonding has become the only thing that matters anymore. Wild.
But they could decide to lessen the charges. They could decide not to pursue it altogether, or they could decide to lower the charges to a harassment / disorderly persons charge. and kick it to municipal court, where the person would be brought to court on a misdemeanor charge, where they would face, I think the maximum fine is $500, 6 months in jail, and community service, although you don't have to get all of that. But just that case was not, he could have faced, well, we'll look at the.
I just can't imagine getting to this point where I am this okay with lying to this degree. I genuinely cannot get to this point where this is insane. Like I'm dumbfounded right now. Sorry guys. I'm still like over here. It takes me a lot to be speechless, but Julie might have just made me speechless. Hey Grits. Hey everybody coming in. Welcome in. I think I'm at the point where I became speechless over this. Like that's some skill to lie to that degree. Hey Crimson.
Law together, what he could have faced.
And Beth, she claimed that we were looking for mascots. Zooming in on shit. Never even mentioned nor discussed.
And in New Jersey, you don't have to prove that there's a threat that the person will, that there's a threat that the person will come to actually carry out the violence that they threatened against you. You only have to prove that the
careful incoming, because I'm in this state of shock right now at the extent of the lies we just heard. I am a little dumbfounded, so bear with me if my mouth is on the floor still from the amount of lies that we just heard. I'll get it back together in a moment, but I'm pretty shocked.
Words and threats and harassment was done intentionally to cause harm and distress and emotional distress,
you know,
to the person, to alarm them, to cause them distress, to harass them. You know, it was repeated and things like that. And I have.
I hate you guys. Lindsay's like, by the way, for anybody coming in, nonsense is anti-woman. Nonsense is a destroyer. Nonsense is, yeah, we just learned a whole lot. And I'm a raggedy whore. Don't forget, I'm a fucking raggedy whore. I mean, that's probably the kindest thing. She just made another short to me? Autumn, you're fucking around at this point. No. This has got to be a fucking joke, Julie. What are you doing, dude? Oh, no. A short video, you mean? Yeah, not a short. Okay, no, I gotcha. I was going to say, not another one.
Repeated cases in a very short time period against both of them, Brittany and Craig.
No.
So
thank God, no.
This is, let me go back up and show some of the laws here.
Y'all, Nana's not drunk. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they have no idea what is going on here. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt right now, because there is no fucking way that they have seen what we've seen. There is just no fucking way that because I know these people do not support shit like what we are watching in real time. And it's not just me saying this. There are some very fucking smart, amazing folks in here that are seeing exactly what I'm seeing. And you guys know that this isn't just being pulled out of nowhere. Julie has been doing this to Julie. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and just say that they have been misled and hope that's the case, because there's just no fucking way. Nobody can watch this shit and not see it.
Actually, yeah.
I'm doo-doo. I'm a ragged hoe.
And discourage change, then there could also be a backfire effect where attempts to correct misinformation can actually strengthen the individual's belief in the falsehood, especially.
I mean, Crimson, I can play it again if you want. It's 7 minutes is all. Like, I can play it. Yeah, things that just never happened. I can play it. There's just no fucking way. Well, we know she's been encouraged, Joe, though we know she's been talking about the people that have been encouraging her. I am too, because they're not ones she names for, oh my God, Amy, she lied on me like I've never seen. I'll take 100 things. You guys want to watch it again? I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I'm still like dumbfounded over here. I'm fucking dumbfounded by this shit. Dumbfounded by this shit. Here, I'll just play it again for you guys. Okay, so for anybody that needs to know,
Okay.
I don't even think I can bog because I think I hallucinated. No, just rewind. You guys can rewind if you want to see it. Let's just keep on with this one. I'll make a short video. And consolidate it together. Okay, you guys want to see it? All right, give me a second. Mute if you guys don't want to hear it again. So, just for full context, Julie is claiming, I gotcha. I'll play it. No, I got you. So, Julie is playing current. Here, let me give you a quicker synopsis this way. I'm just. So, today we found out that this is actually what was used to support Julie's claims. This is the certification in support of probable cause. In this, it lists the dates. And we are watching the video from January 13th, which is 5 days after she filed this. So she filed this or filled this out on January 8th, 2026. So we've been watching this video here from January 13th because in it, she once again goes over why she filed, what she used. And she details these videos and what is stated in these videos. Once again, intentionally misleading and misrepresenting statements that were made. Well, in this video, she also goes to the extent of telling people that when Brittany pulled up the video on the 25th of December, Christmas Day, that her, Julie, and the young adult male were tormented, taunted, harassed. I don't remember all the words she used, but basically they were tormented. Taunted, I think is the actual word she uses. They were taunted in this video, and it was doxing. She has repeatedly stated over and over again that this video is doxing. I went and showed the video. I pulled up the video because in said video, Brittany scrolls to a post on War Eagle's page. She reads the post, and on the screen is still images that are completely blurred out. Entire face is blurred out, and name is completely removed. There is no identifiable information whatsoever. But in this video from January 13th, Julie is clearly stating that something about his high school is mentioned. And so when we were watching it to understand what the hell, like I said, it's all redacted. Everything is fucking redacted. And he's a young adult. In those stills, the only thing that you can see is senior across his shirt. And then there's some little, possibly a date or lettering underneath the R and S of seniors or senior. So we went over it and showed, and we were discussing, okay, this is completely different than what she claims in this video that is said and stated. Well, Julie did this just a few minutes ago. So you can back up in this live stream, probably like 45 minutes to an hour ago, and see everything that was stated by the chat and by myself and what we were looking at and what's actually being said. Now, I need to remind you that that video, I have confirmation, was publicly available within the last year because another creator scrolled to Julie's YouTube or Facebook, showed the video, unredacted, and the video is still up. I also showed, because she's claiming that he was doxxed, Julie has been promoting her book. In said book, his name is also in the book. I think it's in the foreword. I blocked his name out once again and showed that publicly available in something she herself has been promoting. But this was her response about what I showed. There's a good synopsis. Because she's getting busted for
Okay.
lying.
I'm live right now just to say that
Mhm.
nonsense is live. This woman has zero decency. She has not a shred of decency left, if she ever had one in her body. She's right now showing
It's bad.
pictures of Spencer's twin when he taking the thing that Granny's watching pointed out to her that if you take a video.
No, Granny was lied to and manipulated about what was on YouTube or where it's from anyways. And no, you're misrepresenting this.
Let's say from my private Facebook.
We were all open to the mindset that if he was tormented, harassed, doxxed, we didn't know. But that's clearly not what's done, and you've proven that.
And bring it to another platform like YouTube, right? For the purposes to dissect that video in order to cause.
Well, you got to remember too, I haven't been able to talk to Clue or Cletus, so I haven't, and I don't do that anyways. Just so you guys are aware, like from me to all of you, I don't go around trying to convince other people of what to see or to anything. If they don't want to watch any of it and just cheer her on, that's what they're going to do. I'm not going to waste my time. I'm going to do my content and prove Julie's a liar.
Harm to somebody else. In this case, Spencer's twin, who never desired to be on my social media. That wasn't my private social media. Yep. She is showing the picture of him with his face blotted out.
Yeah,
she is focusing in on his t-shirt when he was a senior in high school. He's wearing a t-shirt. She points out, in the video, what
they know what I do. And Cletus has said flat out that as long as evidence was provided to the court that backs up her claims, you know, as long as it's done correctly, unfortunately, we're finding out that this is just like what BJ did to them.
The t-shirt says she's looking for a logo on his t-shirt for his school logo. She's asking if people can identify that logo. She's showing identifying information.
Is she okay? Autumn, where are you guys at? Yeah, that's same with me, Bog. Same with me. Is she looking down at a text message? Did somebody text her this? Because to me, right there, she's looking down at a text message to read what somebody's telling her. I just showed.
Showing.
Watch this.
Identifying information.
That's exactly what's happening. She's reading a list. Either somebody texted her this and told her that this is what's going on, or she made a list of her lies. She's either reading a text message of somebody telling her that this happened. Oh my God.
About him on
Julie.
Her live stream. She's dissecting other parts of not only that video, but things having to do with my life prior to ever coming to YouTube, prior to even being on TikTok. Pointing out the first names and last names of my children.
There's no last names in there. What are you talking about, Julie? Hold up. I didn't catch that the first time. There's no last names mentioned. All I said was you got to quit lying about them being doxxed when you have been publicly promoting your book, and the names are right there too. Like, and I blurted out.
Prior to even being on TikTok, pointing out the first names and last names of my children, and who are both autistic. And it is absolutely abhorrent. It is disgusting. She's everything that she claims to be against.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any idea where a last name is mentioned. The only last name, I don't even know their last name at all, nor do I want to. So please, again, do not say a single fucking thing about it. We don't say the other child's name, even, let alone a last name. Oof.
I have no words. I literally have no words for this woman.
Yeah, that's
She
wild.
is not a victim's advocate. She is not for women. She
Here we
is
go.
not for people who are harmed. She is not for people
No.
who have the right to say no.
No, the only name that I've even said Love Louie is the one she says publicly over and over again. I have never uttered, and nor does the chat say the other name. I privated my video the other day to make sure, because I didn't know his name to begin with. But even in the video that BJ showed from the post of War Eagle, the name is blocked out. There is no last name anywhere. I have no idea any last name. Please do not tell me. I'm sure I could figure it out. I don't want to know. I don't need to know. But there was no mention of this.
When they themselves were filmed, to be brought to an entire new platform and say no to that. Would she be okay with this being done to any other creator's child?
Yeah, when
would
it
she
proves
be
their lies, yeah.
okay this being done to her own children who live with her?
Yeah, if I made it public, yeah, and then was using it as evidence in a court case, I would expect somebody to make sure that it is what I said it is, especially when you're offering them up on a platter and putting them in front of you as a shield and a weapon. Yep. If I did this, I would expect that. Sure would. Yep. I've never cried about it. And I wouldn't do this, though. So.
I don't understand what she attempts to gain from this. Is now the second time in a matter of only a couple days that she has shown his picture that was filmed when he was a senior in high school, focusing in, trying to identify the
That's bullshit. I'm sorry.
high school, the mascot.
Yeah, here we go again. You fucking liar. Oh, Julie.
Focusing in, trying to identify the high school, the mascot, and bringing him to a platform that he never wanted to be a part of, and that Al and I have worked very hard for 3 years, not saying his name, not showing his picture, not making videos of him. And I'm absolutely disgusted. I don't know what else to do.
She said that.
I don't know what else to do.
Call the cops, you hoe. This is blatant lies.
She's let her own personal hatred, vendetta, vindictive feelings.
Well, the good thing is for me, Thibaut Michelle, she's building a case for me if she tries something like that. This right here, if she tries to build a case, which I agree with you, that's Julie's MO. She's already threatened that shit. She's already been going. You notice how she hasn't addressed that she's not trying to dig on information? She is. 100% she is. Somebody's been sending me shit. But she's actually building quite the evidence log for myself if she ever tried something stupid like this, because I can show that stream right next to that one, and Julie's credibility gone. Fucking gone. Gone.
It's about me, her friendship with Jay, or whatever.
And here she goes with Jay again.
Whatever it is she's trying to prove. Milking the last bits of her cash cow.
Who's my cash cow? Are you calling yourself a fucking cow? Bitch, what?
To make money.
You're not that profitable there, bitch. Don't fool yourself.
Doing 8-hour, 10-hour, 9-hour, 11-hour live streams about me.
I could put you on a 24-hour loop if you want me to. Don't tempt me.
For what purpose?
Oh, God.
In the process, you're harming not just me. You are harming
Yes,
my son,
it
who
is.
never wanted to be part of this platform. Are you proud of yourself, Nonsense? Is it worth it? Is it worth it to put a child, young man, on your screen, looking at his picture?
There's no picture of the child. The shirt is the only thing you can identify. Sorry, you're so full of fucking shit, Julie. You're too old to be behaving like this. I don't even care what age you are. This is ridiculous, Julie. And if, oof,
Showing everybody his picture, discussing him.
Oh, she's fucking flat out lying. She's flat out fucking
talking
lying.
about things that were part of my life prior to ever coming to YouTube, prior to ever going on TikTok.
So the only thing that she could be referencing here is I read that last paragraph in the forward of her book that says when she met Al. But it's, again, a book that she's promoted publicly, and it's available for you to buy. Like, it's on the page, on the promotion page. That's the page that's there. I'm sorry. It's just publicly available information, but there's nothing incorrect or that she hasn't told publicly of herself that I read off in that paragraph. And it's like 2 sentences. And it all I did was show that that paragraph contains both boys' names. And I, once again, redacted the second twin's name because I have more respect for him than a diagnosis. I don't dehumanize your children like you do, Julie. Whew.
In order to prove a point.
Yep, a book she wrote and promoted.
You are no victim's
smirking.
advocate.
She is really smirking.
You are no advocate, period. You are a destroyer.
People that lie to this degree, Stephanie, are dangerous. This is dangerous territory when somebody can convince themselves of these lies and hit the live button and put this publicly. This is a dangerous liar. When you can lie to courts, police, and the public and then expect to get away with it, this person has zero boundaries, and people like this are dangerous with no limits.
Not just a destroyer of me and my family, but a destroyer of a vulnerable adult. Okay? He is recognized by the state of New Jersey as being a protected person because he has a disability, which is recognized by the Department of Developmental Disabilities. He's between level 1 and level 2 autistic with comorbidities, including
You fucking let me leave it alone and just play it because you fucking sick bitch. You have learned a lot from watching BJ, haven't you? You decided to fucking hold my beer and watch this shit. I can fucking outdo her. You fucking vile, foul, filthy, manipulative liar. You are a fucking liar, Julie. Whew.
including seizure disorder.
Here we go.
And why would you continually need to show that over and over? This is not the first time you showed it.
No, I showed it one other time for seconds to prove that he was completely redacted. His name's redacted because you're saying that he was doxxed and taunted, which didn't happen. But I showed a still in a previous stream that was seconds long, so people knew that he is slowly blurred out and his name is removed.
This is at least the third time you showed it
That's a lie.
in only a matter of days.
I know what I show in my
Please
content.
stop now.
Go seek help, Julie. Go seek help. Me. Poor me. Little beach right there. Christina, this is... Oh, I missed that too. I'm sorry about that, Christina. Thank you for the support. Glitter is forever. Thank you for being a member for 6 months. And Simplify. I'm very proud of Nonsense, Julie. F off. Thank you Simplify, for the support. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you all for just understanding that we knew it was going to happen. We predicted this. I was pretty prepared for it because the very first day that I reviewed her, maybe the second, I think it was the first one though, she put that short up saying that I was threatening to use videos of the child that she does put up and she has publicly acknowledged cannot consent. I knew that was going to likely be her game, but to this degree, I'm shocked by. I'm really shocked. But thank you, Simplify. Once again, I'm standing on the facts. These are Julie's own statements and her public content. She wants to argue with somebody, argue with herself, not me. Back to January 13th. But that's why people are upset and pissed, because if you go back and see what we actually talked about and what I showed, you'll understand that she completely just lied to everybody like no other.
If an ordinance, especially if the correction is perceived as a threat to their view of, say, BJ on any topic, the refusal to accept solid evidence can manifest into doubling down with a person not only maintains their original. There's doubling down and projection, and
I couldn't even keep up, to be honest, with the lies that we've heard at this point and the intentional misleading and changing of statements. Like, it has been something that I didn't expect.
Well, I understand what the ordinance. The original stance, but actively defends it with greater intensity. The act of refusing to acknowledge a mistaken belief system, especially when presented with evidence, right? Yeah. They're backed in a corner and they'll fight like a cat. I don't know. When backed in a corner,
You know what, though? I have to just tell you guys something really quick. I've been so proud of myself for doing this content once again. And the reason, let me make this make sense. I hate that we even have to do this. I hate that there are people that don't have any boundaries that are willing to do these types of things to others. It makes me disgusted. But for me, this matters because it's taking space for real victims in our court systems. It's taking things away from real victims and costing our courts, our resources. It's a travesty. So I am incredibly glad that we can openly and collectively stand against this shit. But I'm proud of us. I'm proud of all of you that have given me your time, your ears, your brain power to walk this back and stand firmly against it. I'm proud of us for not being willing to okay this shit. So I just want you guys to know that when I get off here, I tell Kyle, don't I, all the time, how proud I am of myself and my chat for standing. Kyle's like, okay, but I am, to stand with the people, because the people that have been in here are some of the ones I highly respect.
Become, whatever. When presented with clear evidence, is frequently linked to cognitive dissonance. Interesting. The uncomfortable mental state that arises when a person holds conflicting beliefs or when new evidence contradicts a previously held belief. New evidence contradicts a deeply held view, right?
Okay, that's a rarity too. Usually it is my profoundly autistic son or my autistic son with morbidities. There is never my son insert name. It is always a diagnosis first. It's very rare that you hear their name and then on the spectrum or with autism. It's always the diagnosis first. No, I really do appreciate you guys, though, because this has been a mind fuck. So to stand next to you guys is what I'm proud of, because this gives me hope that we're not going to start normalizing this shit, and really brings me back to why I have this channel in the get-go, not just for BJ's bullshit. She's one of many, and Julie just sped right around her.
Wake
up, speed demon. I can top you.
Up, she's playing out. Yeah. So let me show you quickly some of the statutes, okay? In New Jersey. Again,
thank you.
There is a separate I don't know if it's a statute or not, but there is language in.
But I can understand Craig's boots too. I can understand their knee-jerk reaction. But like I said, respectfully, this has nothing to do with Granny. And I know that good intentioned people are not going to agree with this type of shit just because they dislike somebody. Now, I do agree though that Granny doesn't have to care or think that anything, like, it's just two of the same people fucking going to court. So ultimately she doesn't have to give a fucking, who gives a shit? You know, I can understand that mindset from her, Clue Cletus. I can completely get that. Like, fuck her. She did this to us. I get it. But when it comes to the facts, if you give a fuck about these things being done to you and what was done to you, then nobody's going to agree with this type of shit because it's the exact same thing on steroids, what she's doing. So I'm always going to be loyal to myself before a stranger on the internet and the facts and actual victims.
There's like 3 different laws, okay, we're talking about. And there is language in one of the laws that was sort of an add-on when it comes to harassment that is based on
casual art. I have pride as a mom, a parent, not validation. Thank you so much. And there are some of you in here that were really at first trying to be like, Beck, I think you're wrong here. I think she's got evidence. I think there's something here that we don't know. I think, you know, many of you were unaware, and I have just done what we do, and we've walked it back together. We did this every time as a group. We go looking. Okay, well, let's see what this one leads us to. And here we go.
Race, religion, national origin, disability, and things like that. Just like, you know, I'm not saying what they did was a hate crime, but I'm saying, like, if somebody, you know, beat somebody up, right? Because there's a dispute.
I think that's the mind fuck of the century too, Coco, when you continue to look and hear the things we know she has done to Chris and Katie, and then the very things that she is attempting to go legal over somebody over, it's very different. Oh, 100% never say never. I'm not blaming them at all. Like, I'm not mad in the slightest over that. Not at all. The people stirring shit in her chat were like that tip account and shit. Yeah, I don't blame any of that shit on Granny. Not at all. I'm not upset one bit. There is nothing here that's against Granny or Clue or Cletus for me. This is Julie's actions and BJ's. Sorry. That's just what it is. Like I said, with all due respect, this isn't about them. I want them to receive appropriate justice for what BJ has done to them, not this fucking self-made victim here. I'm being loyal to the actual victims of BJ because this bitch is a self-made victim of anybody and everybody.
It's against the law to beat somebody up. If someone beats somebody up because they target them because of their race, they say things, racial slurs to them as they're beating them up, and things like that. They say, get that particular person or whatever. That what might have been an assault as a crime would be increased to a hate crime.
You know, one thing about that, Belinda, the respect goes both ways with you and me. I respect you a lot because you asked me. You were like, what are you doing? And not that way, but you were like, okay, what's going on here? Because a lot of people liked her. So you asked me questions and I was able to kind of explain and then provide, okay, here's the streams that are confusing to me and the words. You asked me and expected nothing other than what I've done. And that respect goes so mutual for me and you. I have nothing because you were so willing to listen and watch it play out. And you knew I was always saying I could be wrong.
Because it's the same act, but the purpose of the act was going after that person because of their status in a protected class. And we're not going to get into why there are protected classes or anything like that.
No, please do, because that's your typical bullshit. Funsicle, a lot of people are unaware because none of us were really watching. I am too, Steph, now that we are seeing this. I am very, very glad more and more are waking up to what it is. Yeah, I can't either, Coco. That's me too. Like, personally, I can't, but I'm not in their shoes either. That's why I cannot throw shade or even have the expectation of them seeing things the way I do, because I have not been personally impacted.
Okay.
But I know where I stand always.
And religion is one of them. It's like an upgrade, right? Exactly, Fiona. It can make it more serious.
I know, never think.
So that is why when I brought evidence in.
Oh yeah, Granny and I could go round and round and like have a fucking conversation like that and probably enjoy it. But again, I can't fault her. What was really eye-opening for me that day was just how many people are unaware and have only heard, oh no, Julie's been threatened. I went to look and here we are.
It was the police officer who first brought up, noticed the comments about Jews and made a special note of it.
Straight Hawker, I appreciate that you can acknowledge that you're a hypocrite, but at the same time, the thing I'm going to encourage people who don't have a vested, because at the end of the day, these are strangers on the internet. And although I completely understand what you're saying, BJ has done things. We have now confirmed blatant lies on affidavits and like probable cause statements and shit like that. That's the part for me. Imagine how much this costs. We're not just taking up municipal court time. We're taking up superior court time, police resources, and BJ has done the same. It's not just hypocritical, it's denying the facts and okaying and normalizing our court systems being used for shit like this. This is so beyond. Take Brittany out of it. Take her out of it. Take Julie out of it. Take that this is two random people and put that into account. That weaponize our courts and the cost on society. The normalization of this. That's the part that is a mindfuck for me.
Which I was glad to see that, another person recognized what was going on. In that, okay, so just keep in mind, we're talking about these are not one, not two, not three, more than three different incidents, different dates, different things, over the course of a month.
There's also, you got to also acknowledge, and we know that because we've been detailing this, there are people with vested interest in supporting Julie and this narrative that are heavily encouraging people to believe this narrative that Julie is pushing about me, because they've been encouraging and helping Julie misrepresent this stuff. So there are people who are absolutely going to continue to go along with this because they have a vested interest in not being outed. Well, I'm sorry, it's too late. I already have your list of names and who's been helping. Should have told Julia, shut up.
So it shows, in my opinion, there was an escalation. Now, was this escalation due to me? Was it due to the fact that, CPS was coming to their house a lot, the police was coming to their house a lot? I had nothing to do with any of that. Their own stresses in their lives at that time. Was it due to increased alcohol intake? I don't know, but it seems like in the last couple months, but definitely in the last month.
Glad to Binky. Were you here the other day when I showed that video? The chronic stress disorder video? Yeah, that's exactly right, Linz. Yeah. White Horse, that's what she's been trying to do with every single person that pushes back on her shit. Glad to Binky, were you here? Because if not, I'll show you the title of that video. And I thought it was a parody, but it's not. Oh, I gotcha. Hold on. I'll pull it up.
December, I saw a marked escalation with me and with others, but I only dealt with what was going on with me. But I did notice that it was also happening, obviously, you all saw, with many people that were being threatened at the same time. It was wild. It was wild. I mean, he is a loose cannon, and she knows it, and in my opinion, weaponizes.
This is from 6 months ago, August 26, 2025. The title of it is, I think Brittany and Craig are causing me traumatic stress disorder. I thought it was a parody. Yeah, it's raining in Arizona. Can you hear it? Oh, sorry. Is it bothering you guys? It's rain. It's raining in Arizona. It's beautiful out, though, so I'm still sitting outside. Yeah, it's crazy that it's actually raining here. But there you go. I think Brittany and Craig are causing me traumatic stress disorder. And we watched it. And we talked about it. And she says, I'm being sarcastic, but no, I'm serious. And she talks about heart palpitations. Hold up. Let me play this end piece because you won't believe it.
Weird and passing harm. They don't deliver on legal holidays. So, good gravy. What are they saying? Maybe it's false. They're not going to serve us. They're just going to make us think we're going to be served because of their intimidation of us, because of their threats. Craig's out there saying mother of effers and this and that and all this scum, and we're all going to lose it.
Ange, thank you so much for the continued support and being a member for 16 months.
Facts. They're trying to hurt us. They're trying to intimidate us. And I'm done putting up with this bullying. I've had it. I'm over it. It's causing real harm, real life harm. We have families. We have kids. We have responsibilities. You want to ruin our Labor Day too? What will make you happy, Brittany? What will make you stop? Stop, Brittany, stop. Stop trying to ruin our Labor Day. Stop trying to ruin our summer. You've already tried to ruin our summer. Is that enough? When will you stop? When are you going to do something with your lawyer? Or are you just going to hang this lawyer over our heads forever until we all have mental collapses? They're the ones harassing.
I swear, I thought this was a parody, but we watched this entire thing and it's not. It's not.
Yeah, like about Friday on the internet, about Friday about the Ricos. Yeah, they like to ruin your weekends. Enough's enough. Brittany, why do you keep talking about all these lawsuits and never do anything? Hey, True Crime Girl. Yes, that is awful. They're the ones harassing. Yeah, they're harassing us with this. They're trying to intimidate us with this lawyer and keep talking about this lawyer and making us scared and trying to bring us stress.
No.
Enough's enough.
No, Aunt Maddie. No. Like, people start like cracking up in the comments. You can tell that they're like, good job, Julie. Like, nice sarcasm kind of thing. And she's like, well, I'm being sarcastic. Yeah. And kind of giggles, but no, she's dead serious. This whole entire live stream, she's talking about how much she's suffering mentally and what are you going to do? But this performance at the end here is wild.
Enough's enough. Even Cletus has been, I think, is quietly feeling the effects of this. When he hears that it could be Monday to get served, and now he doesn't know if he should go to the store and buy hot dogs and hamburgers or not, or if he's got to be on guard for a server on Labor Day. Should we buy the hamburgers, Brittany? Should we buy the hot dogs, Craig? Should we get the watermelon reality?
Yeah, this is where we all like, what? Hot dogs. Even if you got served, what's that going to do to your barbecue?
What should we do?
I don't know.
We got families. Never her victimhood fills her pockets. What's going on? Anyway, that's all my live stream for right now. I just wanted to say that.
Just wait. I'm going to play it.
There ain't no damn lawyer. I mean, but like, if there's not a lawyer, they need to stop acting like there's a lawyer. Hi, Hilda in Norway. Aw, you're sweet. Thank you. And half of that's going to Granny's legal fund to help her fight another mean-spirited person, Tony Mathis. Terrible. Thank you, Hilda, for that support. That's so kind of you. I really appreciate it. Really. It's beyond disgusting. Threats. Yeah. Blaming victim is such a serious crime. I mean, some people might say, you know, I'm trying to be funny here. I'm trying to be whatever. I'm being sarcastic, right? Well, maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe I am a little bit, but maybe I'm not.
No, she wasn't. She was really serious. And it's been proven over and over again how serious she's been escalating this.
You know, like in a little bit of way, yeah, okay, it's funny, right? Because I'm using her words against her of targeted attacks and intimidation and things like that. But when you think about it, I want you guys to think about it. Think about how long this has gone on for a month, and their bullying and intimidation and incitement has only increased to outright threats, and not just threats, bogus copyright strikes. They need to, you know, there's going to be a backlash against this. That's all I'm saying. So, I mean, it's funny, but it's not funny because it's really true. I mean, that's why sometimes things are funny, because there's a bit of truth to it.
Yeah, this is where my mouth hit the floor again watching this. I was like, holy fuck, this isn't a parody. This isn't a joke.
Right? It's funny because there's a bit of truth to it, that Brittany and them have been using the threat of a lawyer to try to intimidate creators. Right, Green-Eyed PI? Definitely. All right. I got to run. I love y'all. Mwah. Thank you for being here. Thank you for support. I really appreciate it. Hilda.
At this point, though, I'm safe to say that her chat, whoever is encouraging this, is enabling her, just like BJ subs enable her. It's no different. And I think we've proved that over and over again, that it's no different, maybe even worse, enabling these types and encouraging these types of behavior by what I deem unwell humans, BJ, Julie, Warren, Matthias, BHP. Those people concern me. If they're willing to go along with this type of shit and amp somebody like this up, they've got some major issues. That's some parasocial fucking bullshit, that the truth isn't even a factor in their fuckery. Like, that's a scary day when we have an entire group of people out here that are willing to go along with blatant manufactured lies. Complete. I mean, we just watched it in real fucking time how smooth she did that. They are enabling her. Good on you guys. That's all you.
Is that, and, you know, purposefully allows him to talk.
And if she is really this unwell and the internet's doing this, then she needs a 3-day psych hold. Sorry, not sorry. Not my fucking problem. She brought her ass to the internet and did all this. This is all public content. That's all we're doing. So fuck out of here.
When she wants him to talk, have him there when she wants him there. Not have him there when he's not, you know.
This is back to January 13th, just in case anybody needs to know where we're back at. But I'm telling you, you guys, before I even started reviewing Julie, for those of you that don't know, I downloaded over 200 videos. That's how many things that we found, and that are extremely fucking concerning. And that's not even to do with just what she did to Chris and Katie. That's outside of the Chris and Katie stuff.
And she's in charge of what goes out over her channel. If he's going through something, as she has told us, if he has PTSD, if he has been, you know, is already drunk.
Okay, but hold on. A question really quick for the chat. And please tell me, did she really think she was going to get this to go by? Did she really think that people were going to look the other way? that all of us were just going to turn the other cheek when she filed criminal complaints. She claims that she's partly a true crime, that the people she's adjacent to are true crime. In what world does she live in? Do you think she thought this was going to fly by and nobody was going to question it? Do you think she really thought the hate of Brittany was so bad that all of us would be willing to overlook her same behavior as Brittany? I think that's what she thought, that the hate of Brittany, but most of us aren't driven by hate. Most of us are factual driven instead of fucking emotionally fucking tied to this shit. But that's the thing is, I agree with you guys. I think she really thought the hate of BJ was going to protect her. Yep. Okay, you guys do too. Yep. But both things can be true at the same time. Brittany can be an absolute train wreck and has victimized people, cost people thousands of dollars, lied to courts, lied to the police, lies to Craig. Julie is proving that they're one and the same with Julie's own actions. I just can't believe she thought that this was going to fly, especially with how she treated parents of a missing child, that nobody was going to question this shit.
Before you hit live, you know, that should be a consideration if you're so worried, but it never seems to be a consideration when he's making these threats, in my opinion, because she is part of it. You know, it's them together they're talking together. They're talking with one another. She is introducing the topic of me and telling him, he's like, who's that? And she's like, that's this. He says, and he reacts. And this is a conversation that's happening. And the chat is involved as well. But, you know, it's a back and forth. And nothing is stopped and it happens until after the live stream when it's deleted.
I know you guys are saying that she's got Clue and Cletus on her side, but I think, again, I'm not trying to speak for them like Julie does. I'm just hopeful that the Clue and Cletus that I think I know would be more fact-driven than that. Again, they don't have to emotionally give a fuck, but I don't think that they would be okay with the weaponization and the lying to the courts. I can't see them being okay with that. Optics-wise, Julie plays that, and many others do too. But that benefits them none, because that would be condoning what BJ has done to them in essence. And I just can't see any of them doing that. I could be wrong.
But thanks to Crama Reels, I have clean versions of every live stream where these things happened with the chats, without commentary by creators. Nobody's stopping it. Nobody's putting a thing over it or anything like that. Okay. All right, let me share this. Wait a second, where is it? Oh. Okay. All right, so we have, there's a couple different.
Yeah, the only reason I said that is because you guys have been commenting that at the end of the day, for me, they can still support her and I'll still support them. Like, my relationship is completely outside of what content I do. Just because, like, you'll never find anybody that hears nonsense run to them and be like, you have to believe what I believe in order for me to get along with you. That's the furthest thing that I'm ever going to be. Like, I'm with Julie and Bog on this. They could support this. Like, again, at the end of the day, it's a weird space, but I also understand what she's done. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's that, for me, it's just a no, but that's me. I can speak for me and me only based on the facts.
Laws you're going to see cited. And the reason I looked at different laws is because, first of all, if charges are pressed, right? I would have to press charges. Then the prosecutor at the county level, just like in the Turtle Boy case, would have to decide if they were going to pursue charges. And if they were going to pursue charges, would it be at the county level, which would be a felony level, or would it be at the
But Julie's not the only one, and that's what I need people to understand. Like, people are talking about Clue, Cletus, Grady. The three of them have been impacted. That's why I'm trying to branch it out and get people to like stop with that. And the reason I say that is because at the end of the day, I don't need them to co-sign or condone or stand against or call them out. This isn't type of content that any of them do. And they have been personally ran through the courts on the receiving end of lies. So I feel differently. The people I'm concerned about that are escalating and amping Julie up are the Krama Reels, the Terry Lynn's, the people she blatantly mentions, Island High, Della, the people who are supporting her, feeding this fucking insanity. You see what I'm saying? That's the part that's really frustrating to me. I don't need any of them. The facts are going to stand on the facts. And I know that a lot of you are used to, like, when one creator does something, kind of everybody kind of has to fall in line and agree. I've never been that way. I will always go rogue on my own, off track. And then I'll prove it with the facts. I walk it back. Here we are. And Julie's proven this on her own. But those aren't the people, and I could be wrong. Like I said, I could be wrong on this, but those aren't the people that I'm hearing Julie address or even call out to in her chat that are feeding her content for these lies, amping her up, gassing her up. She publicly states who's doing that. You see, I hope you guys understand where I'm coming from on that.
Municipal level, which would be
I'm not playing public optics. I don't need YouTube optics to prove the facts. That's the best way of putting it. I don't need the popularity or the popular creators to co-sign what I'm talking about to prove the facts. The facts walk themselves. The facts don't have feelings. The facts mean this is bullshit. Hopefully that makes sense.
misdemeanor level. Both are court cases, both are
Right.
crimes. Misdemeanors are still crimes. Or they wouldn't do anything. They wouldn't pursue it at all. Unless and if something else were to happen, another threat were to be made or something like that, then they could pick it up again. Okay. For adult offenders, cyberbullying, this is in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Incidents can be prosecuted under.
That's the thing. I think there's a lot of subs that are frustrated over that, or the fact that they're not speaking out against it. That was never an expectation I went into this with. I knew I would be standing here, but this is what I like. It was the same with the RICO and racketeering. A lot of those creators didn't cover the RICO and racketeering like we did either. These are the things we get into and walk back. I hope that makes sense. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to them at all, but I don't need them to co-sign or condone what I'm doing. I do what the fuck I want when I want. And I think all of them have told you guys that. I just do what I do.
Jersey cyber harassment laws. This is not cyber stalking. This is cyber harassment, different. Outlined in New Jersey SA 2C33-4, depending on the nature of the harassment, charges can range from a petty disorderly offense to a more serious crime. Okay? So, like what happened with Turtle Boy, they didn't pursue felony charges against him and dropped it to a misdemeanor and charged him in municipal court on a misdemeanor, which he was fine with, I guess, because he didn't, he paid the fine.
Today and yesterday are the first times I've been in anybody else's chat in like a fucking week. I've been in such a rabbit hole with this that I don't even have time. I like my alone time and off the internet way too much. I'm way too selfish. So I went in and hung out during the Arctic Fox conversation in Clues today, and then over at Queens for a little bit yesterday. Other than that, I do content.
I don't know if he was assigned to community service or not or whatever. It's still on his record nonetheless. Harassment.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this is the lower one. Except as provided in the subsection, a person who commits a petty disorderly person's offense with purpose to harass another, he or she makes or causes to be made a communication or communications anonymously or at extremely inconvenient hours or in offensively coarse language,
Okay, so Body, here we go again. I don't think you're in here right now. You probably went to your real job, but this is so manipulative because the private citizen's complaint is not cyber stalking or cyber harassment. This is a completely separate set of laws. So we know that according to the code that she wanted to file was the 2C3341, which is criminal cyber harassment. But what she ended up filing was a private citizen's complaint through municipal court. There is no charges of cyber harassment or cyber stalking or any of these. That would have been charged at superior court level. This is not even close to that. Right, Hillbilly Belinda? Well, plus you're not there in the morning to like keep me entertained lately either. You and your damn real life, I guess I can give you.
Something like does sodomy on the street in front of children might be considered coarse language, or in any other manner likely to cause annoyance or alarm.
Oh yeah, she did.
Okay. Let me go down. Hang on.
In my opinion, that's the repetitive police reports and the repetitive trying to prove a pattern of behavior, which she concocted on her own. But this is intentionally misrepresenting what she was actually doing. Hell yeah. That's right. I like that.
Okay. The part B was having to do with physical touch threats, threatening to touch you, actually touching you.
Headphone warning. Autumn. What are you talking about? She's calling the po-po ho.
Actually, I should read that because it's threats of, he threatened to send me to my final destination and then I may not wake up tomorrow and I'm going to die on a whatever. And this is.
Oh my fucking God, you guys. And this is manipulation. This is the repeating it over and over and over again, repeating it to your audience so they believe it's true. If you say it over and over again, people start to believe it's true.
Not in the same live stream. These are on different ones, but both in December. I should go up. I'm sorry. I think it repeats though. Subjects another to striking, kicking, shoving, or other offensive touching, or threatens to do so. So,
right.
Did Craig threaten me when he used language like sending me to my final destination? He's got a big one for me. Send me to my final fucking destination.
No.
I'm going to die on a whatever, and I may not wake up tomorrow, bitch. Engages in other course of alarming conduct or of repeated committed acts with the purpose of alarm or seriously annoy such other person. A communication under subsection A may be deemed to have made either at the place where it originated, right, which would be where they live, or at the place where it was received. And after consulting with.
Okay, so she's misrepresenting once again what was actually said here. So give me 1 second. Julie, you fucking did this. Don't forget it. This is 12/10/2025.
You laid the foundation.
So BJ is reviewing Sinner, who's reviewing me. Julie spoke about an hour earlier in this stream.
Before
It's too late to do it now.
anything even happened, you laid the foundation to where I couldn't even ask for help because you would take that shit and run with it and try to make it something malicious.
And they still.
Dude, that's what they jealous of. Your fame and your fortune. They're losers.
Yep, and
metal glasses come with opening
Crazy.
audio.
it's crazy. It's insane.
You gotta be grateful that's what you are. Crazy great. Might not wake up tomorrow, bitch.
Might not wake up tomorrow, bitch.
This is crazy.
Oh my God, she's really suffering from one of the most clear-cut cases of center stage syndrome.
Okay, so that's where you might not wake up, bitch, is from. Here is the sodomy in the street.
Oh,
This is from 12/4.
I'd like to know what the fuck this has to do with like how does Julie not see that this is some real life evil shit? Normally I'm like, let's not give this weird lady attention, but my God, she's crossing the lines big time.
It's like I just said earlier, like they have no shame anymore, and they're proud of their evil. You know, they put it on display. They walk down the street doing sodomy in front of children and shit. And I think that's cool too.
I'm flabbergasted again.
Right.
What is she thinking?
There's the sodomy on the street.
Soulless demons.
Well, you
Soulless demons.
tell me. I don't know.
Come around here, I got a big one for you.
Come around here. I got a big one for you.
Send you to your fucking destination.
Send you to your destination.
This is crazy. This dude's he's holding game hostage.
This is crazy. This dude's holding game hostage.
What do y'all think? Let me come into chat and see. Obviously, she runs a rotted place, all knows and others extended family maliciously. I'm telling y'all, to tell you something about Skolnick. She's been doing dirt. She's been doing the digging behind.
And Craig's rambling. But there's the actual statements.
Officials at my local police and courts, they said it should be filed here in New Jersey because it involved both me and my son, and we both live here. And as the victims, it should be the police report should be filed here where it was received. So, in other words, they were saying, "Oh yes, thank you, Sunset Gazing." He also said, "We know your address, right?" And that was due to the copyright strike that I did. But he said it at the same time. He was calling me a bitch, you know, who an old bitch who may not wake up tomorrow. And we know your address, bitch. And
okay, so she did admit that she gave her phone number or her address and stuff in the copyright. But here is the clip where she acknowledges that Craig was talking about both Julie and I in that live stream, or Brittany was.
yeah. Okay. Now
so this is from December 12th, 2025.
Talk about the threats. Okay, so I'm done talking about the legal stuff. Not the legal stuff, but you know, the copyright strike thing. So Craig said a number of things. She was talking both about me and about nonsense at different points in the live stream. When I heard the second part, Kluminati was playing it. She was commenting on Sinner, talking about nonsense.
So she's aware. She's aware, but she still used these in her police report. And I actually have other videos of her saying that the threats were to me.
But
I didn't even take it that way.
Earlier in that, Craig had been referring to me as the old grandma. I should pay attention to my own kids.
He did. He did say,
I'm old enough to be the grandma to their.
He did say something about her age and has referenced her as elderly.
Kids.
Told her to pay attention to her own family.
Or to them. Craig, I think, are you going to be 40 this year?
I'm 55.
But there's numerous videos of her acknowledging that the threats, until they became beneficial towards her, were not towards her. Many times. And again, I think the sodomy in the street is more referencing Truth, because Craig was part of the conversation when Truth was being spoken about, or Clue and Cletus. And he used the term they, and Julie somehow became they.
And other things. I mean, let me tell you something. I'm gonna stop sharing for a second when I tell you this.
Fuck no, Leo.
I
Leo, you've been around a long time. I've gotten way worse fucking direct threats. In email form. If they're that bad, I just send them off to the police to document for informational reports in case it does escalate. And outside of that, nope, absolutely not. Never.
did have a written transcript out for the police, which I presented them with. But they just said at first, just play me.
No, she started this December. So she started this after the ROs were denied. When BJ did the ROs on Clue and Cletus, she kind of said, hold my beer and watch this shit. But I also played a clip of her saying from 6 months ago, she wishes she had the ace card that Granny held to take down Britney's channel. Her behavior really escalated after the ROs with Clue and Cletus.
Play me the section. They didn't want to hear any story behind it or anything. They just get to the part where later they talked to me more. But the first thing that happened, and this happened on each occasion, by the way, I said, just play me. They said, do you have a recording? And I said, yes. And they said, just play me the part of the threat. That's it. That's all they wanted to hear. And I did. And, like the part where he says, the sodomy, the this, the big one for you, send you to your fucking destination. As soon as I played that, before explaining anything else.
All I know is every time I do a stream like this, I'm doing a happy dance for me in this jet. I'm so fucking proud to stand beside the people I stand beside. You guys make me so fucking happy, because the people I respect are like very vocal on this shit. You guys have showed out with the coverage of Julie, and it's been refreshing to me to have a new locale in the past year. She's mooing like a motherfucker, but I'm just proud of you guys for like actually having real conversations. It makes me happy.
Nothing about the anti-Semitism, nothing about the doxing of Spencer's twin, nothing about, anything else that was said. No other taunts, no how many times it's been done, not the date that it was, this date versus that date. As soon as I played that, they got out the paperwork, and I immediately had a police report number. And the paperwork was started. Then there was a conversation about what else happened. The same thing happened the second time. When
you guys know what I mean by that. In this space, sometimes it's like, oh God. Because they play that fucking public optics game so fucking hardcore out here.
When I went to the police, it was a different police officer I was dealing with then the second time. Again, did the same thing to me. Do you have a video or recording? Yes. Play me that part, which I did. And immediately there was no question in their minds. Just the facts, ma'am. Exactly. Before I got into any details.
Bottom was like, hold my beer. We're going in.
They wanted that. Actually, the first time I played the part of him threatening me. Then they went back. They actually had me go back to play them if they use my name. And at that point, I was showing them that I showed them the transcript, and I did play for them saying my name. They also heard the skull snatch referring to me, and I explained that's what she's been calling me. And that they heard that part, and then they wanted to know, they wanted to know that they were, and that my image, well, in the case of this one time that, they were showing my video, and my page was literally on her screen. When it came to the stuff with Spencer's twin, it was on her screen. I was able to show it on her screen. the still image of his twin on her screen, and then he could listen to the audio of her talking about it. So there were other questions too, but before anything else started was like, just play me the threat, because like if there's nothing to play, they were, you could tell they're busy people, but and then they wanted to be sure that they were referring to me, not anybody else, so I had to show that. They were presented with the transcript, they were presented with the screen images, the still shots, the video, which had the audio on it. Everything had to be uploaded to their web. They have a special website that you have to upload the documents and the audio and the this. They're very advanced, I got to tell you. And I'm quite impressed. Okay, so here's the other parts of the law.
That's not advanced. That's just technology. Our police department sends links to.
And what has to be,
I mean, that's pretty common these days. It's 2026.
Proven. And again, if this was North Carolina, this would not be the case. Their laws are not.
Night, Aunt Maddie. And here she is, and she's going to admit that New Jersey has this special law that she can use for her benefit of this. She told us the other day. I'll go find it. Never mind. Let me go find it.
As sophisticated in terms of, which is why Brittany perhaps charged Clue and Cletus with cyber stalking, because it's so inappropriate for anything that they did. Like they didn't do cyber stalking, period. Not even a question of it. But that New Jersey does have a cyber stalking law, different than cyber harassment. But I think in North Carolina, I'm not sure. Actually, I don't know all the North Carolina laws, but I don't think I know that New Jersey has many updated laws to stay with the times. And which is why they have language about it could be where they are or where you are. Also, I was not uplifted, but it made me feel like they would take it, given the fact that another YouTuber, Turtle Boy, was made to appear in court here in New Jersey when he is from Massachusetts. He lives in Massachusetts, and the victim was here in New Jersey. He had to appear in the court in New Jersey. So it shows me that they understand establishing jurisdiction. Sorry, I went to the wrong thing. Okay. Share my screen again. I'll show you the other laws.
Okay, I'm going to play this clip. It's from my own video. I could go pull this video. Actually, let me do that so I have the date of it. Give me a second. Sorry. Let me let you listen to this for a few more minutes. I'll pull the original.
I skipped over the part where it talks about the charges are, it's more serious if the person is currently on probation or parole at the time that they make threats. I have no idea what their criminal status is, but I assume neither Brittany nor Craig are on probation or parole. So that wouldn't apply to them. This part deals specifically with social networking or social media sites of the New Jersey statute. A person commits a crime of cyber harassment if, while making one or more communications in an online capacity via any electronic device or through social networking sites with the purpose to harass another person. 1, they threaten to inflict injury or physical harm to any person or the property of any person. Well, I'm presented that I felt, and the police didn't seem to argue, that the things that Craig said were threats of physical harm. And it wasn't a joke, Brittany. It wasn't a joke. Nobody thinks it was a joke. Maybe but you and Craig. But, it's not for you guys or your chat to determine what is and what isn't a joke when it comes to threats. 2, knowingly sends. posts, comments, requests, suggests, or proposes any lewd, incident, or obscene material to or about a person with the intent of emotional harm, a reasonable person or place a reasonable person in fear of physical or emotional harm to his person. So in this section, I think the comment.
Okay, I found it. Here you go. So this is, in my opinion, going to tell you exactly what her intent is. This is February 1st. February 1st, 2026.
Congrats, Brittany. I have a mom undergoing heart surgery. Can you fucking lay off for a fucking week? I'll talk to you guys later. Yeah, the slurs against me. YouTube has replied and they removed it, but why didn't they suspend her channel? I don't know. But I can tell you this. Even if Brittany or Craig is prosecuted under a misdemeanor and they are convicted, that conviction would go to YouTube legal and their channel would come down, even as a misdemeanor, which only carries a small fine and up to 30 days in jail, which nobody typically gets. Nonetheless, it is a criminal charge. It is related to harassment on her channel, and her channel would come down.
Oh, there you
That's
go.
it. I'm so pissed. I wanted to go to the police tomorrow morning. And I said, I can't. I got my mom. I have priorities, unfortunately. But my family safety is up there. I'm hoping you have the transcript in an hour. Thank you. Rafuma Shlema, Judy Albert, thank you so much.
That was Chroma Reels that she was responding to. But that's exactly why she's doing what she's doing, because she thinks that if she can get either one of them, especially Brittany, that, in my opinion, is why she is going for the criminal complaint, the private citizen's complaint on Brittany, not Craig, because Brittany is the channel holder. So she is telling you exactly what she's trying to do. So even if it's a petty, disorderly person's misdemeanor, she is going to try and get her channel yanked because of that. That is why channel holder is Brittany, in my opinion, why she filed the private citizen's complaint solely on Brittany, not Craig.
And about the very offensive.
Again, that was February 1st.
This comment about that I'm a person who would perform sodomy on the street in front of children, which was said after Brittany said Skolnick was showing me on the screen. The chat was referring to me in the chat at the time.
And here she is once again repeating the same things. I just dropped the link for that video in case anybody wants to go watch that on their own. We watched that entire video the other night. It's very interesting how she twists and turns and tries to manipulate this. But now we have what she used for her certification of probable cause. And we know exactly what she is saying that she has. The police reports shall be coming. They will be coming too. As soon as that's accessible, you'll get to see that.
And he's making this in a public way, talking about me being a person who would do sodomy on the street, in front of children. I would consider.
No, AJ, were you here when I played that clip about what she said? The ace card. This is really weird to me. Here, let me play this for you. September 1st. I don't want anybody to be confused. So I know some of these clips get to be very over and over again, but I think it is so important for the overall picture of what Skolnick is doing. This is September 1st, 2025.
Nobody asked me to take a vote on what should be the rules of engagement or non-engagement. I follow my own moral compass. I wish to God that I had that ace card that Granny's watching is holding right now. That for whatever reason,
you're good.
She's not playing this ace card that could take down Brittany J's channel. Because she doesn't want to, I don't want to hurt somebody from making their living. But if their living includes harming.
I don't know what ace card she thinks Granny held. Granny's been in fucking ongoing litigation and her life upside down with this shit for over a year and a half. What the fuck this ace card is that she thinks Granny holds is fucking weird. But I've said it numerous times. I think she is jealous of Granny. And I think she's angry and thought she was going to come in here and be like, well, they won't do it, so I'm just going to fucking do it. At the expense of lying to the courts and lying to the police. If anything, she should be proud that Granny doesn't do what she did. Granny's handling shit legally with an attorney. Julie's creating and playing fucking games. Not even remotely the same.
People and children and victimizing people and promoting hate. That person, in my opinion, does not deserve to be employed by the company that they are employed by, which is YouTube.
Simplify, I have not found that yet. Was that a video that possibly got deleted where she said her mom had gotten threatened? And I don't know who she claimed that the mother got threatened by, but that's a video. I've heard people talk about it, but I have not seen it. I looked at the short of her claiming her mom was hiring her an attorney now, which I find to be completely ridiculous. But
if I was the president of YouTube, I would fire Brittany J.
And see, this pisses me off because what she's forgetting, if Granny, which I don't know how Granny feels, I haven't talked to her recently about it, but they've got to have something to attach to when this judgment is issued to recoup the court costs, legal fees, things of that nature. This is BJ's only income. So tanking, well, her channel's tanked on her own, but her channel getting removed, ultimately, I mean, would she go get a job? Likely not. But they have to have something to attach to. And to me, it's super selfish of Julie for her to want to take her channel down and Granny not be able to recoup funds. Like, that's so selfish to me. I don't know how else to feel about this.
In a second, if I was the boss of any company where she was behaving this way or had any employee behaving that way, well, I'm glad she did. But you know, she's saying she hasn't in a long time, and you know what? She needs to be off of YouTube, in my opinion, because of her multiple consistent violations in so many ways of YouTube's terms of services. For
I don't know. I talked about this the other day. Granny has been in litigation. Clue's been in litigation, or BJ has tried to, against Clue and Cletus. If I was to come in here, poke at BJ, and then file stuff and try to become like the martyr to take her down and get all the accolades and stuff, I would assume people would be pissed at me for just that. Like that, it's so selfish to me of Julie. She's thinking of herself and getting some fucking attention from people that hate BJ instead of the real fucking outcome of this situation for Barbecue and Jess.
Promoting
maybe that's the plan.
Harmful, hateful rhetoric based on protected classes of people, against protected classes of people, and for harm.
Yeah, it's weird
that she's done in other ways.
I would have no respect for myself.
Specifically, she violates constantly the YouTube's terms of services in her hatred against Muslims, Catholics.
You see, like, that's weird. You see what I'm saying, EJ? Like, it's just weird. Right, Lauren? That's what I don't know if ultimately it will help or not. But Yeah, that's the stream here. I'll drop you the link for that one too, so you have that one. That whole stream is weird of how she speaks on this shit. I'll drop you the link for that one so you guys can have that one too. Right, Joe? I'm with you. I don't know. It's just fucking weird. Her behavior is weird.
That, in my opinion, and it's for the courts to decide if that is
Yeah, you're welcome.
a comment that is lewd, indecent, or obscene. What do you guys think? You think that would be a comment considered lewd, indecent, and obscene with the intent to harass a person, right? Because they're saying it about me, that I'm a person who would do sodomy on the street in front of children, or who has done sodomy on the street in front of children.
But she wasn't named. It was they. And it was a very broad Craig ramble. A lot of us feel that it was more directed at Truth, Clue, Cletus, one of those three, because that was Craig's only, that's who he perks up to speak about, is Clue, Cletus, and Truth.
Yes, BJ doesn't understand that. She decides it's a joke, right? Or she says he was drinking, as if that's an excuse, you know? It's just how a person being targeted perceives it. It's how the person being targeted perceives it. Exactly, Sunset. It is not the perception of the person making the threats or lewd, obscene comments. It is the distress it causes to the person on the receiving end of the threats and lewd comments.
Right, Autumn, can you imagine if she's had even a tiny fraction of some of the shit some of us have actually experienced, like can prove we've experienced on here? Real fucking doxing, real fucking threats, like real fucking things, very proud, not like having to twist shit into something. I mean, glitter is forever. No, I don't. But could I be wrong? Yeah, I don't think Julie's working with anybody but herself and a few fucking random mods and subs that are also creators. I could be wrong on that too. I don't fucking know. I think Julie's in it for Julie. I think Julie's always been in it for Julie and nobody else. I don't necessarily think she's working with anybody but the people like Chroma Reels and the fucking shit stirrers that have been concocting and fucking creating and manufacturing a bunch of fucking shit. Content farming the fuck out of this shit.
Threatens to commit any crime against a person or person's property.
Really?
I mean, he threatened violence.
Probably.
Cyber harassment is a crime in the 4th degree. That would be a felony. Unless a person is 21 of age or older and impersonates a minor. Okay, that doesn't apply. Cyber harassment is communication in an online capacity via any electronic device or through social networking site with the purpose of, I'm sorry, I have to scroll down. Please understand, this is for the state of New Jersey only. Do not assume because this is the law in New Jersey that it is also the law in your state. You have to look up your state's laws in order to find out what they have, because some states don't have cyber, they only have cyber stalking. They actually had to, somebody had made they had.
Not only is she choosing to watch, but she has been intentionally provoking alongside others, which I can prove, for a reaction. She has been intentionally pushing and escalating. We watched the clip of her on the 25th screaming that she was going to call BJ's police because BJ was watching videos of her children.
To amend this because, and it has been amended to recognize text communication, because the first writing of the law said online or social network or social, whatever, social, network, something like that. And it didn't refer to text, like sending text to someone. And
right, Clue wasn't engaging with BJ. She warned her, stop. I'm not doing this. And she kept on and kept on and kept on.
Somebody challenged it. And so it went to the New Jersey Supreme Court. So they then amended the law to include text as well.
Right.
Okay, cyber harassment is communication in online capacity via electronic device or through social networking site with the purpose.
Oh, there's so much more to Julie's behavior than what we're even diving into here. The whole Reddit thread is horrific. I'm going to speed it up a little bit more too.
To harass another by either making a threat of bodily injury or sending lewd, indecent, or obscene material to a person with the purpose of causing emotional harm to that person. Actual harm, this is important, actual harm need not be caused by the acts as long as the acts are undertaken with the intent to cause, with the
Her name, Autumn.
intent to emotionally harm a reasonable person or place a reasonable person in fear of physical or emotional harm. So, in other words, all that is needed to be proven is not that I feared that they would actually physically come to New Jersey to carry out these acts, although I don't know personally, in my opinion, what type of crazies are listening at any given moment and where they live and what they might do on behalf of their buddies, Brittany, because it seems like her pals go pretty damn far.
Well, obviously, we know now that that's not true because it's not included unless it's something detailed in a police report. Huntress girl, abso-fucking-lutely. I'm telling you, we got quadruplets. Betty, BJ, Lauren Matthias, and Julie. There are quadruplets. And I am pulling and am working on a side-by-side of them explaining their litigation, their excuses for it, and their little reactions to it, which is really going to be fucking fun to lay all four of them together.
On her behalf, not just with me, with others as well. So, do I fear that another person being influenced by her could do something? Absolutely, I do. Absolutely, I do. I don't know where anybody lives or would be willing to travel. Let's say they lived in Pennsylvania, New York, or Connecticut, or in Delaware, any place that's easily drivable. It's not a far distance here. Even Massachusetts. I mean, Turtle Boy drove in for the case. So,
I mean, we've got her putting out wrong information on SF, but encouraging people to report SF's license and trying to get that revoked. We've got all the shit she's done to Chris and Katie. We've got her lying on Burnt Toast, saying that Burnt Toast shared her children. Never happened. We've got her threats of lawsuits to me, Betty, Lolly, War Eagle. I can't remember who else at the time. We're just scratching the very tip of the surface.
I need only prove that, or let me put it this way, not I need to only prove, but a prosecutor needs to only prove that a reasonable person would feel that this was intentional to cause fear of physical or emotional harm.
Keyword reasonable, and I think your behavior is more than proven you are far from reasonable or rational.
Sunset Gazing said, mic drop, bomb. I agree with you. It's for the courts to decide. Yeah, it is the court's decision what a reasonable person would do. So, and then the bottom here, yeah, that was the thing about Turtle Boy. But, like I said, I felt actually a little better about it because I realized that an article about a person possibly taking money, blah, 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 I mean, isn't even like at all as bad to me personally as somebody saying, I got a big one. I'm going to send you to your final destination or you're going to die on a this and you're old bitch and you may not wake up tomorrow, and putting your autistic child on their screen on Christmas Day. No, that's neither here nor there, when the intention is not to, because the intention was to intimidate and harass and cause alarm or emotional harm.
Oh my God. The manipulation.
And it also should be, if they want it, this statute actually doesn't say repeated or pattern of behavior. But I think that in what I have goes beyond this. And it's not just a one-time thing, that there were so many incidents so close together, increasing in activity that were addressed by me at the police station immediately after. I didn't talk about filing police reports at the time.
The fuck you didn't. She filed for 3 of the 4 police reports that we know that she's talked about, she went to the police station to file, and 1 she had come to their house after Al was in bed.
I said when on Christmas Day, when she showed Spencer's twin, I said, I'm going to the police. That time I did say I'm going to the police, which is when she contacted her police to try to interfere, in my opinion, and say that I'm crazy and to expect a call from me and to ignore it. And I'm going to find out later on if that can be added in. But they don't even mention a pattern. And I think I show a pattern and an escalation. And also there are things that, aren't even included in here, like we know your address and things like that. There are other statements, that don't rise to the level of a threat of harm, like come around here, I got a big one for you, I'll send you to your fucking destination, or are as explicit as I'm a person who would do sodomy on the street in front of children.
Jesus, take the fucking wheel. Do you guys not feel like we just go in circles after circles after circles, and you feel like we're watching the same stream over and over again, but these are all different streams? Every one of them is a different stream, a different day.
But saying to somebody, we know where you live kind of deal, might add to it. So let me stop sharing, and I'll just, this is obviously a biased group of people who are watching, and, but what do you think? Now, you've heard most of, I don't know if you guys all saw the anti-Semitic comments and things like that, and heard everything that was said, and
Unreal.
How the frequency that it was said, and realized how close the dates were to one another.
And this is why I think people actually believe her. They're going off of her words. Let's see what we can see on the chat. Who's encouraging it? Let's see.
And that it covers lewd comments, it covers threats of violence, it covers with intimidation using my son, intended to, even they use the word annoy somebody. Do you think if I were to press charges, and if the prosecutor would decide to prosecute either at the county level, which would be, I guess, Superior Court, I guess, or at the municipal level for a misdemeanor? So you have to assume all those things, right?
Right.
You would have to assume that I press charges. You would have to assume that the prosecutor would accept it, and that they would either charge at either it doesn't matter, because it would either be cyber harassment or it would be the lesser one of the harassment / disorderly person. Do you think, given the evidence that you guys have seen, you would say it's harassment, intimidation, and, trying to annoy and causing emotional distress?
People might want to recognize that right now, POTUS is blatantly lying to the world about war, genocide, essay every day, and no one cares. If this makes you mad, reflect on what we've become, maybe what you support. Look at what we're dealing with to get the Epstein files released and justice for victims that we know exist. Kay, thank you so much. And I agree.
She's still continuing to make accusations, even through her intermediaries, through her taunts, through her anti-Semitism.
This is why I say Julie's a little bit more skilled, Beth, because she knows the art of repetition. When you repeat something over and over again, people start to believe it without facts behind it. And when she name drops people that a lot of people support in this community, Clue, Cletus, Granny, she name drops and really uses those people and their names. She's not speaking to them as in they're in their chat co-signing her shit. She's speaking about them. So that impression out here, the optics of it all, believe people go along with whatever their favorite creator is, which is a really scary situation too.
Anti-Semitic remarks that continue, and you never know what's gonna come next. Honestly, you never know what's gonna come next. And there'll be people who blame the victim, right?
Oh, blame the victim. What's weird to me, aside from being given this man's medical history every 10 minutes, he has no identity of his own. She defines them by each other. Yeah, Bree, there's so many things here that are against everything that autism advocacy does. That fighting for independence, inclusion, she goes completely against doing the right thing. Thank you, Bree. Hey, NCAM. Row to row. Come around here. Yeah, and he has every right to say if you come around here. What I mean, if this makes you mad, I mean, Julie. Kay, yeah, I got it. Thank you, Kay. You didn't have to clarify, though. Thank you. This is really, yeah, she's manipulative as fuck. Hey, Julie.
You know,
but how dare I say anything like that? I'm not even for women, let alone advocate or anything, which I've never claimed to be. I've loudly proclaimed I'm an asshole. But Julie, you're not the only one educated on certain aspects. Like, I know what my girls need. You know what your girls need. And my girls will never be defined by a diagnosis.
Like, well, just like there's people who say, well, you know, a woman who was raped was out late drinking, wearing a short skirt and flirting. You know.
Okay, I want you to take this into account, what she is comparing this to. I really need you to sit down for a minute and take this in right here, this comparison. She is manipulating people based on what was not said. She's combining things, manipulating those things. And now this comparison to if she gets pushback, it's like people blaming the victim. And now she's going to use an analogy such as rape. This is complete manipulation of the grossest form.
Those things, right? You would have to assume that I press charges. You would have to assume that the prosecutor would accept it and that they would either charge at either it doesn't matter, because it would either be cyber harassment or it would be the lesser one of the harassment / disorderly person. Do you think,
that's
given the
evidence
evidence that you guys have seen, you would say it's
given the evidence that you have seen, artistry in motion? I'm glad that you know that. Anybody on the spectrum, anybody with disabilities, anybody with chronic illness, a diagnosis doesn't define anybody. Not at all. It's not about a diagnosis. And she dehumanizes her own young men by using that. It's really something I struggle with, but I'm trying not to go there as much because that really that grinds my gears way more than it should.
It's harassment, intimidation, and, you know, trying to annoy and causing emotional distress.
Okay, watch this. Watch this spin. Hey, NCAM.
I mean, she's still continuing to make accusations, even through her intermediaries, through her taunts, through her anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic remarks that continue. And, you know, you never know what's gonna come next. Honestly, you never know what's gonna come next. And there'll be people who blame the victim, right? You know, like, well, just like there's people who say, well, you know, a woman who was raped was out late drinking, wearing a short skirt and flirting, you know, so therefore they participated in having that happen to them. Right? That court doesn't look at things like that anymore. So for, who was it? Texas, Tiff, somebody, Tiff, someone, Texas. The court doesn't care about what.
I'm sorry, but that analogy, or even bringing that up at the time of this, there's no comparison, and that is such heavy manipulation. That is one of the grossest things I've heard her do. That is one of the grossest things. Baby, right? That is the one thing I have said to so many people is this has actually been a little bit more refreshing to me because at least Craig's fucking reckless and I mean, there's something going on. This is just the same repetitive, disgusting lies and manipulation and the escalations of the victimhood. But this right here, I can't even tell you. To compare her concocted lies to a rape victim and victim blaming. There is no low for you, is there? Leo, I don't know. She's said a lot, but I've never looked into it. She claims she was a teacher. She claims, yeah, I don't know if any of her claims are even true.
You know, that I made an interview with my child who was a senior in high school about being the sibling to raise awareness about being the sibling of a twin who is profoundly autistic, who couldn't speak till he was 6 years old, and what life was like with him.
That's probably a good thing that a lot of people that were here earlier have stepped out by now, because I know that reaction from some of those ladies would have been incredibly fucking strong. But those are the things, if you don't listen to Julie, you don't even know. And many of us have tuned her out for the longest fucking time.
Was the essence of it.
I mean, you can look at her chats. When you go look at them, look at her chats and see who's in there. It's the same little insulated group of hers that encourages all of her poor behavior, just like BJ.
It was not exploitive. However, he didn't want to be on my social media when I started to gain a lot of followers, and I respected it. You know who didn't respect it? Brittany and her pals, who brought it to YouTube. It was a TikTok video I deleted 3 years ago. Tiff, Texas, whatever the fuck your name is. The constant threats of lawsuits too by BJ.
And the constant denial and lies of that. She should have just owned that and been like, yeah, I put that on my Facebook. And people found it and I deleted it now, or it's been removed, but she doesn't. She constantly lies about where that video was and how recently it's been available.
And Craig. Oh, right. Yeah.
Let's speed it back up.
They're constantly threatening. It's quite ironic, you know, that he says, you're saying this stuff about kids and you're da-da-da-da-da. They're talking about the video that their kids put up, right? And that's a federal crime. He's warning everybody. It's a federal crime having to do with looking at and sharing a video of their kids when they had no problem looking at and showing on their screen a video of my kid. And don't see how, you know, he says it's a federal crime. It could be a federal crime, by the way, too. He's not wrong about that. When it crosses state lines, you could prosecute in federal court. But you don't have to if your state has laws that cover it. And luckily, I live in a state of New Jersey that doesn't, especially after his other comments towards other people. Right. Yeah. The fact the other thing that I have a question about is, you know, will the court, I'm guessing, okay, here's my guess. It's just a guess, but that anytime somebody is taken to court on trial, whatever, in front of a judge for a crime.
Is she trying to convince herself of this or the internet?
I don't know, let's say when sentencing comes up or whatever, if they're found guilty, that their previous criminal record isn't taken into account if they have one, right? Usually it is when it comes to sentencing, right? Because, you know, some states have like 3 strikes laws and stuff like that. So, you know, it doesn't seem out of bounds to the idea that judges do look at people's previous activity and involvement with the criminal justice system in terms of, you know, how seriously they take things and do sentencing. BJ took numerous actions to other YouTubers, to other YouTube creators off of YouTube also. Huh. It says any reasonable person would see it. I was, this is what I'll tell you, Brittany. where I live, you know, I'm not making this up in any way. The police weren't.
Y'all, Nana's not drunk. I think for me, and I understand where you're coming from, and I think there's a concern that by what I'm doing, that I'm going to have a fallout with Granny, Clue Cletus, or things over that about Julie and what Julie is doing. I think for me, at the end of the day, if that happened, that's going to happen. There's nothing. I would hope not, because I would hope that they understand that I'm standing on the facts. So I don't perceive it causing any issues between any of us. And if it does, it does. But I don't see that happening. Again, I guess for me, in the space of them, right, I can be a little bit more understanding about why they just don't give a fuck what happens to BJ and Craig. But at the same time, they know me well enough to know that if I'm doing this, there's something behind it, or they should know that. I hope that makes sense. I'm not afraid of that, because if this separates the community, I can go to bed at night and know that the facts matter more than anything. But one thing I will point out, if you notice, Queens, I think there's been 2 streams that she was going to talk about this. Somebody mentioned to me. Everett, this isn't about what happens to BJ and Craig. This is the tunnel vision, Everett, that people are having on this. This isn't about what happens to BJ and Craig. This happens to be about what's happening to actual victims in our court by people weaponizing and lying and taking up resources of actual victims while lying about what's actually happening. This is not about BJ and Craig or defending anything with BJ and Craig. We're standing on the facts of what our court systems are being used for and the wasted resources for actual victims. Yeah, you're missing a lot if that's what, and I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but that's so far from anything about what this is. That is the furthest thing from what this is about is BJ and Craig. We all know that they've said horrible things. This is a misuse of the court. This is weaponization of lies in court. This actually does the opposite. This gives Brittany and Craig victimhood when they don't deserve it, when they deserve to be held accountable for what they've actually done to the people who they've done it to. Julie has concocted all of this, every bit of this. And for me, I don't hate them. I dislike them, but these are strangers on the internet at the end of the day. I also can give people grace that do hate them. I hate their behaviors. I hate what they've done to people I care about, but this is outside of them. And you've got to step away from the BJ and Craig and understand that we don't support what BJ and Craig did to Clue, Cletus, or Granny. If you're going to support Julie in this endeavor, then you're justifying the misuse of the courts with Granny and Clue and Cletus. This is a much bigger issue, and so many people are being so tunnel visioned about what this is about. And that right there is why I'm doing this, because the facts fucking matter and victims deserve justice. Julie just made an analogy of a rape victim to her concocted fucking manufactured lies. An analogy of a rape victim and victim blaming of a rape victim when she has had to manipulate the words that were said to not even her by Craig and Brittany. She has told you her intent all along. Sorry, I get really passionate about this shit because think about the time and the money. We're not talking about just one court system. We're talking about municipal, superior, police time and resources when real victims should be being helped. Julie and BJ are one and the same. Julie and BHB, one and the same. Julie and Lauren Matthias, one and the same. They are setting a dangerous precedent, and ignoring this type of shit is setting a dangerous normalization, especially on YouTube in this community, that this is acceptable if you dislike somebody. That's a dangerous fucking place to be, and one I'm not willing to be. If I stand here by myself at the end of the fucking day, I'm standing on the goddamn facts, and I'm standing on the fact that I can go to bed sleeping every night knowing that my intent is always going to be the truth, and I'm never going to normalize this. Like I told my subs when there started to be some kerfuffle about this, I said, I don't give a fuck if I burn my channel to the ground over this. I'm going to stand right here and against Julie. And if you watched her video tonight, that's 7 minutes. That's a blatant fucking lie from start to end in real time about what I was doing and how I did it. For me, it's going to be a no at all times. I'm never going to be loyal to a stranger like Julie because of hate over the internet. I'm going to be loyal to my morals, my integrity, and victims. Because people like Julie set us back fucking decades with our fucked up court system as is, and they take advantage of it. You want to blame somebody? Blame Julie, because at the end of the day, Julie is giving Craig and Brittany a huge fucking win in front of everybody's faces. And they're going to fucking puff their chest.
Weren't giving me any favors or anything. They, before I even said one thing to them, they're just like, just play me what the threat. They didn't even want to talk to me about anything until I played the threat. And once I played the threat, then they asked more questions. And if I hadn't had the threat recorded for them to hear and they weren't able to hear it, I don't know that they would have even done a police report. I'm not sure. But based on their reaction and
oh, and that's what I was going to say. SS, thank you for even saying that. You didn't say what I was going to say, but Queen Bee, I think, has started to talk about Julie in like 2 different streams. I think I heard she was going to do, or has kind of like started to talk about it a little bit, but then has gotten distracted. Somebody said, I think they're intentionally trying to keep Queen from talking about this because the more people like knowing about it, you know, different voices and stuff, because there's people from her chat that don't come over here and vice versa. But somebody mentioned, and I don't know what streams they were, or if they just intentionally had open panels. Like, I don't know if it was intentional or not for them to distract her. Does that make sense?
this was 3 different police officers I dealt with. All 3 had, you know, like, there was no question that a police report needed to be done. And even when I asked, you know, maybe should I be calling their police department, they were like, no, you do it. You're the victim. You do it here. So, and none of these guys, I happen to deal with all male police officers for whatever reason, you know.
Joe, did you know that she publicly shames her sister-in-law? Not only the bio mother of the boys, but her sister-in-law too.
They all seem like they've seen a lot, you know. I mean, in their day, they're not going to waste their time or their boss's time or the county's time or the prosecutor's time at all, you know. So that was the reaction. That's my interpretation. Now, maybe I was reading into it. I don't know. But in New Jersey, interestingly, well, I'm not going to say this part, but I have the reports, and, you know, it says exactly what I said. And I was very grateful to that one police officer who spotted the comments.
And Everett, sorry to kind of like unload on you a little bit. I don't mean it disrespectful at all, but I'm kind of getting sick of the excuse of who cares what happens to Brittany and Craig. This is such a bigger fucking situation, and people being tunnel vision is the exact same fucking thing I fought with Granny. Not for Granny, not for Granny's benefit, but for the fact that wrong is fucking wrong. And normalizing this shit. There were people out here that were condoning what was happening to Granny and Barbecue with the Rico and racketeering. Barbecue and I have not had a smooth go, but I will always stand against. Oh, she just turned the light on and blinded you. I will always stand against this bullshit, but I will continue to fight against our courts being used for this shit. And justifying what Julie's doing is such a slap in the face, because it gives those people who justified that shit with Granny and Barbecue, Clue and Cletus, it gives them the ability to sit there and continue to do it. I'm not doing that.
about Jews before I even mentioned it and included it in his police report. Yeah. I mean, I've been upset, Sunset, and I tried to put on a brave face, and even one of the police officers was saying to me, you know, like, he tried to kind of, I was upset and I was crying there, and he said, don't let, you know, and I was like, I don't know if this shit is worth it anymore. And he's like, don't let people push you around, you know, don't let the bullies win.
Hey, Thane. I just saw you.
You know, you keep doing what you do. So it's sure been hard hugs. Thank you. Okay. Last thing I was going to address real quick. Saturday night I was on Queen's panel. I don't know why I go on it. Every time I go, I regret it. And I regretted it this time again. And Chris Proudfoot came up and said he wanted an apology from me and to talk to me offline. And on the spot at that moment, I said it was something that I would, you know, I would do, and I would coordinate through Illuminati and whatnot. But I made a video afterwards because I started thinking about things. You know, when you're up on a panel, it's hard to make decisions at that moment. The chat is going. There's other panel guests. Queen Bee was yelling at me for not a good reason, saying I talked over her when Chris Proudfoot had asked me a question, and I was unmuting and trying to answer that question, not intending to talk over her. And I think she was putting on a little bit of a show for Chris Proudfoot.
Julie, did you hear that clip I just played of her intent with the misdemeanor charge? She all but says it publicly. I can play that one again if you need me to. It's a quick one. But she says publicly that that's her intent, is to get her channel taken if she can get one of them charged with a misdemeanor, BJ, which is why she's filing the criminal complaint, in my opinion, only against BJ, not Craig. But she's using what Craig said to do that to BJ is for the sole purpose of tanking her channel. I can play it again. Yeah, and we can't. Our system's so fucked up as is. And I get this is the internet, but we have came to a point where we've got to step in the right direction and stop, you know,
to try to be mean to me, I don't know, you know, because he was clearly, you can, in my opinion, you know, the undertone of his voice is not what's, I understand he doesn't like me, he's not happy with me, he's angry with me and everything. Okay, so now I got two angry people on the panel with me, and thank you, Island High. And so at that moment I said okay, and I asked Illuminati if I would go through whatever, coordinate with her. And then right after I started thinking about it, and I made a video, and I know it seemed kind of rambling, but it occurred to me quickly after I got off the live stream that he and Everyday with Jay for Justice had a relationship of, you know, communication with each other. I knew they talked.
Okay, something concerns me about her obsession with Jay. She is obsessed with Jay. This is very concerning. I'm sorry, but it is. You can't deny it. The hang up of Jay is very, very scary to me at this point.
I knew they communicate with each other. Even when she first started talking to me, she told me she said to me she was in communication with Chris Proudfoot. Okay, that's when we first started talking. However, we never talked about the case.
Yeah, Sane, I hope you know that you're not one that I have ever listed or named as encouraging her. I know you've taken panel with her, but I've never saw that with you. There are other people that she has purposely addressed and called out as in supporting her and helping her with all of this shit, this bullshit. So there's nothing, like, I haven't seen that with you at all. And I just want to make that clear.
Who are you talking about, Mad Dog? Him? Who's him? So it occurred to me at that moment, like, because, like I said, I started the live stream saying that thing that happened in the end of November with Lolly defaming my family
came out of nowhere and some messed up things have happened. And I think that it's a possibility that Jay is in communication with Brittany and some of these things that have emanated. I'm not convinced that she's not, you know, like I said, I put it this way. She's not a person who's like, oh, let bygones be bygones.
Who gives a fuck if she is? At the end of the day, who gives a fuck? What does that do to you?
She's, you know, if she's pissed, she's gonna do something about it. And she lied to me, was very convincing, got, you know, and let me think I was something to her that I wasn't, a friend. And
no, he's not.
And it occurred to me like,
but that Kramit video that you guys brought to my attention the other day, I went and watched it. What the fuck is that weird shit? That was like the weirdest posturing shit that's so not even. Kramit has a tendency of fucking putting their foot in their mouth when people aren't paying attention to them, and then they get brought right back into view, and it's like, oh, what you got going on here, Kramit? Fucking weird.
Like, wait a second, could this be a setup by Jay? Right? Are they still talking? It just went through my mind after I got off the panel. All right, because they were communicating. When I, you know, that's the last thing I know, and I don't know that they ever stopped communicating. So I was like, is this a setup by Jay? I find it weird a little bit that he focuses on.
In other words, overall picture here, Joe, I got so many questions. You know that. Yeah, you and I might have to talk because I got so many questions on so many pieces there. But what she is doing here is using Jay as a scapegoat to not explain why she just won't apologize to Chris. And ultimately, she doesn't have to apologize to Chris. She doesn't have to apologize to Chris and Katie. She could just be a woman enough and say, look, I don't owe you an apology. We all know we feel she does, but she doesn't owe us anything. If she doesn't, she's using excuses here. She's using this whole, well, he might be in communication with Jay type of shit to co-sign her fucking and condone her lack of accountability. That's all she's doing here. She's using Jay as a fucking excuse to not take accountability of how foul she was to Chris and Katie. And my opinion is because she's not sorry. She's not fucking sorry. Yeah, casual art. Well, that last one, though, was a whole different arena.
On me specifically, considering I made an announcement that I wasn't talking about the Sebastian Mattress case anymore many months ago, and I have not. And there are creators who still are. And cool. Just, you know,
hey, Cal,
in a way that I'm sure he's not happy about, but he is not demanding apologies from them, but me only, who has not been talking about the case in many months. I've announced I wasn't talking about the case. I have not been talking about the case.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. You were one of the foulest people and did and said the worst things. You're suing, or not suing, excuse me, trying to get criminal complaint. Never mind. Everybody knows what I'm going to say. You fucking have some audacity, woman. You treated them like shit, said horrific things about them. And you're making excuses instead of taking accountability. She's inserting herself into multiple ongoing or potential conflicts that have nothing to do with her for attention. Well, Caffeinated Duchess, thank you for the support, but she's not inserting herself into those cases. She's starting her own victimhood. Julie isn't trying to do anything but help Julie. She's trying to frame it that it's a community thing that she's doing to help for the greater good, but she's not. It's all self-serving for Julie's own manipulative, fucking self-serving need. She's framing it that way, but this is for nobody because it's counterproductive. She tries to take BJ's channel. They can't attach. Barbecue and Granny can't attach to income to recoup what they've paid in litigation fees. Clue and Cletus, same thing. If they decided to go legal and file a suit, which they have every right to do with what's been said and done to them. If they tried to do that and they got some monetary award, there's nothing to attach to outside of Craig's. Right. Yeah, it's very easy to apologize. Very easy to apologize when you're sorry. Hey, Canvas and Crime. Yeah, there's just nothing. Oh, God, the file on a Friday. I don't know.
And to me,
he's using Jay as an excuse of the lack of apology. Has nothing to do with Jay.
Considering all of this, talking to Chris Proudfoot would involve talking about a case that I don't want to talk about now. And the reason I said is that the people involved in this case, and I'm not talking about one person or different people, I'm talking about just in general around this case, is very
excuses are like assholes. We all got one, but man, this is some lack of accountability having shit.
Controversial. There's been a lot of litigation. I'm way behind everything, but it's a bunch of nonsense. Anybody should ask you to apologize. CP, you have nothing to apologize. Yeah, well, I mean, I understand if he wants me to apologize. I don't know. It's weird to me that it seems to be just me that he keeps after for an apology.
I think a lot of other people have apologized, or they have very publicly said, no, we still take on our stance.
Which, okay, fine. But the point is, here's my point. First of all, he's definitely still involved in YouTube drama. Clearly, he was on Queen's panel 2 times that day. He has said that he has Brittany J's mod chats, I believe. I'm not sure how he has that. Not that I really give a shit.
Why does this have anything to do with your apology? It doesn't. You see why this is called word salad buffet. She's making every excuse and none of this matters.
Too much, but he, it's kind of strange to me that he should be so involved in YouTube kind of
January 13th
drama things and like chats in people's discords or mod chats or whatever, and his affiliation with Jay, and the fact that none of the parents have been cleared. And I said that I didn't want to talk about the case because there's a lot of people involved in this case who are very litigious, very angry, very dangerous. I'm talking about a lot of people. I'm talking about At Night. I'm talking about Tony Mathis. I'm talking about Seth Rogers. I'm talking about everybody. Okay.
And for anybody just coming in, we watched her recent 7-minute video. Who was it? Upstate. We watched that blatant fucking spin of lies. Blatant spin of lies twice.
And there's been stuff back and forth between parents and YouTubers and everything else. And I just don't want any part of it. I didn't want any part of it anymore. I said so months ago. I stopped talking about the case. And so I will not be talking to Chris Proudfoot because I said, I'm not talking about this case, and talking to him would be talking about this case.
Blue Bella, you're probably in the very beginning, but no, that was a decoy from start to finish. There was no 14-year-old involved with the OPP and Arctic Fox situation.
In my opinion.
You get this
maybe
far.
people don't feel that way, but
oh no, you're good.
It depends on what you think is a sincere apology. If you want a just on the surface kind of, apology without any question, like he's not allowed to ask me any questions or do it, and I'm not allowed to give an explanations, things like that. Not allowed to, but like, I don't want to discuss things about the case that is still ongoing. That's the key factor. This is not a closed case. This is a case where nobody has been cleared and a child is still missing.
Anybody else feeling like this is just a fucking circle jerk of words to avoid taking accountability? Or from just saying, look, I'm not going to apologize. I don't feel bad for anything I said and did. Canvas and Crime, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Thank you. Here, let's play a little mind break. Tell me in the comments, do you feel that we're just hearing Julie make excuses? Oh, here.
Time is of the essence, sometimes when you're dealing with a bullying situation. Julie, it's impressive how many tears you have. It takes a lot for me to cry. It's impressive? Okay, thank you. I gave myself an award, fake award, in a funny video I did. On best, like I said, People's Choice Award, Best Crying Creator. And I had Al pretend that we had a delivery of something for People's Choice Awards and gave myself an award. I said, look, I won Best Crying Creator.
Best Crying Creator, and we wonder why. Casual Art, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Here, let's do a cute one. Thank you, Casual Art. Welcome to the cabana.
These things, these are from another planet. Things are not glow in the black light. Fuckers aren't, they glow. It's not real. It's an alien that attack us. It's not a bug, it's a fucking alien. Yeah.
Baby Kyle is the cutest little thing ever. Cletus made that. NCAM, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Oh God, Julie's gonna have a fucking fit now. I feel like this is what we're listening to though, via Julie instead of BJ.
Am I right?
No.
Do you guys get my drift? Do y'all get when I'm smoking? Do you pick up what I'm putting down? Like, just because you
Are you down with the get down? Shit, you gifted and you didn't even get one? Canvas and crimes. Well, that's shitty. Thank you guys. Thank you for the support. But you just, we became part of RICO and racketeering. So when I get charged with RICO and racketeering because of Julie and all of her fucking crazy shit, we will be going state to state, picking you all up on a bus and heading to New Jersey. Okay. The Islanders are going with me.
And we should not lose sight.
Thank you guys though. Thank you.
Of that. I haven't, and I am, and quite frankly, I find him to be
don't say
not just
sorry.
towards me. Okay, I find him to be
I'm proud of you for doing that artistry in motion. Keep doing that. I'm glad to hear you say that.
bully.
Don't ever
Chris
apologize.
Proudfoot. I know that things have been said about him unfairly, including by me.
It's a fucking alien.
There's things that he should be angry about, rightfully so. But even with that aside,
No,
his personality prior to
I am just me. But this is on some BJ level shit, so nothing would shock me at this point. That 7 minutes upstate is genuinely the biggest fucking bullshit spin I've ever seen somebody do in real time. Like real time fucking blatant lies. I was speechless.
and since and whatever, has at times been, I've heard him yell at women. I've heard him call women cunts. Okay. Women who were just talking to him, he called cunts and other things.
Okay. Oh my. Oh my. Who does this remind you of right quick? Tell me in the comment section. Casual Art, thank you for another 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Sen, isn't he adorable? I know. So freaking cute. So cute. Who does that remind you of? Doesn't seem to be fazed at all by the use of the C word when it's convenient for them and giggles about it when it's used by other people that they support. But then when they need it to be a problem, who did we just recently watch do that? BJ with Sinner. She giggled when Sinner was using it on her panel against people. And now that her and Sinner have a problem, she's got this major issue with him calling people that. Julie just pulled the same fucking thing. She supports people who use it. I use that word. Clue, Cletus, truth. We've all said it. But she supports them, but has a problem with Chris doing it. Julie, stop making excuses for the lack of apology.
It's not a person I want to have a conversation with. I don't know how it's going to go. I don't. If he's recording Brittany's mod chats, is he recording me? Is he talking to Jay? He's not been cleared. I don't know what's going on. And that's it. I just don't want anything to do with it. And I don't like to be pressured and to come on and to say she runs away like a scaredy cat. Okay. You know, maybe, God forbid, you know, I don't know what is going to end up happening in this case. I just don't. I have a family to protect and myself. And
oh my God. I don't know what's going to happen in this case. I've got a family to protect. Since when does that matter to you all of a sudden? You didn't care when you were, Julie.
If people don't understand that, that's fine. But it's for the same reason that I said I'm not talking about this case anymore. That it's volatile and dangerous to talk about the case, period, in my opinion. It's that, look what's happened to so many creators, to the parents, to other people involved. Everything is just out of hand. And I don't want to engage in it at all, period. And I said as much. And I haven't been talking about it. So, you know, if you're not happy with me for my decision, you don't have to subscribe to me. It's fine.
I mean, this is Autumn. There you go. She's a skilled liar and manipulator. Yeah. Or why not just stand on the fact that I don't think I'm wrong. I think they were likely involved in something and I don't feel I owe them an apology. Why not just own that instead of the circle jerk of it's Jay's fault because she didn't even finish that. That made no sense. She realizes that. And then she starts, well, he said, called somebody a cunt. Okay. Like, do you see the spin here?
Fine. I agree that it's not in your best interest to continue to talk about the case. Who knows?
Maybe you should have called them raggedy whores instead. That seems to be one of her things. That's actually a compliment. Thanks, Julie.
What
You
people are
cover a
capable
lot
of,
of
right?
raggedy
And people aren't
whores.
going to be happy with my decision in any. Listen, whatever I do, people aren't happy. There are people that
That's
are never
all.
going to forgive me, and I understand that. And I'm not saying people have
Or it's the 12th.
to forgive me or like me or trust me or whatever. You either do or you don't. You know, and I'm doing my best out here.
Oh, doing her best. Mm-hmm. Just doing
I
her
don't
best.
want to focus on the case at all, actually, Vivian. I want not to focus on that case at all. I'm not talking about the case, and I haven't been talking about the case. It's for others to deal with, you know, law enforcement, the families, their loved ones, their friends, whatever. It's not for me anymore. And I said as much months ago. It's just not what I want to be involved in, period.
No, you just want to start your own court cases. Isn't that fucking ironic? I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't want nothing to do with it. She hurts my fucking head. Okay, we're almost through it. I was going to say.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You meant others in general then. Yeah, I understand. I get you. I'm sorry for my misinterpretation. I apologize. It seems interesting to me at this point that they're trying to pull me back in. Why? Yeah, it is weird, which is why I thought of Jay, quite honestly. And, you know, this could be total paranoia on my part. But I do know that when I first started talking to Jay, she was in communication with Chris Proudfoot. She said so, although Jay never talked to me about the case. And we had no
now back to Jay. Jesus.
Discussions about an apology to the Proudfoots at all. But when she made the announcement that she's not talking to me anymore, she said, like, one of the first things she says was, you need to apologize to the Proudfoots, which I was like stunned by that. Not because she would, that she would feel that way, but that she would feel that way and not say anything to me at all about apologizing to them. The whole time we're friends and talking to each other and texting each other and everything, not say one word about needing to apologize. And then when she decides she's not going to be friends with me anymore for reasons that I'll discuss at another time, it is like, I was like, why now? When you're not talking to me, is the first time you bring up that I should apologize. You could have told me, she could have told me at any point. So when he came on demanding I apologize, that's why when I got off, I started thinking about Jay, and I was like, wait a second, you know. And anyway, there's too much YouTube drama going on, and, you know, and there's creators who have said, I wish that I hadn't, if I could do things differently, I wouldn't involve myself with, you know, the families who are under investigation, right? I thought the same. Why pull her back in? Why pull that's not on the panel? Yeah, and Queen, who minutes before had been laughing with me, and everybody was having fun, all of a sudden turned the dial on me and started screaming at me for interrupting her. That's not what you're gonna fucking do. I thought that I thought that was a performance for Chris.
Crispy, I will. I've been doing terrible about it. I will.
And it was fucked up. But I blame myself because I shouldn't have gone on a panel, and I did, and I opened myself up to that kind of abuse, and I got it. So
abuse.
I should have said lesson learned.
Wait a minute. Now she's saying that that's abuse. What? Did she ever apologize to SF? I doubt it.
I fucking do. I thought that was a performance for Chris, and it was fucked up. But I blame myself because I shouldn't have gone on her panel, and I did, and I opened myself up to that kind of abuse, and I got it. So I should have said lesson learned the 5 times before that.
Yep, sure did. Somehow Julie was abused in that situation. Well, that's wild. Yikes. She was abused.
It's best to be an island, do your own thing. And that's fine, Vivian. That's totally fine. And you are correct.
Isn't that ironic? Somebody says to her, it's best to be an island. Yeah, sure is. You don't have to go along to get along. You just do your own fucking thing.
And you are correct. believe me, I like Jay a lot. I was really hurt when she
Oh no, nope.
said she didn't want to be my friend. She was not going to be friends with me. You know, I was apologizing to her. I was telling her I'm
Holy fuck, not again.
sorry, and I thought we were friends. I was hurt by that. I liked her, and I thought she liked me. I respected her. And even after she said that she didn't want to talk to me and did a live stream and everything, I still never talked badly about her. I even did a live stream apologizing to her. Al came on and said I never said anything bad. I only talked well of her. I embarrassed myself in a lot of ways.
She had to have Al come on and co-sign? No. Yeah. This is not okay. This is some really single white female shit. I'm just glad they live in completely different states, because otherwise she'd probably be like driving by her house. Be my friend. Be my friend.
Seeming desperate, begging for her friendship, you know?
Yeah, you still seem desperate.
And it's been a lot of messed up shit.
Holy fuck.
And there continues to be. Brittany thinks everything is funny, you know? She's they're doing a little dox on me right now. I'm not going to talk about what the dox is, but there is a dox going on.
Well, now there's a dox going on. She's not going to tell you what it is, but there's a dox going on. Julie, you're an fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
A different one, not the one about my stepson, Spencer's twin. I'm going to try to...
Of course, there's something else she's got to fucking use. Where?
Do a live stream. I don't know, maybe late tonight on my new channel. I have a new... I promised... People criticized me that I had brought my children and autism awareness to, or talking about autism to this channel. And I've created a whole new channel. It's the people who criticized me, you know, who told me that I should be making a new channel have, of course.
She's got a fucking second channel? What?
It's not said anything about it. Not that I need, you know, praise from them, but, you know. I said in January that that's what I would do, and I did it. And it is called Profound Autism Parent, and I do plan on going on possibly tonight because I have an update on Spencer's day program situation.
What? She's got a second fucking channel? Oh my God.
So I do want to talk about that, and I'm going to do a live stream on my other channel. It's at
and she's continued to use her main channel for this shit.
At Profound Autism Parent. And I did also say that I would share Barbecue's Give Send Go link, and I forgot. This is the live stream I'm doing since I told her that Saturday night. This is the first live stream I'm doing, and I forgot. So I'll remember for the next live stream, and I do apologize because I did say that I would put up both Barbecue and Granny's Watching's legal fundraisers on Give Send Go, both of those.
Yeah, I agree with that. Never say never.
Because neither of them deserve,
you
know, what the horror and the expense and the stress and the trauma they've been put through. Neither of them deserve it.
Yeah, Jamie, I can see that.
Period. And that's all. Thank you for watching. And to my mom.
She makes me uncomfortable with her obsession with Jay. She's making me uncomfortable with how obsessive she is with Jay. I'm sorry. I don't know how anybody can listen to this stuff and not. She is using Jay in every excuse. In her little short she did about what's Yiddish for nonsense, she mentions Jay being my friend. Like, she is stuck on Jay.
Odds who are here today, and to all my friends who watch me and are here to support me, and I thank you. And I couldn't keep going without you guys.
It's always the same, like 5 or 6 commenters over there encouraging her.
I really couldn't. Thank you, Tree Hugger, too, especially for your comments, and Sunset Gazing, and every one of you. I'll talk soon. I'll be on the other channel. Please sub up to at Profound Autism Parent. And there's a picture of me and Al and the boys when they're little, because I have permission from Spencer's brother that I'm allowed to put on pictures of the boys when they're little, under 13. And you could see in that picture, they are well under 13. They're probably about 6 or 7 in that picture. Thank you.
Holy fuck. Okay, let me just play this really quick so people can. This is her sole intent of what she's doing. This is February 1st, 2026. A lot of us have been asking the question why she's only filing a private citizen's complaint for criminal charges against BJ when Craig is the source of all these threats that she claims has happened to her. The source would be Craig, but she's only filing the private citizen's complaint for criminal charges on BJ. That has been a topic of discussion, and we've been going back and forth. Well, I think this sums up her intent behind why she's doing that. Craig and the RO, we know very little of at all. We don't know anything. None of that's publicly available. We know what she's claiming is some of her evidence for this RO against Craig. We know what she said after court, a portion of it. We've got a little small glimpse of that. She claims her mom is hiring her an attorney to represent her going forward. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. They have court coming up on the 12th for Craig's RO. The criminal complaint on BJ goes to court April 1st. But this, to me, says it all.
Correct, Brittany.
February.
I have a mom undergoing heart surgery. Can you fucking lay off for a fucking week?
This says overnight threats against me from Brittany J's channel. Her mom is having heart surgery, ma'am. That's nobody else's responsibility. You can't continue to poke and then claim I got real life stress going on. Can you lay off? Are you fucking... This is weird. I'm sorry. But that's a BJ thing if I've ever heard. This is BJ, Betty, all of the above. I'm playing it again.
I got so much going on. I don't need this shit. I don't need the threats, Brittany. I have a mom undergoing heart surgery. Can you fucking lay off for a fucking week?
Hey, Carl.
I'll talk to you guys later. Yeah,
Hey,
the
Remy.
slurs against me. YouTube has replied and they removed it, but why didn't they suspend her channel?
I don't know. But I can tell you this. Even if Brittany or Craig is prosecuted under a misdemeanor and they are convicted, that conviction would go to YouTube legal and their channel would come down, even as a misdemeanor.
Even with a petty disorderly person's misdemeanor is what she's trying for, in my opinion.
Which only carries a small fine and up to 30 days in jail, which nobody typically gets. Nonetheless, it is a criminal charge. It is related to harassment on her channel, and her channel would come down. That's it. I'm so pissed. I wanted to go to the police tomorrow morning. And I said, I can't. I got my mom. I have priorities, unfortunately. But my family's safety is up there. I'm hoping you have the transcript in an hour. Thank you. Rafuma Shlema. Judy Albert, thank you so much. Rafuma Shlema.
So that is her intent, in my opinion. Hey, Earth. I think that's her intent. I don't think that's necessarily true, though. I think there's a lot of people that have been charged with misdemeanor charges and their channels are still up. So I don't think that's necessarily true that would happen. But I think that's her goal. I don't know how she's convinced that is factual. I mean, there's ROs on Betty and her channel's still in existence. I mean, they're not misdemeanor. I don't know. I have no idea. I just don't think that's the way it works, but I think that's solely her intent. Oh, same. She fucked around tonight. She fucked around tonight, blatantly lying on me. Blatantly lying on me and using her child to do it. She's done it twice now since I started covering. Here, let me just walk you really quick. I'm not going to torture you guys, but I'm going to show you.
The amount that nonsense blew out. I'm asking for a little decency here. Nobody should use videos of Spencer in order to prove some point about me, regardless how you feel about me. Videos of Spencer should be off limit. I've never done it to anybody else.
Liar.
I'm asking for
such a liar. So that was directed at me, and she says that in the comments. Oh, yeah, she did, Body. Oh, yeah, she did. Were you here when I showed the December 4th video? With the blurred out image and what BJ actually showed? It's really bad. Oh, it's fucking a train wreck. I don't know if you are the Tyrone video. I got ya. Here you go. This is Tonight Body. Okay, so I showed, according to her complaint, in this video, she was detailing what BJ and those guys were doing to taunt her adult child. So I pulled up December 25th. Sorry, not December 4th. December 25th's video titled, Huh. He is completely blurred out. His name is edited out. And showed exactly what BJ said from start to finish. It's about 12 minutes. The only thing that's identifiable is senior written across the front of his shirt. But underneath the R of the senior, there looks to be either a year or potentially like a PHS or what AHS, you know, whatever that is. You can't see, though. You can't tell. And that's what we were discussing. So she decides to do this. And I'll pull up the Tyrone one and then we will be done. Because this bitch has me baba.
Okay, I'm live right now just to say that nonsense is live. This woman has zero decency. She has not a shred of decency left, if she ever had one in her body. She's right now showing pictures of Spencer's twin when he taking the thing that Granny's watching pointed out to her that if you take a video, let's say from my private Facebook, and bring it to another platform.
She didn't even represent that correctly. We all said, depending on what was done and how it was done, it could potentially even be illegal. But what was done here and what was shown is not that. It's not illegal, unethical, possibly for some. It is not illegal. And we showed exactly what was shown, and nothing about him is in the video.
Like YouTube,
besides
right? For the purposes to dissect.
Hey, Sammy.
That video in order to cause harm to somebody else. In this case, Spencer's twin, who never desired to be on my social media. That wasn't my private social media. She is showing the picture of him with his face blotted out. She is focusing in on his t-shirt when he was a senior in high school. He's wearing a t-shirt. She points out in the video what the t-shirt says. She's looking for a logo on.
Because in the video from January 13th that we were watching, she was telling people that they were putting information out about his high school.
On his t-shirt for his school logo. She's asking if people can identify that logo. She's showing, identifying information about him on her live stream. She's dissecting other parts of not only that video, but things having to do with my life prior to ever coming to YouTube, prior to even being on TikTok.
So what I was referencing is we were discussing the fact that his name is unfortunately publicly available by Julie in multiple spaces. One of the other places that it is publicly available is her book that she has promoted. The advertising for the book has the forward page where she gives more of a description. I crossed out his name, redacted it, and showed people that there is another place where it is publicly available, and she has drawn attention to her book over and over again. I did not use his name, and I read the last like 3 sentences of that publicly available book. That's it. That's all.
Pointing out
the
first names and last names
of my children.
That's a blatant lie, a complete blatant lie. There is nowhere any of these places that a last name is even mentioned.
And
another blatant lie.
Who are both autistic, and it is absolutely abhorrent. It is disgusting. She's everything that she claims to be against. I have no words.
This is bad.
I literally have no words for this woman. She is not a victim's advocate. She is not for women. She is not for people who are harmed. She is not for people who have the right to say no when they themselves were filmed. To be brought to an entire new platform and say no to that.
Fucking pathetic.
Would she be okay with this being done to any other creator's child? Would she be okay this being done to her own children who live with her?
Yep, absolutely. If I was to use my children as a weapon and a shield and use them in litigation, then and lie about who brought something public to amplify my victimhood in a fucking manufactured bullshit. Yep, I get what I deserve, right? If I was to use them as a source of fucking legal shit, that's blatant lies. Yeah, sure would. I would deserve it. The facts matter, Julie.
I don't understand what she attempts to gain from this. Is now the second time in a matter of only a couple days that she has shown his picture that was filmed when he was a senior in high school.
The other time I showed a quick seconds, just to prove that he is completely redacted, covered face, and the name is redacted on screen for moments.
Focusing in, trying to identify the high school, the mascot, and
that's a blatant lie. There was no discussion about a mascot or trying to identify the high school.
Bringing him to a platform that he never wanted to be a part of, and that Al and I have worked very hard for 3 years, not saying his name, not showing his picture, not making videos of him. And I'm absolutely disgusted.
I want to tell you again how manipulative this is. There is another review, and I continue to mention that again, but you notice how situational her outrage is. She knows that video exists.
I know.
Poor Julie. It doesn't do her any benefit.
I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do.
Stop lying. Stop fucking lying.
She's let her own personal hatred, vendetta, vindictive feelings about me, her friendship with Jay, or whatever, whatever it is she's trying to prove, milking the last bits of her cash cow.
At least you admit you're a cow. Cash cow?
To make money, doing 8-hour, 10-hour, 9-hour, 11-hour live streams about me.
Oh, yeah. Same.
For what purpose?
Absolutely, there is.
In the process, you're harming not just me. You are harming my son, who never wanted to be part of this platform. Are you proud of yourself, nonsense? Is it worth it? Is it worth it to put a child, young man?
Yeah, Julie, I would like to know when this developed for Julie too.
And on your screen, looking at his picture, showing everybody his picture, discussing him, talking about things that were part of my life prior to ever coming to YouTube, prior to ever going on TikTok, in order to prove a point.
Thank you, SS. That means
You are no victim's advocate.
thank you.
You are no advocate, period. You are a destroyer, not just a destroyer of me and my family, but a destroyer of a vulnerable adult.
I'm a destroyer.
He is recognized by the state of New Jersey as being a protected person because he has a disability, which is recognized by the Department of Developmental Disabilities. He's between level 1 and level 2, autistic with comorbidities, including
the destroyer. Ugh.
Including seizure disorder.
Here we go with the seizure disorder.
Why would you continually need to show that over and over? This is not the first time you showed it. This is at least the third time you showed it in only a matter of days. Please stop now.
And now that continues. Once again, weaponizing the seizure disorder. Oh, is groovy? No, I don't know. Nobody, because at this time, I don't think she's caregiving. Yeah, I'm a cow tipper, not a destroyer. Destroyer of her fucking lies. Yeah. The difference in these shorts. The short right after this one, calling nonsense a ragged whore in Yiddish for fun this weekend. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a very noticeable change, right? But if you notice, this is her pattern of how she is. And for anybody that doesn't know.
Hey, Al, you want to do that Yiddish vocabulary game?
Yeah, sure.
A pots.
Pots?
Yeah, like a
schmuck?
pot. No, it's like a pots on the tuchus, like a slap on the tuchus. Pots. Okay, next one. A cholera ardif.
An artichoke?
No, it means I hope you get cholera. All right, last one. Nonsense.
Isn't that an English word?
English word, nonsense? Yeah, it could be an English word. But in Yiddish, it would mean like, you know, your average ragged whore. Or a person who's a hypocrite, like somebody.
Nonsense doesn't mean that in Yiddish, but okay.
Who would drag somebody like me for days on end on 8, 10, 9-hour live streams trying to protect my family, but would not ever speak on their friend, a woman named Jay, who uses the N-word in writing. They have evidence in writing and in.
Once again, mentioning Jay and a friendship that doesn't exist with Jay. Oh, my Lanta. Okay, that makes sense. I just don't see them ever being consistent, so I don't know.
Recording, speaking about somebody else's child and talking about them using the N-word, the one that they used, you know, as a slur during slave times and afterwards.
Someone who has low integrity?
Yes, low integrity. That's nonsense.
And just an all-around asshole?
Right. Hey, Al, you want to do that Yiddish vocabulary game?
Yeah, quite the noticeable difference, huh? Quite the difference. All right, this was a request, and then we will be out of here. The obsession with Jay is really problematic for her. These are choices she's making. I have no clue. But you don't get a pass to just get out here and blatantly lie. I haven't been doing that on her. Not once have I done that. So she better watch herself. But hey, she wants to build a case. She's building an exceptional one. What was that?
I need your help, Tyrone, again, I think.
Can we fucking call Tyrone?
I got some bullies. Tyrone, I'm gonna send this to you.
Could be.
You saved me before. I might need your help again one day. Protect me from the bullies. Protect this community from the bullies. It's fucked up.
I'll pay Tyrone $1,100. Come get your friend. Come get your friend, sir, whoever you are. Call Tyrone. Yeah, we need Tyrone right about now. Whoever the fuck, yeah. Fuck calling Saul. Better call Tyrone. We don't know Miss Leperthai. We're calling Tyrone, though, a long time ago. Whew, we made it. 7 hours, but we fucking made it, dude. We made it. We did it. Yay, we did it. Miss Leperthai, that was one of Julie's freakouts. That was during her yelling at Queen and doing this whole like performance over Queen and UA in a disagreement, and she was going to stand up for UA and turn the entire stream into victimhood of Julie, and then stood up and did this whole like performance of like, you're not going to bully me, and that's part of it. So that's that. All right. Well, thank you for hanging out with me for 7 hours. I probably will not see you tomorrow. Maybe. I'm going to set my phone up though. So if nobody hears from me, it's just because I'm still transferring shit. Yikes. I don't even know what to get. I don't even know what to say to end this out. Besides, here we are. Who knows what's up next? Oh no. Yeah, we played it 3 times because people kept missing it. And it's relevant compared to what we've been watching. So if we don't see you, you self-destructed, right? At this point. I bought out all the Groupons for $1,100 though. Don't fuck with me, people. That shit's still some of the like, what the fuck? But here we be. And for any of you over there saying, oh my God, the seizures, I just want to remind you. Okay, BJs. Okay, BJ. Okay, BJ enablers. And you lying clowns. No, she's not threatening me with Tyrone. Nobody even knows who Tyrone was. She wasn't talking about me at that time. She was talking to Queen and just a bunch of gibberish. Oh yeah, Miss GA, good luck. If you watch this by yourself, this is a lot. So good night, y'all. Have a wonderful night. And thank you for hanging out with me today. And I'll be back. 4 low cows in the pasture. Low cows in the pasture is our next upcoming segment. So it'll be a fun one. A comparison of BJ, Betty, Julie, and Lauren Matthias. Bye.